Hello, and welcome to What's Funny About, hosted by me, Peter Fincham.
And me, Jon Plowman. This is a show all about television comedy. We're talking to the writers, producers and performers behind some of Britain's biggest TV hits. We'll hear the inside story of how they brought their shows to the screen, and we'll try and get under the bonnet and tinker about a bit and try and figure out what made these programmes tick.
John and I have spent years making television comedy, but the truth is, when you set about making a new show, you never know whether it's going to be funny or not.
There are, of course, some exceptions to that rule. If, for example, you have a show that's written by Richard Curtis and that stars Dawn French, then there's really no mystery at all. You've got a comedy masterpiece on your hands, whether you like it or not. And happily, that's exactly what happened in 1994, when Dawn and Richard joined forces to bring The Vicar of Dibley to our screens.
The show consistently reached audiences of a staggering 13 million people over the next 2 decades. It received 3 British Comedy Awards, 2 international Emmys, and in a BBC poll to find Britain's favourite sitcom, was voted streets ahead of Dad's Army, Porridge and Fawlty Towers. We've both got a personal connection to this. John, in fact, produced The Vicar of Dibley, and my personal connection is that I was briefly married to Dawn French. I feel we owe an explanation of that, Dawn. Do you want to tell him, or shall I?
Well, as I remember it, you actually helped me by walking into the red carpet event of Jesus Christ Superstar, because you were the head of ITV at that point.
But I said, yeah, that is true. But also, I had a long-standing ambition to be described as mystery man in the Daily Mail. So I thought this could be finally the moment where you say Dawn French and mystery man arrive for the premiere of Jesus Christ Superstar.
My actual husband doesn't really like to be around the camera, so he walked in with my agent and I walked in with you, and then you became my husband as far as all the papers were concerned.
It was quite a brief time.
Was it nice? Being my husband.
It was a Saturday evening. I was minding my own business, sitting in fact alongside my wife watching the television.
Yeah.
When my phone suddenly started getting text messages saying, "Congratulations, we didn't know about this. What an exciting new thing in your life." It was in a sense a bit Vicar of Dibley. It was romantic. We skipped the proposal and the ceremony and the sex and everything else.
Did we skip the sex, Peter?
Did you write it because you thought it's a no-brainer that women should be priests?
Well, that was definitely part of it. I mean, I can't quite remember where one thought led into the other, but I went to my friend Piers and Paula's wedding, which was actually in a official building. It wasn't a vicar, it was an administrator. And I just thought, and she was lovely, and I just thought this is so right, because I talked to my mum about emotional things much more than I talked to my dad about it. So I suddenly developed rather strong feelings about female vicars. And I think I must have been thinking of doing another sitcom. And then it's always these things. What happens is when you have one idea, you then glomp onto it other ones. And I'd been living in a little village, and I thought, oh, wait a second, that's a lovely setup to do a village sitcom. So it was a village sitcom and a vicar sitcom. And I'll say more later.
To pick up on that point of, I thought I might as well do another sitcom. You were on a sort of journey from not the 9 o'clock news, which was sketch writing, to Blackadder, which was a classic sitcom. But had you not written 4 Weddings and a Funeral and made 4 Weddings and a Funeral, which obviously was taking you into the world of movies. And so was it an obvious thing to write another sitcom at that point?
Well, now I'm wondering why I did it. I can't. I mean, and it wasn't to give Dawn work, because we were all worried after French and Saunders was over, and Jennifer was doing so well that Dawn was going to move into catering. But Dawn obviously wasn't our first choice, as you all know, for the part. So I think, and this is the burden of the whole thing, I think it was because actually sitcoms is the most fun I've had as a writer. It's a lovely sort of format, and if you can get it right, then it's a joy to do. And films take too long and often aren't.
And is that even true when you're writing for Dawn or for people who don't necessarily take the line as the line?
No, it was heaven. Everything to do with this was heaven, and I had in Blackadder was the opposite. What can I say?
And
I notice I haven't been asked to do the Blackadder episode.
Could that be the difference of boys and girls? Could it be that?
Yeah. Yeah, my daughter was on the set of Girls, you know, the Lena Dunham thing, and she said she'd never experienced anything like it. Just the friendliness and the joy and the sense of cooperation and everything like that. She said it was.
There's something to be learnt.
Did you come to it with some apprehension? Because, I mean, I think we know you weren't sure that you wanted to play Geraldine because you were worried that she was a good person and a nice person, and that doesn't normally mean funny.
So, yes, it was. I knew Richard, but I hadn't worked with him at that point, and I was a little bit worried about that. But I was more worried about being at the centre of a sitcom full stop, because so many sitcoms weren't very good. So I think the sort of failure rate in sitcoms is very high. And I just didn't know whether it would be a massive sort of... I just didn't know whether it would be big egg
flop.
on the face.
You said Richard,
No, it's not
Richard
even
has sort of
that.
so far played one and won one, because Richard's only foray into sitcoms was Blackadder.
Yes.
So you weren't you weren't
that's
putting yourself
true.
in the hands of a young unknown writer who'd
That
never
wasn't
done
the
anything.
case. The reason to do it was that Richard was writing it, along with Paul Mayhew Archer. But that was the reason to go to Richard's little cottage in that very little village and sit and talk about this job, which we did with the roses round the door. I remember doing that, and you telling me ideas that you had for it, and you told me about the woman that you've just mentioned that you saw at a wedding, and you thought that it was absolutely natural, and it wasn't church law even at that point. So it was edgy in that way. I thought,
only that way.
this
I mean,
is
it was
good.
very mainstream. I can see how, because you'd done Girls on Top. And
Yes.
So the idea of, it was a slightly odd choice, wasn't it, to do a really mainstream comedy. But then I think maybe I tried to reassure you that within those bounds, particularly like in Owen's character and things like that, that we might be able to at least have an anarchic edge to it.
Yeah.
And did you worry that you would be the still centre?
Yes.
And that everybody around you would
I
be
could
funny
see
and
that
you
this
wouldn't?
character was the sort of fulcrum for the whole thing. And I could see the jokes are much clearer in every other person. You know, you sort of think, oh yeah, that guy's that sort of funny, that girl's that sort of funny, that old lady's that kind of funny. And I thought, oh, surely I belong in one of these. I belong in one of these kind of satellite characters, not this main character who has to be, in essence, a decent person and has to reflect everything. What I didn't know at that point was that the main fun for me would be in witnessing all of that and having reactions to it and trying to lasso in all the crazy of those people. It doesn't mean that you can't be funny.
Yeah, I mean, I want to argue a bit with this idea of, it's in real life it's not true, but in sitcoms it may be, which is that good is very funny and good is the main. Most jokes in Britain are us trying to be nice in situations that are embarrassing, that we can't extract ourselves, trying to be nice to everybody all the time. And as it were, the definite... So I was really keen also to write a sitcom about a good person, because Blackadder was somebody who was shouted and was rude, and 40 Towers was my favourite, which is somebody who shouted and was rude, and all of that. And it's more the Paul Eddington problem of quite a nice person who's in tricky situations. And the Christmas episode would be the definitive demonstration of that. You're so nice, you get yourself in a situation where you've got to have 3 Christmas dinners. And I think the problem of being English is more to do with being nice than it is to being nasty.
Something like The Good Life, where you have Richard Briers and Felicity Kendall. They're fundamentally nice and good.
Yeah.
And they're very funny,
Yeah.
very funny indeed. But I guess you could say Penelope Keith, who is the exact opposite, might, from an actor's point of view,
Yes.
be the part you think,
Absolutely.
I'll have that one if I can,
Absolutely.
please. But why don't we, at this point, listen to Geraldine's arrival? Because if you had this misgiving that you were going to enter a world of funny people, I think you called them the mutants who lived in the village.
Yes.
And you would come in
That's a shame.
and be the straight and rather sensible one. I kind of think the first 2 minutes of Geraldine's arrival proves that isn't the case.
And just before we play it, can I say, I remember that this was something like 12 minutes into the episode. Episode 1 is a rather wonderful piece of construction where you start with inciting incident, old vicar dies, then you introduce everybody around the parish council, then you introduce everybody again at the drinks party, and you throw in the verger.
Yes, and we weren't sure, as we said, about Dawn. We wanted Miriam Margolyes, so the longer we could keep her out of...
Yeah.
Can I chip in yet another point before we listen to it, which is that
Stedman. I'm just trying to go through the whole list in my mind.
When the old vicar dies, there's a joke about who the new vicar will be and how old he will be. And I can't remember which character says, "Let's hope he's no older than the Rolling Stones," and it gets an enormous laugh. And I've checked this out. At the time, Mick Jagger was 48.
No.
So Mick Jagger was 48, and you were making jokes about him being unimaginably old.
Yeah.
How do we feel about that today?
Shall we listen to Dawn's arrival?
Hello, I'm Geraldine. Believe you're expecting me.
No, I'm expecting our new vicar. Unless, of course, you are the new vicar and they've landed us with a woman. Some sort of insane joke.
Oh, dear.
Oh, my God!
You were expecting a bloke, beard, Bible, bad breath.
Yes, that sort of thing.
Yeah. And instead you got a babe with a bobcat and a magnificent bosom.
So I see.
Well, don't worry. It'll be all right. You need a stiff drink. So do I. Come on, David. Hello. I'm Geraldine. Call me Jerry.
Delighted to meet you. I'm Hugo. Call me Hugo.
Right. Do you mind if I say that is a devastatingly smart tie, Hugo?
Is it?
Yes. Shall we go in there?
Ladies and gentlemen, your new vicar.
Hello? Geraldine.
How long did it take you to sort of bed her down, do you think?
Oh, goodness. No time at all, I guess. Really, once we were off and running, there was just no doubt about anything whatsoever to do with the character, for me, anyway. It was just, it felt like wearing a jacket that completely fitted me. That's what it felt like. As soon as I had allayed all those fears about not playing the comedy part, I was, completely happy.
And we had a real religious advisor, didn't we, in Joy Carroll?
We did, yeah. Who I'm still in touch with today. Right. Yeah, she's still a friend.
And was she important to you?
Very important. I mean, I think because when I was still needing to be convinced a bit about it, Richard recommended that I meet her. And I went down to her parish. It was in Croydon, I want to say, somewhere like that. And was able to ask her questions like, how much do you earn and how do you wear the dog collar and are you allowed to have a boyfriend and do you sleep with your boyfriend and do the parishioners know and what are your services like? And I went and watched her officiate at a funeral, actually. And at that very moment, I sat at the back in the church and just watched her. And she came down from the pulpit and took the hands of this very old man who'd lost his very old wife and just spoke to him very quietly. And it was in that instant that I knew that what Richard had told me was right, that, women are good at this,
But she was also just gorgeous as well, wasn't she?
Gorgeous.
Because we might have even thought, are they going to be sort of musty and bookish, who are these people? And she could have been a friend of either of us in any other context.
Definitely.
She was perky and cheeky and
rude
and all those things. So
and I think I remember you saying she had a drinks cabinet, which was...
Drinks problem, I thought you were going to say.
She had no problem with drinking. She absolutely knew how to drink.
She knew how to drink. Good.
One of the things I'm struck by in that clip is how straight away you get to one of the things that characterises Geraldine, which maybe is one of the most surprising things about her as a woman priest, is the sexuality. Was that in what you wrote, Richard, or did Dawn bring that to the character to say she's not going to, by putting on a dog collar, she's not going to disappear in a sense in that dimension? And of course, during the course of the series, multiple people propose marriage to Geraldine, and it's an absolutely constant thing.
Well, I don't know. I mean, it's quite. I'm was trying to think about what I think was the shape of the casting of the whole show, because I think we'd written the first episode when we cast it, and actually we did quite a lot of moulding of the characters around the people who we'd cast, and that's definitely true with Dawn. The character would have been completely different if it had been another actress. So I think all that stuff that you thought was fun and funny, I've got a feeling, because you did come and say, am I going to be funny? Let's work out how.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure it was in that conversation you said, can she be carnal and can she be obsessed by chocolate and can she get drunk and all these kind of things? Or as it were, we agreed that together.
Yeah.
So there's quite a lot of contribution by Dawn to even the fundamentals of who she was.
And were there any objections from people about drink and chocolate and sex?
Well, there were objections to a female priest, full stop.
There still were.
Yeah. That was odd. I certainly had mail that I'd never had before. Communications from people really angry.
We never argued the case in Dibley. We simply had it having happened. Like if you made something about a woman prime minister, as it were, years ago, you would have thought, no, that's fine.
Yeah. I mean, I definitely remember feeling that when I met Joy, I thought I should play this character as close to me as possible. That's what I thought, because look at Joy. That, as you say, she would be my mate, she would be my friend.
Dawn, was it a different working method for you, coming from a comedy background first and foremost, having made lots of French and Saunders, and then you are surrounded in this cast mainly by actors? Did that mean that they, at an extreme as it were, they just read their lines, whereas you wanted to improvise and you wanted to do all that you were used to doing?
Well, I didn't really want to improvise much because the scripts were very full and right. So, we did a little bit of that. There were occasions on the night when Richard would come in and say, I've just thought of something else. And I suppose that because I come from a background of improvising, certainly with Jennifer, that wouldn't faze me so much, as it was sometimes a problem with other members of the cast who liked to learn it, rehearse it and do it, because they weren't actors who particularly were used to that, although some were. Actually,
yeah, I mean, I think that, the process is have a read through, talk about it then.
Yeah.
And Dawn would have lots of things where she'd say, not funny, not funny, not funny, not funny. And that would not necessarily be the lines, just saying this is an opportunity to do something funny, not saying you've written a bad line. And then, again, we tried to make ourselves laugh in rehearsal. So all of Dawn's ability to make up funny stuff had a 6-day period to do that. I'm saying it wasn't only thinking we could replace a line here.
My memory is that you would occasionally take away scenes and rewrite overnight and then bring them in the next day.
Definitely. And Paul Mayhew Archer was given the job of gagging things up, or you just said 3 more gags in this speech, please, if you can. I do remember you with your head in your hands sometimes saying things to me like, when will this ever end? When I was trying to give you suggestions for things, but there were moments where you just had enough.
Don't spoil Mike, because I've romanticised the whole thing as being a wonderful and happy experience with lots of
and even that
toast and laughter.
Yeah, but you're like my brother that I was allowed to punish and torture a little bit.
I think that about life. When I wake up in the morning, I think, when will this end? Literally can't wait for it to be over.
Richard, to that point about we need more gags, this was an era where if you were making a sitcom, you undoubtedly made it in front of an audience. So this was made in front of a live audience. But you'd been making 4 Weddings and a Funeral, where you don't have the audience laughter track to reassure you that this scene is funny when you're watching it for the 18th time in the edit. Did you find that having made a film, which is challenging for those reasons, it was quite, in a sense, comforting to come back into the world of sitcom where you get the response as you film it?
Yeah, I mean, they are so hugely different. I remember a person who works in film of mine coming to see a recording of Blackadder, and we did it in the, allocated 2 hours, and he said, "You must be joking, that's it?" That's literally, you're going to get half an hour out of entertainment, out of 2 hours of sort of filming. And that is an astonishing joy in comparison to the endlessness of the movie-making process, where it's 5 minutes a day. So that was a great joy. I mean, the only thing I'd say about movies is that you do all that work, and then, strangely enough, the test screenings are exposing it to the same thing that a sitcom is exposed to when you do it in front of an audience.
But you waited a lot longer.
You waited.
before
Oh,
you-
yeah.
The audience are your immediate editor, really, aren't they? Immediate. Although I would also say, when it comes to filming and working in front of an audience, that Vicar had both, because we would, of course, film things on, you know.
Yes. Film inserts.
Yes, we
Have
would-
you done any films? Sorry, I'm just...
Yes.
I mean, the filming stuff, by the way, that was the filming stuff, which, as it were, could have been like movies, a slightly more frigid process. It was amazing because we were filming in a little village which was suspiciously like in Turville, suspiciously like the village we were in. And I seem to remember it all had the flavour of real life, of
It does,
you
but of
wandering
course you
around.
don't have the laughs.
You don't have
the audience there,
Yeah.
and so sometimes you slightly mistime things.
Yeah.
Or it feels that, the joke belongs quietly to yourself, and you move on very quickly.
Yeah.
Whereas, of course, when you play it to the audience, there's a big laugh. So now they're laughing over the next line. So the editing is very important, and the difference between the outside broadcast stuff and the studio stuff can sometimes be very clunky. But somehow in Vicar, it all came together well. Yeah.
And we had a funeral in the first series, didn't we? The funeral of a hamster, I seem to remember.
Oh, we did. We buried a hamster in the back garden. Gosh, I can't even remember what episode that
No, I
was.
mean, I haven't actually seen the show, but there was there was, yes.
So we got the funeral in quite early,
yes.
and I'd always thought you wrote weddings over and over again, really, in order to have an audience there. You've got the congregation in the wedding, so you get the
that's
last
true.
Well, I think
wedding.
we need to pick you up on this, Richard, because you were writing 4 weddings and a funeral at roughly the same time you were writing Vicar of Dibley, which has multiple proposals, weddings, things going wrong in the church and so on. Were you conscious that you were
He's obsessed with vicars.
staking out this territory?
It is so peculiar that, I mean, because we're not over. I mean, 4 weddings because I wrote because I've been to 72 weddings in 5 years, as you do at that sort of age. But I'm not a particularly ecclesiastical person or anything. But I suppose I have spotted over the years that one trope of comedy is to take a place where things are meant to be formal and then misbehave. So, I mean, the most I've ever laughed was during my teens at Ruth Gimlet's voice during the Christmas service up in Warrington. So I think I just spotted that, and as it were, I didn't want to write about what are the other formal places, sort of university
this
lectures
is a perfect
or
tight
something
atmosphere,
like
isn't it?
it's a perfect atmosphere for that. But I am perplexed by the number of weddings in my work, particularly for someone who's unmarried.
And what's great is you manage to come up with new gags. I mean, the wonderful gag when Alice gets married, of getting the person who's getting married one step ahead.
Well, that was definitely...
inability to understand the words
Yeah.
repeat after me.
Repeat after me. I, Alice Springs Tinker,
Take thee, Hugo Horton,
take thee, Hugo Horton,
to be my lawful wedded husband.
to be my lawful wedded husband, to have and to hold.
To have and to hold,
From this day forward,
for richer, for poorer,
for better, for worse, till death us do part. Amen.
in sickness and in health.
Yes, and that too.
Yeah, that was definitely written by Paul, that bit, and I remember the joy of that. And of course, that is one of the great things of comedy, which we all know, which is, strangely, the tighter the limit you set yourself. If you say we're just going to have a man and a fridge, you can then think of lots of jokes. Whereas if you say put a man in a house, oddly enough, it's sometimes harder. So, I don't know how many more weddings I've got in me, to be honest.
To the point we were just discussing, that's shot on location. That's not in the studio, but that plays in brilliantly to the studio audience.
And it should be said, the joy of the location was that was filmed in the Dibley church. Dibley, it should be revealed, although we swore the vicar to secrecy when we were actually filming it, is Turville, which is near High Wycombe. And it had all the things we needed. It had a sort of school hall parish meeting place, although obviously the interior was in the studio. It had the church, it had the place, the vicarage.
It had a windmill.
I mean, the thing that reminds me of, which is the sort of big sweep of things, is that is the fact that's a sketch. And one of the things I'm sort of observe about my own career is I went from writing sketches to writing sitcoms, which include sketches, to writing movies, which include sketches, really. I mean, Four Weddings is like loosely knitted together 10 sketches, and include all the plotting skills that you really get from sitcoms, where the plot is such a joy. And that used to be, as it were, the structure of a British comedy career. And I think that's one of the things I do love about traditional sitcoms, when you get into a situation which, as it were, is perfectly constructed in order to deliver 2 minutes of something that is as funny as any sketch that you could ever.
Well, the icing on that cake
write.
Is that the characters also
Yeah.
were the thing that you
so
could
you get
enjoy.
sketch times 2.
And we should say we were absolutely blessed with actors. I mean, we were blessed with the people who
Blimey,
played
yes.
the weird and extraordinary people who sat around the village.
I mean, I can't remember if it came after Four Weddings, but if it did, I'd learned so much about the obsessive casting of Mike Newell. So it took us week upon week upon week. We'd see 10 actors for 3-line parts. And I think that there'd been possibly a bit of a tradition in British sitcom to cast some friends. You know, you would, on the whole, go to people you already knew, and sometimes go for more comedians than actors with comic capacity. And so we did take the casting of this hugely seriously, in the knowledge that that would be eventually of great benefit to us.
That completely paid off, especially with Emma, actually, I would say, who didn't play this character as just a simpleton. She did much more besides. She played it as someone a little bit other, who just thought about the world in a different way.
Yeah, and with an immense heart and immense goodness and
completely
all of that
authentic.
Stuff.
I know an Emma scene we all loved with Alice's baffling attempts to explain to Geraldine her concern about the provenance of her favourite butter.
You know that stuff that they're selling now at the local shop?
Which stuff?
I can't believe it's not butter.
Oh, yes.
Well, you know, I can't believe it's not butter.
Yeah, well, I believe that is the idea, yeah.
Then yesterday, I went to Crookenden and I bought this other stuff, like a sort of home brand, you know.
Yes.
And, you know, I can't believe it's not butter.
I'm losing you now.
All right. Well, you know I can't believe it's not butter.
Yeah, you think it is butter.
No, I mean, you know the stuff that I can't believe is not butter is called I can't believe it's not butter.
Probably, yeah.
Well, I can't believe the stuff that is not I can't believe it's not butter is not I can't believe it's not butter. And I can't believe that both I can't believe it's not butter and the stuff that I can't believe is not I can't believe it's not butter are both in fact not butter. And I believe they both might be butter.
The most difficult part I seem to remember casting was David. that we saw Gary early on in the casting process, then saw lots and lots of other people, and then went back and thought, no, doing this sort of comedy is a very particular skill, and you need somebody who's got it.
Yeah, no, that was, but all casting is tricky. But I do remember there, he also, I think we knew that a sort of unsuccessful romantic subtext exist there, so he had to be of a particular texture, and then also he had to be a sort of traditional British stiff, but you didn't want it to be the same sort of thing that you'd slightly seen before with too much anger in it and everything like that. Yeah, simple sitcom, but looking for a lot of layers in each of the characters.
And was your original idea that there would be, as it were, a war between Geraldine and David, or that he would soften over the course of the first series?
I think we knew you have to have both, because otherwise it would have run out after 6 episodes.
Yes.
And was it always the intention that most of them would fall in love with Geraldine, mostly propose marriage to her, and mostly want to sleep with her as well?
Does Alice ever propose marriage to you? I bet she does at some point.
I don't think she did.
No, I don't think that was
she
her
did
intention.
hump me quite a lot. That was true. She did.
It's what they call the Friends problem, isn't it? Where in the end, everybody in Friends had to go out with everybody else just because they had to string the whole thing out. So, I think we only realised that joke was coming later.
Well, the only other main member of the cast who sort of came on to Geraldine was Roger Lloyd Pack's character.
Yeah.
Owen, yeah. So I don't think anyone else
Didn't Trev ever get frisky with you?
I thought
Trev
did.
But Trev was frisky with a goat.
Yeah.
So he was just being frisky with everybody, and I was somewhere on that.
No, he's frisky with the sheep, doesn't he, at one point?
Well, that might have been Roger.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
But between those two characters, Owen with Owen and Jim, you also get you get some smut in this show, which again sits.
Dawn insisted on that.
Exactly, if you think this is a lovely, lovely bucolic world of this pretty little village, a question to you, maybe John. Did Vicar of Dibley play pre-Watershed?
We wanted it to play pre-Watershed, but the then controller of BBC One, who wasn't you.
They're usually idiots.
Actually, it could have been John Burt. We had rows with it.
Because of what? Language and content?
Yeah,
and all that
because
stuff.
of Jim going out with ladyboys from Bangkok.
Well, that was a big learning curve for me, which was that, if
You've
I
never heard of
initially had a
ladyboys?
worry about Vicar being a bit cosy or being not edgy enough or whatever I hoped it might be more of, my fears about it, were allayed really when I saw the kind of things we were able to say. And I think it was exactly because it kind of fooled you into thinking this was such a lovely, green, great big wrapped up in a bow of lovely, decent, kind people. It looked pretty, these are innocent, harmless characters. So how could they possibly offend you? And then suddenly we get bestiality jokes.
Yeah.
Right, bang, slap on the table. And it's almost like
I would like to point out there is not
people.
bestiality bang on the table.
Virtually.
Well, let's listen to a clip that shows that within Vicar of Dibley there are levels of smut that
we can be proud of.
Now, since this is an experimental play, I'd like to use some of the rehearsal methods from Brooke's early productions.
Brooke Shields.
No, Peter Brooke. He was a director at the Royal Shakespeare Company.
I wouldn't mind being directed by Brooke Shields. This way to the bedroom, Jim.
Do shut up, Jim.
Andre Agassi, get out of that bed, you lazy sod. I've got Jim Trot here.
Can we get on, Vicar? I've got a meeting in April.
Sorry, I'll get carried away. It's been a very long life with very little sexual experimentation.
worth saying that in that clip, Jim is in fact dressed in a woman's tennis outfit.
Why? Yeah, why? I can't remember why.
I mean,
But I'm glad he
Jim
was.
is a character who is not very far from sort of being locked up, isn't he? And you see a glimpse of
There's
it
one
there.
in every village.
But completely lovable at the same time.
I mean, my memory of the key thing to comedy is that it makes you laugh yourself. My memory is that we laughed a lot while we were making this show, and probably laughed most at Owen and Jim, as it were, Roger and Trevor. I can never remember the characters' names. For me, the Vicar of Dibley was a woman called Dawn. But I think we relished pushing the boundaries. And it was so delicious that, as it were, you, John, and the BBC didn't think there was an issue there, weren't trying. I mean, it was a sign of the times, weren't trying to squeeze it back into an old...
Did you ever feel that you had to be careful about religion? That you had to be careful about, God and Jesus?
Well, I've had quite an argumentative attitude to religion because I'm profoundly in favour of everything that Jesus said, and I feel it's been messed around with by formal religion. So the answer is sort of almost on principle no, because I think if your heart's in the right place and Geraldine's heart was in the right place, you are allowed to say what you like and have fun with it and fool around and all that kind of stuff. So I don't think we took that. I don't think we had, what will the Archbishop think, as one of our monitors.
It's a very British thing to allow the basic religion of this country to be laughed at. Yeah, and I think that's massively healthy.
Yes.
Do you think there's any significance in the smut and the sort of filth comes from slightly older characters here, from Jim and from Owen?
Oh, yes.
and the young characters, Hugo and Alice in particular, they are the sweetest, most innocent
Quite
characters.
prim.
Of that. Do you know
Have
what I
to
mean?
be persuaded to kiss.
You might expect the scene in which they are forced by Geraldine to kiss is sort of the opposite of the notion of young people being altogether, less inhibited than older people. You sort of turn that on its head in a weird way.
Never even thought of that. I think that's true. And as it were, young people who outrage older people is possibly a less fun joke than old people who outrage younger people.
Exactly.
It has, of course, given us a problem, which is that the show has a particular life, doesn't it? Because older actors tend to stop working.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, the phrase "falling like flies" obviously leads to
I know,
mind.
it's such a sad thing when I look at these
I know, but
clips now.
it's a sad thing. But obviously, there have been really sad things here.
Yeah.
But there were older members of the cast, and then you think, would I have spent time with such fun old people in any other context? I don't know that I've ever had, apart from, as it were, my parents, any old friends. Life doesn't encourage you to hang out with 65-year-old people, as it were. So that was a real
and we're calling that old now.
Human job.
So we're shifting our
thing.
We were much
John,
younger.
how old are you? I mean, you were...
There's maybe a thing that's worth talking about there, which is that you ultimately made 30 episodes of The Vicar of Dibley. Were you aware of not wanting to sort of, I don't know what you would say, milk it, or did you have many other commitments that you wanted to do? Were the BBC on your back saying, please, can we have another
the BBC
6 or 8 every year?
And I remember that when it started, Richard, you wanted it sort of to be a team-written thing. You wanted to sort of set out the village, as it were, set out the map of who the characters are and what happens, and then let other writers take over. But we could never find anybody good enough to take over.
Also, I don't know about that. I mean, Paul, who I wrote most of them with, was absolutely brilliant.
Yeah.
Also, Dawn was having none of it. That's my memory. I mean, I think in the end, we all agreed the deal was that it was a sort of family show and that I'd always be there. And you were, as far as I remember, you didn't want to do a sort of mechanised
Definitely
thing,
not.
did you?
No.
Yeah.
And also, really, 6 a year was that was a big quota. That was what every show
But we
did,
only
wasn't it?
ever
6 a
did
year.
one series of 6.
Yeah, but then we were
Is that
doing...
really? Can you remember the pattern, John?
Well, I can't remember
I think
it, but
it's
I looked
most
it up.
unusual pattern in that. No, but do you see what I mean? In other words, even if you restricted each series to 6, many sitcoms did 5, 6 series of 6, but the Vicar of Dibley never even did that.
Yeah, but we were doing specials, and some of those specials were 4 episodes in a special, so that felt a bit like a series.
Yeah.
We were also doing comic relief sketches that were Vicar of Dibley, so it felt like it was in our lives for I don't know,
Well, it's
12
20 years.
years
No,
or
it's
something.
20 years.
20 years. Oh,
It's a
is
two-
it?
Yeah, I
two-
mean,
yeah.
you know, it does take you back, and I'm sure that's still the case. But TV did not seem to be a business when we started in anything like the same way, and certainly, you know, I got paid a lot less for doing the Vicar of Dibley than I did for writing films. And what was delicious is that there was the discretion to have it without you feeling you were being bullied by the need to do it. And that did also mean we only did them when we had some ideas.
Yeah, well, like, you know, I think that the reason it remains in my mind as a happy family of people is because we didn't over-egg it. And we prized it when we had the chance to be together. I definitely didn't want to do it without you there because weirdly, you know, well, not weirdly, we became very good friends, I think, especially around this project we did. And one of the reasons to do that, and it's the same reason that I work with Jennifer, is to see your chum. Yeah. You know, why would I want to go and do that job without you being there? And why would there be a great big writer's room where it would be frantic and strange and not the way I was used to working? Why wouldn't you have your friendships right there?
So in the American tradition, we're thoroughly used to the idea of a writer's room, and you could call it mechanized, and there are, 500 episodes of Friends. They're incredibly well written, but you sort of haven't a clue who wrote them, and it means nothing to you, in a sense. Why are we fundamentally different in the UK?
The question you're asking, Peter, is a big, fundamental, interesting, weird question, why that hasn't happened. And I think it does show that you build up traditions, because I can see a version of the Vicar of Dibley, if as it were, Dawn had been happy to do it, where someone would have got the jokes and we would be able to do that. But people have always tried to do it, but there aren't people who've done it before. There aren't writers who've done that before. Everyone's been saying for 30 years, can't we try and take our products? But the way they occur, is it where you couldn't do it with Miranda? It'd be very odd to do it with Mrs. Brown's Boys because things come from such a personal place. It's genuinely a huge cultural gap with a lack of experience in how it's done.
Armando will be the person who is the bridge into that, I think.
I wonder whether lurking in the background is another issue, which is a commercial issue here, which the BBC doesn't behave like an American network. And an American network would say, we've got a massive hit here. We therefore need to pin Dawn French down to make 22 episodes a year for the next 5 years. Here's an enormous check, Dawn, and you will, as it were, sign it. It's like Hugh Laurie going to America to do House. There was no arguing with the fact that the network says this is how many episodes a year we need and this is what you will do. The BBC doesn't behave like that, but then it doesn't need to. Because
it's also not the BBC, because there aren't 50, there aren't 100 episodes of the IT Crowd or of Peep Show. It's just it's a real cultural
No,
but I think you could argue that the BBC sets that cultural tone, and its commercial rivals. I actually remember a meeting at ITV, maybe in the 90s, around this time, when the then head of television at ITV declared that he was going to make ITV conform to the American model.
But then it didn't succeed.
And he didn't succeed because the talent wouldn't have it, because they wouldn't go to ITV if they had to do that, because there were the BBC and Channel 4, which behaves very similarly to the BBC, saying, no, you can do it like this, you can do it. And I certainly feel, I'm trying to remember when I became, for a brief period, the controller of BBC One, when Vicar of Dibley, you were still doing Christmas specials. I suppose I could have rung you up and said, please, can we have a series of 12 or whatever? But I didn't even bother because I knew what the answer would be. No, I'm serious. I felt I'm lucky that I was
Can
still...
we say fuck on Radio 4? I can't remember.
You just told me to fuck off. Is that what you're basically saying?
I'm just saying. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So I felt, well, I'm lucky to have a Vicar of Dibley Christmas special. It'll be lovely and it'll get an audience.
I think it's just a massive fear of the quality not being as good if there was as
Yes, though the mechanised system of the Americans does drive a consistent...
It does, but I would argue that all of episodes of Friends are not great. Not all of them.
It does feed back into the experience of what we went through, because I'm now I've actually been forced to remember the Vicar of Dibley because of doing this, and so many of my memories are not of rehearsal. Do you know? Or what they are is the table at the back with tea on it and biscuits on it and the breaks and, you know, Emma fooling around with everybody and us just talking about our own lives and that not being watched. And John, you were such a gorgeous producer in terms of just creating an atmosphere where there was laughter all the time outside the bounds of it, rather than we're in the middle of $1 billion enterprise, you guys should get down to it. And that has to have an effect on the atmosphere. And I think one of the abstract things about Dibley is it did make you feel well about the world, I think, probably.
Before each recording, there was a sort of dinner break in the... there was a sort of canteen area, and everybody sat down and had dinner together, and it was a warm, friendly thing.
It was.
And you wouldn't have known that people were about to go away and record a television series.
So the other things slightly too, which I after having we did Blackadder, and it was a really tough editorial, complicated process with so many comedians in the room and everything like that. And I would still hold that I can sort of spot that every 6, there are 2 which I think are good, there are 2 which I think are fine, and there are 2 which I think are not as good. And when I watch other people's sitcoms, I feel I can still sort of see that, which... because there's a sort of magic and you're just getting the perfect plot and the right thing happening. And I think that I find that relaxing in, you know, when you're making a movie, it's got to be the perfect version of that movie, only that one, to be released. Every moment's got to be right. There's a huge amount of money in it. But I seem to remember when I returned from the movies to Dibley, I kind of knew in my heart that we'll get a couple of episodes that are perfect or as good as we can get, but some of them will just be fine, and I found that relaxing. So you say, why isn't it tense? Why don't we have many unhappy memories? It may partly be because the standard you're setting yourself is not always 100%. It's not obsessive. It's not this has to be the best first scene of all time. This has to be the best that. You kind of know... it's more, you know, it's not dinner with royalty, it's dinner with your friends, as it were, in terms of class.
And also, I don't think we were ever thinking of it as good business.
No.
Yeah,
I still
think
now, if Vicar is repeated on terrestrial television and a cheque comes to me for Vicar, I am utterly delighted with it, in a way that I guess if you're Hugh Laurie and you make House and you get signed up for giant, huge amounts of it and whatever, you're going to expect that, or this is like a splendid moment.
Who was the best snog? I mean, you had quite a lot of men coming on at Jerry.
Yeah.
Who you had Peter Capaldi in the
this is you really shouldn't kiss and actually tell, should you?
No, you had Richard Armitage, who comes and proposes marriage to you, and
you mistake it for a wedding.
It's one of those beautifully written scenes where we, the audience, are ahead of the character.
It was sort of the death knell of the sitcom, wasn't it? Because after she gets married, it's a different proposition. It may be the married Vicar of Dibley, but it's probably not. It's probably the end.
Yeah, I think we knew that, didn't we?
Yeah, we did.
I think we knew that. So, although I'm just thinking how if Richard could have died quite quickly and you could have had a baby, that I think a vicar with a single mum vicar would have been funny. Perhaps that's next Christmas special.
Because they'll be having a baby anytime soon at age 62. No, you have me stuck in amber.
Forever young. That's right. I think we knew then by that time, though. I think
Why was that? Was it because you felt you'd rung all the changes that you...
I don't think that was it. I think that, I think my time was possibly getting very circumscribed. I can't remember what you were doing, Dawn, but I think we kind of knew.
Right, it just seemed right. And I remember talking to you about wanting to end it really with some proper joy and for Geraldine to have some happiness. And so, of course, marrying Richard Armitage is that. And I remember the wonderful moment, which I really worried about whether it would ruin everything, but it really didn't. And I think that was your instinct, that as she came out of the church at the end when she was married, off she went up into the sky.
Oh,
weirdly.
yes.
Do you remember that? She was
Yes.
walking and
Yes, that
suddenly...
song by The Feeling.
Yeah. It was just
was
all
weird.
her heart kind of moving upwards. It was wonderful.
But one of the things I'm kind of taking away from this is that although you last made a special only 4 or 5 years ago, this is really essentially from the 90s and the early 2000s, which is a slightly different era. And we've talked a bit about, television in the modern era has become more and more of a business, and more business-like. But oddly, this was, wrought in a different age where you weren't doing it, Richard, to make money. You'd gone into films. You weren't doing this as a big kind of career opportunity, and you kind of sense that all of you were coming to it for the thing itself.
Definitely.
And doing it. It's
Is that
also
true of
do
Dawn?
things.
Because didn't you go through a very lean batch? I remember
we're going
you.
to cover that in a future
I
episode.
remember Dawn babysitting for us at
Dawn
one
the
point and
Wilderness Years.
negotiating the rate.
Thank you.
But it should be said, certain amounts of luck occurred, like getting Kylie Minogue. I remember we got Kylie 2 days, something like 2 days before we were recording the filming. We were filming The Fate.
How much lucid, kind of cogent speech do you think Richard Curtis could make whilst he was in a room with Kylie Minogue?
Oh, that's very unfair and childish.
And what's the
Rest
answer?
my case.
Yeah. No,
None.
That's not fair.
None. Turned into a gibbering little tiny boy.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's so unfair.
That was exactly
not
how
true
you
either,
behaved
because
in
all
front of her.
Australian women remind me of my relatives, so I've never had a carnal thought in the direction of any
Oh,
Australian.
you're such a liar. Your nose is bashing the microphone.
What do you think it achieved?
Oh, I mean, yeah, what I was going to say about that is often when I look back at these things I did when I was young, I think that I just sort of think, God, how lucky I got into that situation. You don't think, oh, I was very clever to make that happen.
Yeah.
I just sort of think how lucky that you agreed
All
to
the
be
chemistry
in it, Dawn,
came
and all of
together.
those things happen. And Emma was, I would say, a genius, and that was absolutely extraordinary. So you say those things, but mainly they're not intentional. A whole bunch of things happen.
But I'd say it
what
also
it
made
achieved,
it a no-brainer that women should be...
oddly enough, wouldn't that be wonderful? And it was motivated at its very first instinct by the fact that this is mad and wrong and women should be in the church. And I think it would have been part of that victory. Is that...
normalised it
And
completely.
you were sort of adopted by the movement, weren't you, as a sort of
in a way.
figurehead?
I'm still asked if I will officiate at people's weddings and exorcisms.
And do you?
Yes, of course, yes. I did once do a gig that was very odd where I was asked to go and lead the prayers before supper. What's it called?
Grace.
The Grace. At the leaving do of a guy who was leaving British Airways. And they said to me, well, look, we're not allowed to pay you to do this, but we'll give you a couple of tickets for Concorde. And it was up the road from where I lived. So on one strange night, I took my Vicar of Dibley cassock, took the whole thing, all the gear, waited in a little tiny hotel room, putting it all on my own without makeup, producers, cameras, anything, and was in darkness, was ushered in to be opposite this chap who loved Vicar of Dibley.
Yeah.
The lights came up and I led the grace. And it was a strange moment where I thought, this is probably illegal, what I'm doing here. I'm pretending to be a priest. I'm not one. And this man is screaming at me, screaming that I'm there. And but I'm actually saying a prayer. This is not my right to do this.
I mean, I think we learned Dawn French will do anything for money.
Now, before we finish, talk about the end jokes. Where did they come from?
I wish I could remember the genesis, but that
I've got a feeling
does,
Emma Freud had something to do with it.
That does make
but
sense to me. I
I
love that. The thing I used to love most about Python was you never knew when it was ending. Do you remember it used to end,
Yeah.
and then there'd be another thing, and then there'd be another thing.
Yeah.
So I think it must have just occurred one day. One of the main things about it is great feats of memory, and always squeezed into the last 7 minutes of the recording. I just seem to remember real pressure on them.
Next to the audience.
Done next to the audience, with it being shown through the monitors. But there was never a time I wasn't glad we'd done them, because that was the thing. You always forgot it's coming, didn't you? I
that's right. Yeah,
no one ever
they were
thought it was
hard
there.
to learn for Emma, especially. They were hard.
It was also about the characters again, so that if it had just been jokes, that wouldn't have been the same thing. But
there were so many love stories in Dibley, and one of the strongest love stories was between me and Alice.
Yeah.
So that little moment of intimacy where it was, and in a way, as we know, if we love it if you repeat something, and what we're repeating is Alice doesn't get the joke until Alice does get the joke, at a most inopportune moment. But it was just a delight to do that, and the audience always loved it. So there's this nun, right, and she's having a bath. And a knock comes on the door.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, and she says, "Who is it?" And the reply comes, "It's the blind man. Can I come in?" And she thinks for a minute, and she says, "Yes, all right then, come in." So this chap comes in and says, "Nice tits. Where do you want me to hang the blind?"
what you can't see there is the perfectly measured gap before Alice suddenly gets the joke on her face, and then the way Geraldine's smile slowly fades as Alice over-enjoys the joke.
And it's a rare joke that you don't have to actually explain to her in words of one syllable. I have half a memory of you asking the crew for jokes. For that section.
I ran dry very quickly. I've always wondered whether that was why I do comedy, because I can't remember comedy. So I've got to write my own because I can't remember any jokes.
So the question we hope we've answered is, what's so funny about the Vicar of Dibley? And both our guests, Richard Curtis and Dawn French, have informed us, educated us, and entertained us hugely. Thank you.
And bless you for listening.
What's Funny About was an expectation production for BBC Radio 4 Extra. The producer was Owen Braben.
Hello and welcome to What's Funny About on Radio 4 Extra, hosted by me, Peter Fincham.
And me, John Plowman. This is a show all about television comedy. We try and talk to the writers, producers, performers behind some of Britain's biggest TV comedy hits. And we hear the inside story of how they brought their shows to the screen.
This week, I'm delighted to say we're joined by Armando Iannucci and Rebecca Front, BAFTA winners both, to talk about their wildly acclaimed and genre-defining political satire, The Thick of It.
The show lit up our screens for 8 years between 2004 and 2012, winning 5 BAFTAs in the process. It also gave us the Oscar-nominated In the Loop and an American reimagining of another hopeless politician in Veep. It also holds the record for the highest number of F words in a half hour, 147.
It's been said that the first rule of politics is that you're elected in poetry and governed in prose. And while that might be true, when it comes to judging promises made by politicians on the campaign trail, it's a rule that The Thick of It broke time and time again. Omni-shambles, marzipan dildo, about as funny as a blind toddler in a minefield. If that's not poetry, I don't know what it is.
So, Rebecca, Armando, thank you for both being here. We're delighted you've decided to come the fuck in and not fuck the fuck off.
And you said 147 F words. I mean, it was one word that used 140. It wasn't any F word.
No.
It was a very specific...
alliterative series.
Yes.
Just to be clear. And I gather no complaints from Ofcom or anybody else as a result.
No, there are occasional worries within the BBC, but strangely, when it went out, people watching at home thought, yeah, that probably sounds about right.
I remember watching it go out and thinking, why have I never done this in other shows? Well, how come you're allowed to do it?
Probably about 10 years before, when you were at the BBC, John, and I wrote to you on behalf of Armando, because in the first Knowing Me, Knowing You, we wanted Steve Coogan as Alan Partridge to say fuck off. And you came back and said, no, you can't say fuck off.
Yeah.
Really? And it was changed to up yours, which I have to say, delivered by Steve, was pretty funny.
No, fast forward, I think 10 years later to the first years of I'm Alan Partridge. And we were allowed to.
We were allowed to by then, were we?
Yes. When Dave Clifton is badgering Alan, teasing Alan about being caught on a security camera stealing a traffic cone.
But
and Alan says fuck.
And Alan, just a breakfast banter, says fuck off.
But as I understand it now, what you have to do is you have to put in a fuck request to the controller. You have to write a note saying, "Dear controller, can I have a fuck?" And mostly they say yes. But
yes.
Clearly you didn't have to do it with this.
Well, it's maybe, I think retrospectively we did. Somebody had to do a kind of fuck audit.
Yeah.
Because there's official paperwork that goes with these things. And I do remember one exchange where the minister accidentally... There's an email that goes around that has the word cunt in it. And we had to do a cunt versus fuck trade-off. And the email came back saying, fine, you can have one cunt if you can get the fuck ratio down from 94 per 5 minute to 84 per 5 minutes.
Now, can I jump onto a theme here that
Yes.
we were going to come to, and we can come to a bit later. But
I think a theme is already emerging.
I want to see if either of you agree with me that the thick of it exists during what might have been a high watermark period for profanity within the workplace. Rebecca, what do you feel about that? Nicola Murray is described as potty-mouthed, and she certainly is no shrinking violet when it comes to sort of bandying bad language around. Would she do it today?
Actually, Nicola Murray probably would do it today. I think you'd probably be expected to do it today slightly more as a woman. In fact, it was one of the things that really irritated me after my first series of it came out, when we were doing all the press for it, and lots of journalists, and it was, I think, almost always male journalists, would say things like, "Oh, there's quite a lot of swearing from you, and I've never heard you say those sort of words." And I just used to think, you're only saying that because I'm a woman, because there are so many other fucks in this show.
Yes,
and the only one that you seem to be commenting on is that I said it. And I know that Jo Scanlon had made a sort of character decision that her character would never swear, which was lovely and gave me then the license to sort of feel that Nicola could do that.
Did you have a favourite bit? A favourite bit of swearing?
Bit of sweariness. I can't remember offhand, actually. I do remember there being a couple of times when Armando came into the room and said, maybe sort of rein it back in. And I think that was partly because of your quota.
Yes.
But I suspect it was also because if I was in a big confrontation with Peter, then obviously you only want one person swearing repeatedly. It devalues it.
It's also a slightly artistic decision rhythmically. You've got to earn your fucks.
Yeah.
And I mean that in a very strict sense, not in any wider sense. And if they're flying around willy-nilly, it feels like I'm always worried that it might be have we turned lazy here? It's not so much the actual word itself; it's the phraseology we put around it. Really, it's like you said, "Come the fuck in" or "fuck the." It's the creativity with it.
Okay, let's go back a bit. How did it start? I seem to remember you were involved in a thing that championed Yes Minister.
That's right. There was remember the BBC went through a whole chain of Volt shows, the Big Read and the Big Arm or whatever.
Yes.
And this was the best British sitcom.
Yes.
And I was asked if I wanted to champion Yes Minister and that, and I made a documentary about it. Now, that first of all involved me rather nicely sitting down and watching every episode of Yes Minister and Yes Prime Minister, and I always loved that show.
Yeah.
But realising how timeless it was and how perfectly made it was and perfectly cast it was, but thinking that scenario doesn't quite work now. The civil servant hampering the minister is not the issue. It's the minders, the advisors, the SPADs, the special advisors that are getting in the way.
And the spin doctors.
And the spin doctors. And then it's number 10 trying to hamper the minister from doing anything that number 10 doesn't want. So I thought, wouldn't it be good to try and come up with a new version of Yes, Minister? And I actually met up with Anthony Jay and chatted to him about it.
And he gave it his blessing.
He gave it his blessing. And he was very... Because I said, maybe we should make the parties specific. We should say it's Labour and Conservative. And he said, no, don't do that, because there's something bigger here. There's something that transcends party. And we could see it. I mean, we made it at the height of Blair and media spin.
It
actually... Cameron then came along with something similar.
Exactly. It is sort of second half of New Labour and then beginning of coalition government.
Yeah.
I think it's fair to say, well, obviously it's true, there's no single mention of Brexit in the whole of the thick of it. I would say it's true. The word was invented during the 2016 referendum. We'd never used it before. But would it be fair to say that politics didn't have a big thing like that really mattered hanging over it? So they're able to get into this sort of navel-gazing bubble of petty squabbles over power. And even when you're leader of the opposition, Rebecca, you're not really addressing any earth-shattering issues for the country.
No,
it's rather the opposite.
Nothing's getting achieved.
Yes, I seem to remember your lunch with the Guardian was about wooden toys.
Wooden toys, yes, that was. Although that was never meant to be announced, it was made quite clear to Chris Addison's character. We were not ready to announce that policy.
Yes,
you are such a professional that you have inadvertently introduced our very first clip.
Here we go.
I think, as a rule, I will be very happy to come and talk policy.
Fantastic.
Well, that's great.
What's a trademark Nicola Murray policy?
Well, there's the wooden toys thing.
Brilliant.
Yeah, I mean, it really is. We're knocking about some ideas about plastics. I'm aware that my kids' toy box is full of plastic. And they have very few of the little wooden toys, that would have been traditionally played with by their forefathers and foremothers. It's a big family. And plastics sometimes contain carcinogens. So the first step, I think, is going to be probably trying to decarcinogenicize toys, mass decarcinogenocide. The simple message here would be, let's get back to wood. Simple wooden toys for simple people, children. It's very early days.
Is that the moment when, it's very funny, but is it the moment when we think, actually, maybe she's not up to it?
I think it may have been a moment when Armando thought I wasn't up to it, actually, because I don't remember getting through that speech once. We did about 8 takes, and I never got through it without laughing. Every single, and you can still hear in that one when I get to the end, when I nearly say "simple wooden toys for simple wooden people," you could just hear me sort of go, and simple. There's just a little sort of wobble. But yeah, I suppose yes, I suppose you're right, actually, in the sense, John, that all the things that have befallen her prior to that, because that's quite early on in my first series, have been done to her. So the I am bent thing is Malcolm manipulating the picture, and the loss of the immigration data wasn't her fault because she wasn't there when it happened. So that's the first point where you start to think, oh, God, no, she's really useless as well. I remember having a discussion very early on with you about what was going to make her the most funny, obviously, because we did, when I was brought in, we didn't have a name for her or anything, did we? And it was, we talked a lot, I think, about whether it was going to be funniest if she was inept, or whether it was going to be funniest if she was very ambitious, or all sorts of
It was a blend of both
things.
in the end, in that you had a big idea, which was social mobility.
Yeah. And I was inept
but
about
not
it.
Actually the
and that
not the actual ability.
No, to actually do it. But that, if you remember, came about as well because not the specific policy of the social mobility thing, because that was definitely you and the writers. But I remember shortly after I got the job, and you set me up with some people to do some research and so on, and so I read lots of stuff. But I also went out for lunch with somebody who my husband had worked with, who had worked as a sort of spin doctor. So Phil, my husband, got me in touch with this guy and said, right, he's up for talking to you, kind of off the record. So I took this guy out for lunch. And I explained what I was doing, and he gave me lots of useful pointers about, working in political life and working in spin and what would be expected, what kind of information would come down from Number 10. But all of that stuff you guys already knew because you'd already done 2 series at that point. And then right at the end of the lunch, I said to him, just one more thing. What would make a character like me, who's suddenly been elevated to being a minister, a nightmare for Malcolm? And at this point, I remember this guy was actually kind of putting his jacket on. He wasn't really... And so without thinking at all, he just said, oh, if she believes in stuff.
Yes.
And I remember ringing you afterwards and just going, oh, my God, that chilled me to the bone. It was just so awful.
Because that's something Malcolm cannot control.
Yeah.
Your inner...
Because Hugh Abbott didn't believe in
faith.
anything. And Peter Mannion doesn't really believe in anything. But Nicola did.
I just want to answer Peter's theory on the small policy idea pre-Brexit, because I think that's true. I think we got a lot of mileage out of the fact that actually a lot of, especially low down the rung ministers, try to make headlines out of tiny budgets and not very much. And it all started in the very first episode of The Thick of It. The minister, played by Chris Langham, Hugh Abbott, is on his way to make a big announcement at a school where he's summoned the nation's press. And then Malcolm Tucker rings him up and says, kill it. We don't have the money. We're not going ahead with it. And he says, I've summoned the press. And he says, well, just make something up. Just come up with a policy that costs nothing. You've got 45 minutes. And what we did in the car when he got this call, we thought, well, we've got 10 minutes to kill in the car. We've got a camera. And I said to James Smith, Chris Addison and Chris Langham, well, we'll keep rolling. Make something up. And we recorded them coming up with policies. Now, in the next 5 years, 3 of those policies became law because James came up with everyone has to have a proper bag and not a plastic one. Pet ASBOs was another one I think Chris Langham came up with. And then Chris Addison came up with National Spare Room Database, which soon became the bedroom.
The bedroom.
Yeah.
But surely wooden toys is ahead of its time.
Yes.
It's before we started demonising plastic. But she's right.
And I was then at a dinner. I think it was a Royal Television Society dinner, and I was opposite the culture secretary, who leaned over to me and said, I've been in the back of that car.
So go back to Malcolm. How was he created?
So Malcolm was... Well, having done my research in terms of, what is the makeup of a typical minister and their office, so someone, it soon became clear there was the minister, there was their very young advisor, there was their civil servant, their kind of director of communications, who was a sort of civil servant appointment. And then there was the enforcer, which is this word that sounds like Dementor, these nameless people who are sent out by Number 10 to sit on the ministers and tell them what they can say, who's going on the Today programme, what the line is, what they can't say, and so on. So speaking and learning about these enforcers, they were mostly male and quite aggressive. Not necessarily Scottish, but we came up with Malcolm Tucker, who I think Jesse Armstrong, who was writing on the pilot, I think is someone he played football with. So all his five-a-side football team are now legendary Thick of It characters. But the casting director Sarah Crowe said, "Oh, you must meet Peter Capaldi."
But normally he played much more quiet.
I know Peter, and he said to me afterwards he'd
character.
spent the last 15 years playing estate agents and supportive barristers.
Yeah.
And he actually said he was in a foul mood because he'd just come from another casting and he just was foul and was almost on the verge of giving it up and going to Spain. And then he looked at his schedule and thought, oh, who is this smart aleck Iannucci who wants me to be funny in front of him and improvise? Well, I'll show him. So he was already in a foul mood. And he came in and I said to him, here's the script, but let's slightly improvise it. I'll be the minister. You try and persuade me to resign. I'll resist. And then once I've resisted, could you just turn on me? And he did, and it was very scary. And I just thought, there's Malcolm Tucker.
It was as if his face had spent a whole lifetime waiting for an opportunity to use his eyebrows in the way that he does, and the extraordinary contortions of his face.
But he is such a benign presence, Peter, in real life.
Yeah.
How does it feel being on the receiving end of Malcolm?
Well, my first experience of that was when I came in to do a bit of, I think you just said come in and meet the writers. I wasn't expecting to do any improv, but I noticed a camera in the room and thought, oh, hello. I've seen one of those before. And Peter was there, and I think Chris Addison was there. And we just sort of had a very nice chat. And I'd never met Peter before and was struck by, because I'd only ever seen him in, I mean, I'd seen him in other stuff, but I'd seen him as Malcolm, was struck by how incredibly benign and lovely and engaging he is. He's a charming, charming man. And then I remember you saying, just sort of let's see what happens when she first meets Malcolm. So we did a quick bit of improv and he immediately went into Malcolm mode and started shouting at me. And at that point, I do remember thinking, OK, this is really, if this was a real situation, this would be incredibly intimidating. And then the other bit of my brain that was thinking, yes, but how do we make this funny? I thought, well, actually, if I'm cowed by this in the way that probably Rebecca, actually would be, I might well just kind of think, OK, I'm just not going to say anything that will upset this guy because he's clearly got a screw loose and I just don't want to get into that. I thought, well, that's not funny because then it's just a woman being bullied by a much bigger man. There's nothing remotely funny about that. Whereas if she tries to stand up to him, then it might get funny. And Peter obviously came to the same conclusion very quickly because the minute I did stand up to him, we suddenly were in this thing of squaring off, and that really was the pattern that carried on right the way through then. It's that Nicola will not back down at all. So she gets told by him, you have to choose between your daughter and your husband very early on. And she just kind of listens to it and takes it on board. And then the minute he leaves the room, she runs after him and goes, hey, we're carrying on with this.
I think we have this compilation of Malcolm on the offensive.
Oh, you look a bit tired.
Yeah, you look incompetent.
Do you know, Malcolm, the best way to cure a paper jam?
I don't know. Kill a kid an hour until it sorts itself out.
Department of Social Affairs, Department of fucking shocking, shitty, charlatan, shit. That's where feet off the furniture, you Oxbridge twat. You're known a punt now.
It's a fucking lockdown right now.
Come off it. We're not in a prison drama, are we?
We are in a prison drama. This is the fucking Shawshank Redemption, right? But with more tunnelling through shit and no fucking redemption. You are now being scrutinised for what you wear, what you say. For your hair, your shoes, your fucking earrings, your fucking cleavage and your dress, which, by the way, is way too loud.
Too loud?
Yeah, I'm getting fucking tinnitus here.
You had, I know this, and most of the world knows this, you had a swearing advisor, didn't you? You had a guy
this
who's...
has become myth. I mean, this is Ian Martin.
Is it not? OK.
He was... he just did this funny website that was like a parody of Hansard, the House of Commons transcription service, and it was very, very sweary, but also very, very funny. And I got in touch with him and just said, do you write other than this? And we sent him the very first script, and I said, just do anything with it. We'll carry on filming. And Ian's little amendments came down, and I remember they always came out in red, so it was very easy to spot where he'd added stuff. So he's as useless as a marzipan dildo, which is about one of the very opening line of the opening episode. And he was very good at Malcolm's swearing. So I think just over the weeks and months, it became transmogrified the way the media likes to season these stories as our swearing consultant.
Yeah.
But can I ask about the writing process? Because it's the normal thing to say in the UK that writing rooms don't work. But you constructed a writing room to enormous effect, and you did it in the thick of it, and you've done in lots of other things that you've done. And then, of course, you involve performers who are themselves used to writing and used to contributing lines. And I'm interested to know, kind of maybe from both points of view, what was that process like? And is it unique to your way of working?
Well, I don't know if it's unique, but... I've always admired filmmakers like Ken Loach and Robert Altman, who seem to get what feels like natural dialogue and natural performance going, whereas in fact they're working from what was originally a script. And it's a kind of a sleight of hand, really, in that a lot of work goes into the writing. But then, as director, my key job is to then not make it feel like this has been written and learnt that actually this is genuinely coming out of the mouths of the characters. And the writing room, I mean, the American writing room is a much slicker system. It is literally lots of writers in a room, and they maybe actually project the line of the script up on the wall, and they'll go round the room asking for alternatives to that line, and then the showrunner will pick the best one. So it's slightly kind of a bit more competitive, and this is just trying to get to something a bit more organic. So we'd have 7 or 8 writers working on the show. Each one would be in charge of an episode, but everyone else is allowed to pile in, and I'd ask everyone to write their episode very quickly, so they're not worrying too much about the phrasing of this set. And then we all swap, and then we'll swap again, and then we'll do a table read, and then we'll improvise around or workshop the scenes, because a lot of the comedy is actually to do with just the atmosphere in the room, the looks people are giving, you know, what actually would be funnier because it would be more natural to happen at that moment that maybe we haven't really thought about in the script, and play around with that. But the writers are always there so they can feed that back into the script, and then always on set have the writers. I always say to our first ADs and the production team, treat the writer like a member of the cast, i.e. get them in on time, have them have a car to bring them in, have them a place where they can quietly go and rewrite, and because they're always there. So if we hit a problem, there's always a writer there.
And Rebecca, Amanda's describing the writers on set. Do they feel like a supportive presence, or do they feel like, as Amanda was describing in America, almost a competitive presence?
No, it always felt supportive. I mean, of course, I came to it having worked with Armando a lot before, so I'd done a lot of very, much more conventional TV comedy stuff where you're sent the script and you learn the script and you turn up and you do it, and TV drama similarly. But when I'd worked with Armando, I'd always been expected to improvise and also just kind of loosen stuff up and try to make things sound very spontaneous and very natural. So I knew when I signed up for it that it was going to be that sort of style. And obviously I'd seen the first 2 series and loved it. So I knew what the style was. I think the system was slightly more finessed probably than I remember it being from the day-to-day, for example, where with the day-to-day you and Chris would come in with kind of a headline of an idea for a sketch, and then we'd improvise for ages and ages, and then that would be transcribed. And so it was slightly more, it was just the emphasis was slightly different. And what we would do in the rehearsals for Thick of It was that we'd have a table read, not knowing anything usually about what that week's episode was going to be about. And then the scripts were taken away from us. So somebody would walk around the room and take those scripts off you. And then we'd improvise just from what we could remember. So you're really... Wow. And that becomes it sounds terrifying, but funnily enough, it's actually very relaxing because you can't be brilliant in that scenario. Of course you can't, because you don't really know what you're doing. So it then becomes not improvising in a sort of whose line is it anyway, who can come up with the punchline way, but improvising in a sort of playing when you're a kid way, where you just kind of go, okay, you're the boss and I'm the one who's going to get into trouble because I always say naughty things. And so it becomes a much more sort of relaxing, childlike environment. And in that environment, having all these writers sitting around the room with their laptops in front of them, they're focused on the funniest bits. They're just focused on how we can finesse that, and so there's always a little bit in your brain that's saying, "Oh, this will make Armando laugh." I mean, I'd be lying if I didn't say that. Sometimes there's a bit where I overreact to something in the episode set in the conference, and I remember thinking I'm really going to push this, and then grabbing a cushion and jumping on it, thinking this will make Armando laugh.
Did you have political advisors? Did you have people who said, actually, it's not like that?
Yes, not on set, but in advance of each series, actually, and especially the early for the pilot. And in fact, I think for the first couple of rehearsals in the first series, we got them in to talk to the cast as well. I can't remember if we did.
Yeah, I met a couple of them
as well.
Who
were they?
Yeah.
It was everyone. I mean, there was political journalists like Matthew Paris I spoke to, and Daniel Finkelstein,
Martin Sixsmith.
He was actually right throughout the whole run of the
credit.
Yes,
somebody told me Michael Gove at one point.
Michael Gove, I chatted to, but Michael Gove was more, he was a researcher in Panorama, I think, when we were doing the Friday Night Armistice. Very indiscreet, would slip us all sorts of gossip.
Juicy things.
Really?
Yes. But you were on top of that, John, weren't you?
I was.
Yes.
I just want to pick up on the arrival of Peter Mannion, played brilliantly by Roger Allen.
Yes. Oh, wonderful.
And it was presumably a deliberate decision after the first two series with Hugh Abbott as the central character to make the gender switch and to bring in Rebecca as Nicola Murray. And then you have this opposition with Peter Mannion, and it feels to me at that point that what you might call gender politics is more a part of the show than it once was in the early days, because Peter Mannion represents a particular sort of very self-confident to the point of smug, oily male figure who is especially...
Am I allowed to say Ken Clark?
Well, Ken Clark's turned a bit lovable in his old age, but
well,
I mean, we're taking Peter Mannion to be a Tory, and Nicola Murray to be New Labour. You never say it, but we take it to that.
The number of New Labour ministers who thought it was them.
Oh yeah.
Who thought Nicola Murray was them?
Yeah.
Who? Come on, get name names.
Harriet Harman.
Oh, quite a few actually. I can't think now. Yeah, loads of them because I met several on various.
Because usually
current
when you
affairs
do
things.
satire, the people who think it's not them are the people who actually it is, as it were, if that makes sense.
And the one thing we haven't done is try to do anything. No one person is like that person.
No, I know.
So Malcolm isn't.
Alistair Campbell. No, I know.
He's an amalgam.
Well, what I always said, and it's genuinely true, I think, to those female cabinet ministers and ex-cabinet ministers who said, "Is it based on me?" Was no. I think genuinely in my memory, it was based on. Because I remember you asking me about this, what I would have been like had I, because I was interested in politics in the sixth form, and I remember it crossing my mind to maybe go into politics.
You were lost to political life, Rebecca.
What would you be
like Nicola Murray?
Yes,
you should have run for office.
Thank God I didn't do it. But yeah, I think that was what we talked about a lot, wasn't it? Was what would you have been like?
But
that's the kind of mess I would have been.
He based Malcolm on some LA agents.
Oh, that I believe.
That I believe.
I've seen them in action.
Yeah.
But completely extraordinary that if you were whoever, let's say Harriet Harman, that you should want to think that Nicola Murray, who is, let's be honest, pretty incompetent.
I didn't get the feeling they wanted to think.
I
think
they
what
wanted
tended
the
to
accolade
happen.
of saying she's based on me.
Well, I think it's more that it was a sort of anxious thing, actually, because I think what tends to happen, actually, is that slightly sort of lazy journalists will say when a female cabinet minister has a bad day, oh, it's a Nicola Murray moment.
Yeah.
So then you're left thinking, oh, is that me? Is that why they based
Plus,
that
also,
character
they
on
must start suspecting are members of my staff passing on secrets to the writers. You know,
I'm sure.
And were they?
Occasional email would come through. Yeah,
Oh, really?
Another thing I wanted to ask about the characters in the thick of it generally. If they represent, as I think they do, New Labour and then coalition Tory government, have they all been swept into the dustbin of history by now? I sort of think they have. In 2020, would any of them have still thriving political careers?
That's such an interesting question, because I sort of feel as though if we assume that Nicola's party was Labour...
But very much New Labour.
Exactly.
Yes.
So where would Nicola be in a Corbyn Labour? And I kind of feel as though she might be just hanging on, keeping her head below the radar. One of those people who's just kind of in the background looking a little bit woeful, you know, if she has to meet a member of the Jewish community. You know,
Yes.
Nothing to do with
And
me, but, you know,
could
still my
Peter
leader.
Mannion work for Boris? I suppose he shares with Boris a sort of, dare I say it, a shallowness of being interested in anything other than his own career.
No, I always found Peter Mannion had a little bit of a soul to him.
Yeah.
Yes, I always like him as a character.
I suspect Peter Mannion, you know, come the Brexit thing, would have said, no, I'm going to vote against my own government. I'd never thought I've been in this party for 30 years, expecting to be cast aside in the list of, you know, Boris expelling 12 MPs, you know, from the party, and him not being on that list.
Because they didn't notice. Just nobody cared.
So him being stuck in a party that he doesn't feel is his, but now no longer being able to walk out of it.
It does feel like everybody's just on the edge of a cliff, doesn't it?
Yes.
And is that how genuine politics feels?
Well, it's that they work themselves into a daily ulcer.
Yeah.
And you just, you ask yourself, if they just only calm down and stop worrying. Most crises are not really caused by the cause of the crisis.
No.
It's caused by the attempt to deal with the crisis.
Yeah.
I think actually there's a very specific kind of relationship thing that was going on in my head, and I don't know how relevant it is, but I'll say it anyway, which is that we decided that Nicola was quite unhappily married and has this she has lots of children and a very unsupportive husband at home. And one of the things, this slightly goes back to when we were talking earlier about what was it like being, as a woman being harangued by Malcolm. But one of the decisions I took very early on was that I thought there's got to be a reason why Nicola keeps going back, keeps kind of pissing Malcolm off and keeps going back for more. And that can't just be because it's funnier. It's funnier that way. We want to see their conflict. So I decided that because she was very unhappily married, that probably she develops a bit of a thing about Malcolm, just because in a kind of really unhealthy, slightly abusive way. And I also decided that I would never tell Peter that during the filming of the thing, because it wasn't helpful, because it was never going to be a sort of, a relationship comedy.
That's interesting, because I didn't know that. You didn't mention that to me. But that kind of makes sense of why she is so destroyed when she loses her family, really. She loses her job as party leader.
Yes, which actually she hated, really.
Yes,
she hated
yes.
it from beginning to end.
Yes.
But it's a personal failure, but it's more than that.
Yes.
And it also informed, for me, the episode where Malcolm gets sacked. Because Nicola is devastated by that. And I think that's why, because actually at that point everything is going so pear-shaped, and the only thing, really, the only kind of glimmer on the horizon is that at least there's that kind of, in her head, Beatrice and Benedict kind of vibe going on, which is
they all
so awfully abusive and horrible, but that
Yeah.
somehow there's a kind of, she's in her head.
Hanging on to something.
Are you speaking as
Sleepless in
Rebecca
Seattle.
or as Nicola? Because that is weird.
Very definitely as Nicola. But yeah, I
You
think
can
it's
see
like
the
there's a
look on
little
Rebecca's face.
rom-com in her head.
But do they not all miss Malcolm? And then when he comes back in, when he's wearing casual clothes, which of course makes him look completely different.
Yes,
But
and being nice to
immediately-
people.
He's trying to be nice to people, but immediately he's filled all the empty air in the office, and Malcolm's back is all they're interested in.
Yeah.
And they all want to impress him.
Yeah.
So he's like a sort of classic alpha male in that way.
He absolutely is, yeah.
Is it because anger is always funny? People being angry
is it?
finally is an admission of failure, isn't it?
And also, but also the sort of the villains are always the interesting
Yeah,
one.
yes.
Your Darth
Richard
Vader or
III.
your Richard III.
Yeah.
If you want to extend the moving from Beatrice and Benedict to
Yes.
Richard III.
I think I'd moved on to Ross and Rachel, though, at that point. So I kind of slightly dragged it.
Satan in Paradise Lost.
I come back to my theory that they were all bullied at school, but he was a bully. And therefore
possibly,
they all want to impress the guy.
Are you sure he wasn't bullied the most?
It's not for me to say.
Peter always
Ask
had this,
Armando.
and I don't think we ever explored it, but Peter always had this notion that Malcolm had been an alcoholic. And doesn't touch a drop now.
Yes,
but
very
Yes, that
believable.
makes sense,
I can
yeah.
imagine that. Very believable. There's relatively little romance in the thick of it. We do have it with Ollie, but it's not Romeo and Juliet.
And even then, his girlfriend lives with an advisor from the opposition.
And we know very, very little about them beyond the world of politics.
Because
and
there is no life. They have no life. In
Yeah,
that
yeah.
world, they get paid very little. They work all the hours God gives, and in the hope that they'll get. I remember in the early days of being in a restaurant in Washington and seeing what clearly was a couple on a kind of an early date, but clearly both of them worked in politics. And they'd order their food, and then one of them got a call, and then the other got a call. They looked at each other, they got their food boxed up, and they left. And I just thought that sums it all up. It's just, there is nothing, you are married. And yes, and we spoke to someone who was the gatekeeper for a senator, and she said, there are 3 people in this relationship, because you will have your phone by you at all times, even on the pillow at night, you will have that phone.
It should be said that the BBC is like that as well.
put a slightly different point to you, Rebecca. Could you say that Nicola comes into this world and has one instinct, which would be a very understandable instinct, to say it's appallingly male-dominated and I ought to reject it all, and all this verbal play and swearing. And that battles with another instinct, which is say, I'm going to join in this and I'll be as good at it and I will take on Malcolm and best him. Is that fair?
I'm not sure she would have had the first instinct. I felt with Nicola all along that she feels like she can give as good as she gets.
Yeah.
And I think that's partly informed not just by gender, but also by class, because, again, something we discussed early on is that she's not privately educated, she's not... probably not Oxbridge. She's not from a particularly well-heeled background. I think we decided she'd grown up in Luton or somewhere, hadn't we? And she's been a solicitor, so she's from quite an ordinary background. Probably the first person in her family to go to university, and she's had to push every step of the way. And then she's gone into law, and she's had to push. I don't think she was probably a particularly successful lawyer, but nonetheless, she's always had to push against closed doors. So I don't think that would ever have been her instinct. I think she would always have thought, I'm going to go into this and I'm going to win.
And did you, Rebecca, ever feel I'm surrounded by male writers, a male producer, male director? And
in that show, or just generally?
Well, both.
Actually, I was talking about this to somebody recently in an interview, because I think when all the kind of Me Too stuff started to come out, it suddenly made me aware of how incredibly lucky I was with the people I worked with very early on. Because yes, absolutely, comedy was completely male-dominated. And, it's still predominantly male, but it's significantly more balanced than it used to be. And it's, still a long way to go.
But in the thick of it room, was it?
But I never felt... Working with Armando, I never felt that I was sort of out of balance, and so similarly that carried on with Thick of It. I mean, yes, it was an almost entirely male writing room at that point.
I think it was, yes.
It isn't now
to start with, but not now.
But I think it was when I started. Yeah. But it didn't really feel like that. Actually, it didn't feel particularly like it was a male-dominated room. I think that's actually also a tribute to Armand, to the writers that he gets around him, who are always incredibly sort of polite and charming and non-patronising, and they're just nice people.
It's also...
So it didn't feel aggressive.
It's that we always have a kind of non-asshole rule, which is, I don't care how talented you are if you're an asshole.
Yeah, I'm not. Fine.
Because something with like this, and specifically with the writers, because I said that thing about the writing room in America is quite a competitive thing. The way we work, all the writers have to sort of leave their ego at the door, because anything they write down, someone else will add to it or change it. The only rule is, if it works, we all get the credit.
Yeah.
You can say you wrote for that show.
And you always give a credit at the end of Thick of It to the
cast as well, yes. Yeah,
I love the way the credits are done, where you just cut into the action and then just sort of... Is it fair to say it's also a very white world? And you've recently made a brilliant film of David Copperfield, Armando, with conspicuously colourblind casting throughout it. Do you think the Thick of It would be different today?
Oh, absolutely. I think actually it should have been different then, because if you wanted to reflect even how Whitehall worked then, I think it would have there would have been more diversity. But it's certainly, and I think also my then doing 5 years in the States and working in Baltimore, which is a very African American city actually. The politics there is it just kind of made me aware of actually how white our comedy was actually.
I would like to go back to what we were talking about there with the sort of moral bankruptcy of this world. Was Nicola morally bankrupt, or does she in a sense, stick to some principles?
No, I don't think so. I think she starts. I genuinely think.
I was lobbing that one up to you.
Bless you for that. No, I think she starts off with great principles, and I think we actually see the moment where she loses them, which is the moment when she goes into Malcolm's office and is told that the headmaster of her daughter's school, who has just given a lifeline to her daughter, who's been accused of bullying, is going to be forced out. and she sort of breaks down. There's a horrible moment where she takes all that in. She does kind of try to defend him, and then almost immediately she moves on. She just kind of goes, "Yeah, okay, right. It's all Peter Mannion's. Let's blame Peter Mannion. It's his fault." And of course, Peter Mannion actually is the only person, apart from the head teacher, who's behaved decently in that episode.
The Board of Governors have no choice. He'll have to resign.
No.
Yeah, I'm afraid it's fuck off, Mr. Chips.
No! It should be me who resigns.
You resign now, you'll be up there with the fucking shaggers and expenses fiddlers and the guys who asphyxiate themselves having a wank in a travel lodge. And your daughter, your Ella, she will be publicly and very, very fucking horribly humiliated. Now, that is not something that helps anybody. It doesn't... Hey, come on, look, that is not... Look, it doesn't... That's not a plan, is it, Stan? Come on, that's not an agenda, Brenda. Come on.
And I'm staying here to do what? Exactly, because I don't feel like I'm... Sorry. I don't feel like I'm really making things better.
Listen, Nikki, it's a war, right? It's a fucking war. Now, you can't change a thing unless you win the war. And you cannot win the war unless you're prepared to fight.
That's what this is all about for you, isn't it? It's just about fighting and fucking power. Does it never occur to you that your poisonous male obsession with conflict, which is making people despise politics? And by the way, don't ever fucking call me Nikki.
Spare me your fucking psycho fanny, right? What do you think fucking Mannion's doing right now? Michael Aspel's cooler fucking younger brother. I'll tell you what he's doing. He's sitting around with his pals. You know what they're doing? They're telling very fucking nasty jokes about your family. They're playing fucking pin the cock on the fucking donkey's face with your face there because you're the fucking donkey, right? So you should just fucking count your blessings. Ella's not being excluded. That's what you wanted, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I really wanted Ella to be able to stay at a shit school, the only redeeming feature of which was a headmaster who, thanks to me, has now been forced out.
Yeah, well, maybe in a term or so, you know, we might understand if you very quietly decide to move her.
Really?
Yeah.
Good. Okay, so it's Mannion. What do we do? I mean, do we go after him with one of your, things that you say, like a big bum dildo of vengeance or something?
There you go, that's my girl, yeah. Indiana Murray and the bum dildo of vengeance. I like it.
I remember that being a really difficult scene. There were lots and lots and lots of different versions of that scene, if you recall. And we didn't really quite know how we were going to play it until we actually got into the room on the day.
Yes, that's right.
And we sort of then did it, I think, pretty well in one take. And I think the reason, with hindsight, why we all found it difficult was because we didn't realise perhaps that was the turning point for that character. That's the moment she becomes corrupted, and after that she really doesn't care about anything apart from surviving. Because if she'd had any decency at that point, she would have said, "No, you do not sack that head teacher. I'm resigning," and she didn't do it.
So both corrupt and incompetent. We're getting the labels.
Yeah,
I'm trying to go for more dignity here.
What I'd say in defence of the ministers and the shadow ministers is that none of them actually commit a crime. They don't kill anyone.
I mean, that's a low bar, Armando.
How long did you have to do each episode?
Well, it was quite quick to start with. I mean, think of it started as a very low budget. It was the early days of BBC 4.
Yeah.
I remember going to Roller Keating and saying, "Look, I'd love to do a kind of show, kind of an up-to-date Yes Minister. We'll do it at a set of offices with a couple of cameras and a cast." And he said, "I've got," I can't even remember what the figure was. He said, I think it was like £100,000. And what can you do with that? And I thought I could probably, if we just kept it to 2 or 3 offices, we could probably get 3 half-hour episodes out of it.
It feels, if I may say so, like a kind of rather pusillanimous commission at that point. You weren't completely new Kids on the Block. You'd made The Day Today. You'd made other wonderful comedy for the BBC. And for BBC4, the lowest budget, smallest channel, to offer 3 episodes of your next big comedy thing, I don't know, it sounds surprising to me.
But it was all an experiment. It was, I said to him, I don't know what it's going to be like. And this was before any kind of script, any talk about language, any of the casting. It was just a kind of concept, really. I just want to take some cameras in, we'll improvise a bit, we'll write a bit, I'll edit it and see how it comes out.
And most of it looks handheld. Is that sort of news?
Yes, and that was really
newsy.
Without saying, because we never established any premise that this was like a documentary being made. But I felt if it was going to feel rough and ready, and what you were getting were, you were eavesdropping on something that you shouldn't really be seeing, and what you were getting with the sort of edited highlights of that day.
Yeah,
that would help. And also having 2 cameras always on the move. We didn't have to kind of keep relighting and wherever. In fact, in the very early days, we just told the cast to kind of wander anywhere and the cameras would follow them.
One episode I'd love to talk about, which I do think is a most extraordinary episode, is The Inquiry. Is I think the penultimate episode of the whole series.
And it's 1 hour long.
And the long is an hour long, and it's set in one room. And you cast for it, for the people conducting the inquiry, a cast you could build a whole sitcom round. They're all absolutely brilliant, I think, in it. Just tell us a bit about the making. Was it always intended to be an unusual episode and a longer one?
It was,
did
and
it just play so well?
It was a deliberately unusual series in that we started off having a completely different cast for the first episode. We saw the new government, the coalition government. And then it was only in episode 2 that we saw Nicola and Malcolm. And then we alternated those till episode 4, and then all hell broke loose. And all their separate stories converged, and then culminating in this inquiry into the culture of leaking, which would then involve every character we'd seen come to give evidence. And I thought, I wanted to make it seem very authentic, and one way of doing it was to set it in this one set we filmed it over 2 days, I think, and we gave each character their script. And in fact, for this one, we didn't do any rehearsals, and we didn't really...
We weren't allowed to know who was on the committee or anything. Literally all I had was my 2 pages or 3 pages of my scene.
Yeah.
Surely you must have given scripts to the, judges on the inquiry, or the
yes,
people on the inquiry. They knew what questions to ask.
And I said to them, obviously, you've got lots of books and leaflets and binders in front of you, so you can have the script in front of you, so that you can always just look down and learn, say look at the next line and then come out. We had 4 cameras fixed and moving about, and you weren't allowed to see the set or anything. And we just kept you all in another floor, I think, and then just summoned you.
It was brilliantly effective. I mean, I remember actually when I was in, they put me in a dressing room, and Peter Capaldi was next door. And he came in because we, knew each other very well at that point. So he sort of knocked into my dressing room and kind of went, "Oh, hi, how are you doing?" And suddenly a runner appeared and went, "You're not supposed to be talking."
Yes.
Wow, what is this? It was very scary when we went out onto the floor.
The idea
it
of
was really
everyone's
frightening.
performance mode, because we're so used to seeing them, behind the scenes.
Yeah.
But now this is them on show in the public. And therefore, I wanted that nervousness, but also how it was that they, as actors...
were you always sort of driving towards the end of the series forever?
Yes, but I personally just felt it was the, and I knew I was doing Veep, and it was just difficult to keep the 2 going. But I also felt it was, we've done it. We started off as these 4 or 5 people, and it then expanded. We saw the opposition, we saw the coalition, we saw the press, we saw behind the scenes of the newspapers. And I think this world was just starting to collapse in on itself.
It should be said, the end of everybody in that last episode is it's sort of wonderful. Operatic, isn't it?
Wonderful.
Everybody
sort of has an aria.
Yes, except we did a kind of false end. We did, when Malcolm actually comes out and faces the press, I deliberately didn't want him to do a speech. So he says, "Okay, I've got a few things to say," and then, forget it.
But he's already sort of done his dying aria.
Yeah.
He's tried to get arrested and failed to get arrested in, I think, Walthamstow, or it might be Hackney,
Brentford.
and then Brentford. But there's a line he says as he's in the cab. He says, "I need my dignity."
Yes.
And you think, what can you mean by that? Because you've robbed so many people of their dignity from the first to the last episode of this.
And shown none.
And shown none yourself. Yes. But suddenly you need your...
He's like a sort of gangster being confronted by heavies from another gang.
Yes.
Just asking to be shot nicely rather than...
It reminded me, I don't know if this
Save
is
my
in your
face.
mind, of the end of the film The Long Good Friday,
Yes.
when Bob Hoskins is seen being driven away
Yes.
by these people who he suddenly realise are hardened IRA criminals, and he really is in deep shit.
Yes.
And there's a bit of an echo of that
Yes.
in Malcolm's downfall, I think.
Let's have a look.
You know fuck all about me. I am totally beyond the realms of your fucking tousle-haired, fucking dim-witted compra fucking henching. I don't just take this fucking job home, you know. I take this job home, it fucking ties me to the bed, and it fucking fucks me from arsehole to breakfast. Then it wakes me up in the morning with a cup full of piss slung in my face, slaps me about the chops to make sure I'm awake enough so it can kick me in the fucking bollocks. This job has taken me in every hole in my fucking body. Malcolm, it's gone. You can't know Malcolm, because Malcolm is not here. Malcolm fucking left the building fucking years ago. This is a fucking husk. I am a fucking host for this fucking job. Do you want this job?
Yes.
Yes, you do fucking want this job. Then you're gonna have to fucking swallow this whole fucking life and let it grow inside you like a parasite. Getting bigger and bigger and bigger until it fucking eats your insides alive and it stares out of your eyes and tells you what to do.
Malcolm, this sounds like the fucking video you leave on YouTube after you've blown your brains out.
How much of that was written?
Oh, all of it.
All right.
Oh, yeah, all of it. It has to be, because Peter will say it has to be written, because he's got to be able to spew it out without thinking.
Yes.
And I remember very early on when we were doing The Thick of It, we were in this sort of disused set of offices, and they were all sort of glass-fronted offices, and Peter had an office where he would just learn his lines. And he would spend the whole day rehearsing these big monologues. And you just see him, this little glass cube mouthing, because he says it's sort of muscle memory of the mouth. He says it more again and again and again until his mouth just remembers what to say. Yes. Because Malcolm can't hesitate.
Well, look, it's been an enormous pleasure to talk to both Armando Iannucci and Rebecca Front about The Thick of It. It's a classic sitcom that I think only grows with each passing year since it was finished.
I think it changed sitcom. And after
politics.
it.
Yeah, sadly, it didn't change politics.
Well, yeah, but does it feel like it has changed politics? Because politics is now a rougher game than it was before,
there are
isn't it?
Sadly people who, for some reason, see Malcolm as an aspiration, as something to aim to be, which is, it was at that point I thought this thing must come to an end. It was when they started quoting lines from it in Prime Minister's Question Time.
Right.
I think
Omnishambles
and all sorts came up. And Cameron saying to Corbyn is like something from the thick of it. I thought that's time to move on. Yes. I think.
But an accolade as well. We've got to say that, Armando. Good to enter the English language, a phrase like omnishambles.
But as a semi-serious question, isn't it true that politics outside the thick of it has become more like the thick of it? The roughness.
I think it's politicians, just going back to what we talked, wanting to perform even more.
Yeah.
So you will now get party leaders doing jokey party political broadcasts and going viral and trying to do all that, trying to avoid the real interviewers and instead manage their own media output. So they themselves actually are becoming broadcasters and stand-ups and presenters of their own politics.
And I would argue that there are two different currents there. So politics may have become a bit more like the thick of it, but behaviour in the workplace has gone in a different direction. And we're now so conscious of bullying and inappropriateness in all its forms that actually the thick of it seems charmingly set in an age that I think has passed.
I've never heard it described as charming before.
No, but if you're somebody who wishes you could talk to your colleagues like that when they're occasionally a bit annoying and stupid, but knows you can't anymore, it's a liberating thing to watch.
Yes, it's funny, isn't it, how that world has changed. And even within the world of show business, it's changed. That it used to be that directors were allowed to shout at people.
Yes.
And now suddenly they're not.
Nobody shouts at
Why?
Well,
why are they not allowed to say, stop being so stupid?
But it doesn't achieve anything, shouting. That's the
No,
other thing. It
no,
really
I know it doesn't, but it may be the only recourse.
Maybe they should have shouting zones, like smoking zones.
Yes, I think you're right.
That's a brilliant
People
idea.
just go outside to
Yes.
shout, and then they come back
Have you
in.
booked for an argument?
Yeah, well, here we go.
Many, many thanks to both our guests, Armando Iannucci and Rebecca Front, from me, Peter Fincham.
And me, John Plowman. Goodbye.
What's Funny About was an expectation production for BBC Radio 4 Extra. The producer was Owen Braben.
Hello and welcome to What's Funny About, a new programme on Radio 4 Extra hosted by me, Peter Fincham.
And me, John Plowman.
This is the show that's all about television comedy, which is the world in which John and I have spent much of our professional lives.
Every week we'll be here in Peter's very well-appointed and soundproof shed, talking to some of the biggest names in TV comedy. We'll be hearing the inside story of how they brought their hit shows to the screen. What inspired them? Where did the characters come from? Why did they bother?
And today we're going to be talking about the BAFTA and Emmy award-winning mega hit that is Absolutely Fabulous. And I'm delighted to say that we're joined by Jennifer Saunders, who wrote and starred in the show. And indeed, John, you produced it. So,
I did.
Jennifer, thank you very much for joining us.
Good morning.
As you sit here, almost 30 years after Edina Monsoon burst upon our TV screens, you're surely the perfect person to ask the question, what's funny about Ad Fab?
Just before you answer, Jen, can I just say it isn't necessarily morning. Some people could be listening in the afternoon.
I always liked it on Radio 4 programmes when the interview's going, now we're going over. Now, can I ask a question? They'd always go, before they answer, no, good morning. And they'd have to go, yes, all right, good morning. Now, can you answer the question?
Sorry.
Good morning.
So,
well, that's probably the hardest question anyone's ever asked. I suppose it has jokes in it and a bit of slapstick and a bit of satire. What do you think, John?
Well, it's quite big, isn't it? I mean, I think...
Panto?
Yeah. In other words, there is sort of normal life and then there's Ab Fab. And the division between the two is what's funny.
Well, I think if you have good characters and very defined characters, which you sort of aim for mainly. Therefore, and you know how they're going to behave in every situation, like how Edina and Patsy are going to behave. Then the expectation of setting up a situation for them, the audience know something's going to happen. Oh right, they're going to get drunk, basically.
I think I'm right in saying that it derives from a French and Saunders sketch called Modern Mother and Daughter,
yes,
which is where we were first introduced to the characters that we all come to recognise as Edina Monsoon and her straight-laced daughter, played here by Dawn French. Shall we have a listen to that?
It's about university, darling. What? Well, do you have to go?
Yes, I do.
Oh, God. What do you have to do physics, darling? Couldn't you do just one little art subject? Then you could come and help me in the shop, sweetie. I mean, what am I supposed to do at parties? Take you around saying, here's my daughter, the bloody old scientist, and let's all talk about chemicals and test tubes all evening? I know, what a fat old dowdy spinster for a daughter, darling. Nobody's going to want you.
Have you quite finished?
Where is it you're going?
Aberdeen.
Bloody-deen!
I look at that, and when we were on tour, we used to do that sketch, me and Dawn, the last tour, 2010 something, and I remember thinking, God, this is hard. This is the hardest thing to do, to be Edina with Dawn.
Did you play Abba Bloody Dean?
Yeah, Abba Bloody Dean.
Did they like that?
They all understood it, even in Auckland.
Did you, sort of, as it were, as you made that sketch and created the character, did you tuck it away in the back of your mind and think, I can do something more with this later? Or are the two things sort of unconnected?
No, they were unconnected because I just, in the days when sketches could be 10 minutes long, which...
And the first scene from the pilot of Ab Fab is itself 12, 13 minutes long.
It is, isn't it?
Just the two of you.
That was because I could really only think about two people to begin with. I mean, it came from necessity more than anything, needing to be employed. And because I had written that character, and it's about being able to write in someone's voice, and I could write forever as Adina. And so that seemed like the perfect choice. It was terrifying because I'd never written on my own before, and I'd never written anything like a sitcom, anything sort of dramatic or longer than a sketch. So it was kind of frightening. But
so why did you think I'll write it as a sitcom? Why not?
Because they wanted a sitcom.
Oh, did they?
I think they wanted a sitcom. Well, they didn't want another sketch.
I remember Maureen Vincent, your agent, ringing me up and saying, don't tell too many people, but I think Jennifer's having a go at a sitcom. So it wasn't because somebody from the BBC had rung up and said, why don't you have a go to sitcom?
No, it was Maureen. That's right, telling me I needed to employ myself. Telling me to stop pruning my geraniums and get on and write something, love. It probably was her. And
is it possible that John and I were busy at the time working with Dawn on Murder Most Horrid? Or is that I don't know.
No, I think it was
may
a
be
personal
confusing
thing.
time scales here.
I think
completely.
Dawn was adopting Billy at the time.
Ah,
and
that's
I think
right.
that's what
Yes,
it was.
that's
So
right.
she had to take proper time off. And I remember going and having to talk to people like Kim Fuller, who was then script editor at the BBC.
Yes,
brother of Simon Fuller.
Brother of Simon Fuller, and writer of
indeed, yes.
What was the Lenny Henry and Tracy Ullman show? Three
of a Kind.
Three of a Kind.
Three of a Kind.
Yeah.
Threes of a Kind.
Although you've only mentioned two of them. But carry on.
David Copperfield.
Yeah.
Not the magician. And I think that sort of spurred me into being slightly afraid because I'd got these characters, and then he said, well, maybe that should be slightly kinder or this or that. And I thought, no, maybe they should have a dog. I don't know what sitcoms have in them. And I just thought, no. And I just thought, I'm just going to write it as I would write it.
So I've not heard that, the kinder thing, because the stories I'm familiar with, and you can confirm if they're true or not, Jim Moyer, I'm going to put my dick on the table.
That was to give us the first series of French and Saunders.
So that goes well.
And I think he put his dick away by then, and I think it might even have moved on as... was he still commissioner then?
He was.
I think he used that with every commissioner. I think it was the nearest thing to a catchphrase.
I have to say, never saw his dick, ever.
No, I don't think he ever literally did. But the question I want to ask is, Jim... Because in many ways, because I know there's also the Robin Nash thing, are drunk women funny? And the sort of sense of old-fashioned male executives who sort of reluctantly allowing you through the door with this sort of mad, exactly, about women behaving badly. Is that true, or was it not as sort of crude as that suggests? Do you see what I mean?
I honestly don't think anyone knew, because I don't remember people really seeing the script as much. I remember I had to go and see Kim and get ideas of how to make a sitcom, but it didn't really fit the mould of a sitcom. It fitted the mould of a big sketch, really, which it sort of continued to.
And it should also be said that we were jolly lucky because every sitcom only gets a day in the studio.
Oh, yes.
Whereas because it came under Variety,
We were
or
still Variety.
your contract came under Variety.
Yes.
We got 2 days, which meant you could do things like Lady Penelope one day and then do this audience show the next.
Yeah.
Do the different.
So as if you were making a sketch show rather than a sitcom.
Yeah.
We were also lucky that BBC Two existed and put on new comedies and
But I like the idea though, and they're completely new to me, that when you said, well, I'm going to write a sitcom, somebody at the BBC said, well, we've got an expert in how you construct sitcoms. Like some sort of doing woodwork or whatever. Kim Fuller, who you have to go and have a few kind of sessions with to check you understand how they work.
Yes, well, because I hadn't, and I think they were worried that I wouldn't know how it worked. And I still don't quite know how it works, but you just write until the end.
How much was anger part of it? Because it seems to me a lot of comedy comes from thinking, I'm going to write these people because they're terrible. And Adina and Patsy are rather
it's not
ghastly.
Anger so much as I think you observe people like that and you you want to take the mickey out of them because
Yes.
it's awful if someone who acts like that takes themselves seriously. So you don't you want everyone to be aware that those people are not to be taken seriously.
But do you think
and that fashion isn't serious, and that PR isn't serious, and that it was sort of at that time, I remember feeling that PR was just overtaking the world. Everything was PR, you know. A toilet seat would arrive at your house and it would be an invitation to a party, you know, and you go, come on.
Sorry, Mum, but I've never really seen what it is you actually do. PR! Yes, but PR! I PR things! People, places, concepts.
Lulu!
I PR them! I am, and if you've heard of me, I have PR. I make the fabulous, I make the crap into credible, I make the dull into delicious. I PR, darling, and yet they would bloody honour some pea-brained, hypocritical do-gooder like her.
But do you think that the individual PR person or fashion person watched it, loved it and thought, well, it's making fun of PR and fashion, but it's not me. I'm not one of those.
Yes, because actually John's got a very good quote for this. What's your quote, John?
My quote is Jonathan Swift's quote, which
Yes.
is that satire is a glass wherein each man sees every face except his own.
Which is brilliant, and I think applies...
I think it applies.
Even
I mean,
now.
another example
just...
that comes to mind from the same era is Harry Enfield and Paul Whitehouse doing Smashy and Nicey.
Yes.
And sort of every DJ thinking, oh, he's really got those terrible DJs.
Those terrible
but I'm not one of them.
regional
I'm the
DJs.
really good one.
I remember one of the moments when I thought, oh, this show's having an impact, was when the Daily Mail did a double-page spread on who was the real Edina and who was the real Patsy. Patsy apparently was Janet Street Porter. Who knew? We'd never thought of her.
No.
She'd never appeared. But
Never
nevertheless,
appeared.
the Daily Mail had decided it was Janet. And Lynn Franks, I think, was...
Well, Lynn, I did know Lynn, and Lynn was a fashion PR, so I did get a lot of material from Lynn, but she wasn't the person. That's the difference.
The person was Italian.
The person was someone... It was a mixture of people. There was three people who... One person, a friend of mine's mother... and she used to describe these wild incidents with her mother. And another was someone I just observed, who was a friend of a friend, who had a little daughter who followed her around just playing the guitar. And I thought, that's hilarious. So it was a big mixture, I mean, because it couldn't be just one person.
My original memory is that Patsy wasn't necessarily going to be in every episode.
No,
And
Patsy was going... Well, I do like... I mean, I did want someone else there because I like double acts. And because I was so used to working with Dawn, I find it quite hard to write a line and not have another pal to say a line back. And so... Otherwise, it would just constantly be aggro between Safi and you think, well, that's not pleasant.
Yeah.
And it added another dynamic against Safi. But also, I just like... having someone else to play
But it's
with.
funny that you say you felt very quickly you could write fluent Edina, but you also write fluent Patsy, fluent Safi and all the other characters, and that presumably from writing sketches always played hitherto by you and Dawn was a new horizon to create, and I think one of the hallmarks of AbFab is the range of characters, and that I can imagine... I'll put myself in the position of the BBC thinking Jennifer Saunders is writing a sitcom in which she's the main character. And I might have thought to myself, I bet she'll have all the funniest lines. But you don't have all the funniest lines. You write very generously for all the other actors who come in and play all these other characters.
I have to keep employing them. And also, I'm so afraid that when at a read-through...
They'll look at the script and say, where are my laughs?
They'll be flicking through.
Yeah.
Oh, God, this is rubbish. Especially for guests. It used to terrify me getting guests in. And as soon as they'd arrive, we'd go, it's going to be funnier. Don't worry. There will be funnier lines. It will get funnier. It will be funnier. Because you do feel that responsibility, because these people have come along and you want to make them look as funny and be as funny as possible. And you want them to like you.
I seem to remember you actually went and spent time at the offices of a glossy magazine. I seem to think it was the BBC Clothes Show magazine, which was about as glossy as we could get, so that you could get a sense of what the world of Patsy Stone, fashion director, might be.
I do remember going round and because I did need to research. I'd never been into a magazine, and I wanted Patsy to be a magazine fashion editor. And so I went into magazines and everyone would go, oh, I tell you who's awful, darling. Now come here. And you just go, well, it's you. It's you.
In Series 1, Patsy makes one of her rare visits to her magazine's offices, which offers us our first opportunity to meet Patsy's colleagues at her glossy, Tatler-esque fashion magazine, including her editor Magda, played brilliantly by Kathy Burke.
Where's Magda?
On the phone to Fergie.
I'll just give her the bloody hat, and if she calls again, I'm out. Right, I've got 1 minute. Features, Katrina.
Well...
Do something on a car.
What?
Do something about a car. I need a new car, a nice one, no rubbish.
Right.
And something about how lovely champagne is.
Well, we could tie that in with some glasses. A friend of mine's got a shop with some lovely glasses. Henrietta, yeah. Maybe we could do some lovely photos.
Right, beauty, and make it quick.
She's fabulous and she puts you in perspective, darling.
Lauren, Shiseido, Blum Picasso, Chanel, makeup, generally, faces, eyes, lips, nostrils. It's all off the top of my head. Or, of course, the usual. Try to look more beautiful if you want to have more sex.
Very good. Chuck us that wrinkle cream, will you?
Later in that scene, we also hear from the editor's rather florid and pretentious restaurant critic, whom close listeners may recognise as being played by Jen's husband, Aid Edmondson.
Hamish, tell me about this restaurant I'm having lunch at.
Comfortable in the grand manner, stuffed with plutocratic goodies and a decent duck. The food, ecumenical in flavour, a cosmopolitan adventure of exuberant eclecticism full of amuse-gueule and gastro-credibility. A comforting air, though generally the tomatoes were rather pulpers.
I love those scenes because I love those. They're all such brilliant comedians, you know.
Yes, yeah.
And the characters made me laugh so much. And this is Patsy's world. It's not Adina's world, so Adina doesn't have to say anything. She just sits and fondles the freebies, you know.
Yeah.
But Kathy's, I can't remember where the idea for Kathy's character came, but I just thought, we won't get Kathy for long, you know. You want a character that comes in, says everything, gets out. And I remember talking to an editor, and the first time I went into a magazine, I thought, gosh, this is extraordinary. This isn't at all how I imagined. Most people generally at desks on computers or whatever, in those days, you know, whatever, typewriters. And the editor is mainly drumming up business through advertisers. Yeah. And so once you've got that, they come in, they go out, they set everyone off on their little stories, and then they're out. And they're basically lunching people, getting money. They're working for Condé Nast. And the others, I mean, Helen Ledger's character, I just bought some issues of Tatler and thought, well, honestly, no one's really tried, have they? It's like some snaps from the weekend of parties and aid stuff. You just go through magazines lifting lines. I mean, they're actual lines, you know.
Did you find writing men hard?
No, not really. Just unnecessary.
Yeah, well, fair enough. We did employ Idris Elba.
We did, yes, Idris Elba. We gave him his first break.
Wow.
He still acknowledges the fact.
In a scene in which Adina and Patsy decide they need to have sex. So
Patsy decides.
Oh, Patsy decides.
She decides that Adina needs to, really.
That's right.
Yeah.
And so they hire two guys, one of whom is Idris Elba.
Yeah.
And he mistakes a erection spray for a mouth spray.
I think that's my favourite line Patsy's ever. Patsy sits on his knee and says, I think Joanna might have come up with this line, has anyone ever told you you look like Sean Connery? I laugh so much.
My memory of AbFab, but correct me if I'm wrong, is that it took off very fast. People very quickly realised that it was kind of special, and so people were very fans of it very quickly indeed.
It took off fast. It got 7 million on its pilot episode.
Well,
on its first
that is the definition of taking
7
off
million
fast.
on BBC Two. I mean, they would open the champagne now.
But I have to say, really lucky with the cast. I mean, if you look, So they had a bit of French and Saunders audience. They had a Joanna Lumley audience, which is massive. They had a June Whitfield audience. And they had a Julia Sawalha audience, Jane Horrocks. I mean...
I do remember people ringing me up, certainly, and saying, oh, would my client wants to be on it?
Yeah.
And you'd have to say, well, obviously, if the right part comes along, we'll think about your client. And not just actors, I mean, as in famous.
Oh, famous faces.
Yeah, famous faces who wanted to be on it.
It's hard.
Yes.
Well, famous faces is very hard because, as we learnt with the film too, is that a famous face says, yes, all right, I want to be in it. And then they realise they have to stay all day. And you go, oh no. Yes, could you stay a bit longer? But my car's running. Have you not finished it? No. Could you send your car away? We'll get you a cab. But honestly, you might have to stay the whole day.
And in some cases, it should be said, you might have to stay until the script is written.
Thank you, John.
It's written.
Thank you.
No, but it's a thing we should talk about.
That was one incident that was particularly poor.
But
that's interesting to see. To me, that's part of legend, that you were always late with the script.
Oh, I was always late.
John too.
There was one time it didn't turn up at all at the read-through. Because I couldn't charge my computer on the train in those days, and that was the problem.
And you are also the only person who's ever rung me up, certainly, and said, I'm sorry, I can't get to rehearsals because I've got the farrier coming. It should be explained to some listeners that a farrier is a man who puts shoes on.
And are farriers characteristically late?
No, but farriers are...
It was also in Devon, so it would be...
Where rehearsals are sometimes in London.
It's a very joyous show to watch, and it sounds like enormous fun to write. Once you've captured the voices of those characters, it doesn't sound as if it's agonisingly difficult to write. It sounds if you... I don't mean difficult. I don't mean difficult.
Everything is agonising to write.
In other words, it sounds if you love writing for them, and yet the sort of legend is that you sort of ran away from deadlines and didn't want to deliver on time. Why do you hate writing it? Since it sounds if you love writing it.
Because there's such a pressure writing. Like, well, what's it going to be and who's going to say it? I don't know why, but it's a definite mental block. The reason it feels lovely and joyous and everything is because I love rehearsing. I love having those people in a room, having everyone in a room and working out what's going to happen in a scene. And as it happens, you write the lines or you write the words and you take whatever scraps of script appeared at the read-through and make them into TV magic, John.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
And did they then change a lot in rehearsal then? Or,
yes, I'd say 50 to 60%.
Yes. Yeah. And I'd say, I remember you saying this to me once, that what happens is you don't like writing it because when it's actually on a piece of paper, it's dead, it's done. It can't change. It can't.
And then everyone goes off and makes the things that might change and works out the costumes and the budget and everything. You go, oh, no, it might not happen, And then that's going to be. Then you're going to tell me I can't afford what I actually want by the time we've rehearsed it for a day, So I did feel that it's easier to sketch it out and say, look, definitely these actors, these sets, this amount of scenes. It begins here, it ends here. What happens in between is going to be worked out.
My experience being on that kind of a show is that the number of people who want to keep it fluid until they're sure it's right are vastly outnumbered by the number of people who want to nail it down and say, this is where we're going to set the scene, or this is what we, props we need.
Again, we were very lucky.
Management.
Again, we were very lucky because we had Bob Spears, and Bob was the director, and because he had done everything, he was a master at tell me when you're ready and I'll come and put cameras on it.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
And he would be able to put cameras where no one else had thought of putting a camera. He'd take a tile out of a kitchen unit and put a camera behind, and then, he was shoot through windows, have a camera above.
And sometimes that was very necessary. I seem to remember at least one actress who absolutely refused to face forward at any point. So thank God he had camera traps in the back
through the
of the
door
set.
in her head.
Yeah,
he had a camera trap. No, that's right. But I think it was very lucky. I mean, because I have worked with TV directors who on the first day nail you to the ground.
Yes.
And say, you have to be here, you come down here, you say your line, because otherwise I can't get my camera script ready. Bob could do a camera script in an afternoon just before a tech run, and even then he was fluid. So on the day of the one day you had to rehearse on set, you could still change it. And that was because he was just so experienced.
I have a memory of, on a different show, Smith and Jones, that I was executive producer of, that I think you were producing, John, that turning up on location, and there was, I can't remember what the substance of the sketch was, but it was a war sketch. And there was a field somewhere outside London that had been turned into the First World War with trenches and the rest and kind of, people in sort of hats and Germans and everything, and thinking, this is incredibly impressive. And going into Mel and Griff's caravan where they were sitting looking absolutely furious and saying, why the long faces, guys? That's an amazing set. And they said, it's the wrong war. And basically, whatever the underlying joke was, it was because they wanted me to fire you. They said, John Plowman must go. Whatever the joke was, it only worked in the Second World War. But the art department, either they hadn't bothered to write this on the script, or the art department just sort of wanted to dig trenches. So they basically created the First World War.
Funny.
But that is a kind of, would you say in comedy, it sounds like Bob Spears was brilliant at this, but there's an underlying tension because production wants to know what's happening.
Yes, I know production always does, and I always felt that pressure. Could you just tell us? And John was very good at just sort of dissipating all the tension. But they always want to, and every show I've done, not just Ab Fab, what's it going to be? When can you give us a script? We need to know. And what I've learnt is they don't need to know. Actually,
it seemed to
they
me...
need to be able to budget and they need to be able to prepare.
Yes.
But actually...
But I remember trying to ask you minimal questions, things like, do we need the dining room this week? Yes, no. And you'd say, probably not, in which case they wouldn't build it. And you also you learned quite early that it goes, I ring you up and say, when's the script coming? And you say Wednesday, and I know you're lying, but that's okay. And then I will ring you, or the designer will ring you and say, what do we need? And then wardrobe will ring you and say, what are you wearing in this? And then eventually we'll get to a point where we say the actors will be in a room on Sunday. Could we have something to say?
Yeah. But you see, the other thing is that if they say, oh, by the way, you can't have that, it's sort of quite nice too, because it's nice to work to limitations. So if I already limited myself to 3 rooms, 4 actors and a donkey, then that's fine. I mean, I can write for that.
You started going abroad. You went to New York. You went to France.
We had amazing.
And I can imagine a lot of sitcoms that are set in a precinct or a home base, if you like, are at their funniest, and it's quite a dangerous thing to go out.
Quite dangerous.
But again, I think in AbFab you kind of broke that rule. You made great use of, say, New York, and you have that extraordinary sequence with the helicopter where you come up by that building and Patsy standing.
It was a nightmare.
Was it a nightmare?
It was.
Well, I don't like heights.
No,
but you wrote it.
You wrote it.
I know. That's what's weird.
You wrote it.
I know, but for Adina, not for me. I wrote it for her.
And you didn't think when you were writing it, oh, hang on, I played
honestly not. I just thought that would be the most fun thing to see. So.
And it should also be said that I was standing on top of the Carnegie Tower, and I get a phone call from the heliport telling me that the News of the World have booked a helicopter to follow your helicopter. Because they want pictures of Joanna Lumley on top of the Carnegie Tower. And I then hastened down the streets of New York to the heliport to try and persuade them that they didn't need to do this.
That was in fact dangerous.
That was in fact dangerous for the 2 million people who live in Manhattan, and not only that, dangerous for you in a helicopter being chased.
I don't think you can do what we did now. I don't think you're allowed to fly. Because I do remember we had to hover near the lip of the building and then rise up to see Patsy and then go down again. And there were people standing in their offices against the windows going, get away from the building! Get away from the building! Like this. And I was thinking, oh, I'm going to die.
but it would have been in a good cause.
Your point about taking a sitcom out, I think I think it often doesn't work because of the different quality, because you suddenly used to go to film, especially those. So you'd go from studio to film, and the different quality and the different sound, and suddenly you were in a weird world.
I think that's true. Say of Dad's Army, which you're in studio being filmed on whatever they filmed in those days, something ancient kind of videotape thing.
2-inch.
And then 2-inch was it? And then you're out on presumably 16mm film.
Yeah.
And so Captain Mainwaring goes through a door, and suddenly the look is completely different.
Everything is different.
What you suggested, I seem to remember, was that rather than filming, let's say, 7 minutes of film per episode, we put all the filming money together so that we could go to a place for an episode.
Yeah.
And it was very sensible. It wasn't going somewhere for the sake of it. It was going for somewhere because that's where Adina would have gone.
Yeah, and the danger is you don't really want to see them too much with normal people. You know what I mean? I mean, which is all right if you're in New York because it's sort of cartoony place, and they are sort of cartoons. But you don't ever want to see too much of real life in a sitcom, I don't think.
One of the things that some sitcoms complain about being in front of an audience, they worry that being in front of an audience will bring out a slightly larger performance than if they're not in front of an audience. Do you find that?
Yes, and that's all to the good, I think. I think it gives the show, well, certainly for Ab Fab, because it gives the show an energy.
So if you were making it again today, you'd make it as an audience sitcom.
Yes,
That's interesting because not only, I mean, I can remember when I think the kind of mood changed. I can be very specific about it because I was the executive producer of I'm Alan Partridge, and between the first series of I'm Alan Partridge and the second, The Office came. And The Office, with Ricky Gervais, said, you don't need that audience at all.
Yes.
And on the second series of I'm Alan Partridge, there was a certain nervousness as to whether we should film it in front of an audience. And this is really bizarre. My memory is it was filmed in front of an audience, but entirely in enclosed sets.
I've heard that. Didn't you tell me that, John?
Absolutely true. So if you remember
So
the
the
audience
couldn't see it.
you turn up, you saw what looked like a series of kind of porter cabins or packing cases in the studio.
You watch the back of the set. And I have to say, I always felt sorry for the audience because it seemed to me that, I've bothered to come out.
Absolutely.
I've bothered to go as far as Shepherd's Bush, for God's sake. And what
I'm
am I
looking at a box.
But don't
I'm
you
looking at a
feel,
box.
or I always feel sorry for audiences in a sense, full stop, because do they realise how long these recordings are? And I don't know what Ab Fab was like, but I swear if you watch, there's a couple of episodes of Fawlty Towers, which is one of the funniest sitcoms ever. If you watch it and you just sort of stop watching it and listen to the audience, towards the end of the episode, it's about 10 to 11, or indeed 10 to midnight.
Half of them are left.
Half of them are left, and the others are flagging a little bit. And maybe in those days, they just left the laughter exactly as it was. I don't know. There's a myth about canned laughter. Nobody ever uses canned laughter.
No one ever uses it.
But people might sweeten laughter a bit here or there.
Yes, you might.
But I think in Fawlty Towers they didn't. So if you listen very carefully, the audience has frankly gone to sleep. And yet it is still one of the funniest things you've ever seen.
And the second series of it was directed by Bob Spears, same guy who directed that film.
But you see, I think because what time did the BBC bar close? 10. We had to finish by 9:30.
Yeah,
you did. I'm amazed because I've seen.
And I can't bear going over and over and over again. So, and Bob used to have ISOs, so he knew he could edit something, and he was so good at knowing that he had enough in a scene that he didn't have to go back to get different shots or anything like that because he had at least 3 cameras running, and that made a massive difference. Plus the fact that he let it look live, I think, too. So, I
think that's part of the answer to why is it funny is because we didn't fiddle about with it too much.
Yes, we're always just on the edge of losing a line or laughing.
One of my favourite moments was a night when we got to I don't know what time it was, let's say it was 10:15. And we got to the last line of the show and it didn't get a laugh. And so we did that American thing of going into a huddle and trying to come up with a different line. And the second line didn't get a laugh. And I think the third line didn't get a laugh. So in the end, Joanna said, now look, when I say the word accessorize, could you all laugh? Because then we can all go home.
You were blessed with such an amazing ensemble cast. I mean, it's like the cast that keeps giving.
Yeah.
I mean, Jane Horrocks as Adina's hopeless PA bubble, she's one of my favourite comic creations.
Now, you have got the information, haven't you?
Most of it, yeah. Oh, yeah, until the special thing broke.
Mom! Hang on. What thing?
The thing that's attached to the typewriter. Little animal with a ball.
What animal?
Little animal, small, creeps about, not a rat.
A gerbil. Oh.
Squirrel head.
Hang on, don't panic, we'll never get anywhere. What? A mouse?
The mouse that's got a telly with VD.
All right, the VDU, the word processor.
Yeah, that fell off the table when I took the mouse home.
Oh.
She auditioned for Safi.
And she was good.
Very good. But
So
not as good as...
why was she not?
Well,
cast as
because
she wasn't-
Safi didn't come from Rochdale.
Right.
No,
okay.
it wasn't just that. I mean, Jane
I know,
could do it.
Jane could do the-
But Julia had a quality that was so good, so strong, and so
And Jane
intimidating.
was a little
in a
older
way.
than Safi might have been.
Yes, and
Yeah.
Jane was just perfect for what was going to be a posh secretary.
She's going to be a Sloane,
So
wasn't she?
turn her
Who
into
knew
that.
everybody.
I mean, they all came and made their own parts, to be honest. I mean, Joanna came in, I imagined, a sort of gutter journalist from the Daily Mail, and she turned it into this
Fashion princess.
editor.
And the sheer level of antagonism between Patsy and Safi, was this all from you in the writing, or was this from? Did you kind of feel that might have developed a bit in rehearsals? I mean, at one point, Safi slaps her in the face, or does she not burn her on
No, I
the
used
arm
to
with a
love
cigarette?
those. Honestly,
these
were
are
my
quite
favourite
these are
ones
quite
to write.
strong things.
I used to love writing those, and I did once say to Julia, "Is it a problem?" Because the one where she says, "Bring me a knitting needle," you should have been aborted,
Yeah.
or we tied it to
You
the
were tied
central
to the central
reservation.
You found your way home.
You found your way
You were
home.
very resourceful.
I think, and Julia just said no, because it doesn't hurt Safi.
Yeah.
It just makes her stronger, so you
Yeah.
can go as far as you like.
Just when my life hit a good patch, along you came, you miserable piece of flesh. You should have ended up in the dustbin. The incinerator was too good for you. When I heard that Eds was pregnant, I told her to abort. Abort! I said, chuck it down the pan! Bring me
A knitting needle?
a knitting needle!
I mean, it's interesting, your point, John, that in a way they're all ghastly, although Adina and Patsy are ghastly anyway. But even though sitcom characters can behave appallingly to one another, we as viewers still find them lovable.
I think that's because on some level they're living life for us.
But having been
I
involved
think-
in both, pitching and commissioning sitcoms, another striking thing about Ab Fab is that you could imagine somebody saying, well, so she works in fashion, she works in PR. Well, how relatable is that to our audience?
Yeah.
How, to Auntie
And certainly-
Doris in Macclesfield? She doesn't know anything about fashion in
When
PR.
I first read the script, I think I had to ask you, are the people you mentioned, like Lacroix, are they real or have you made these people up?
Yes, I think there was that idea that maybe, people wouldn't get it, or people wouldn't, because it seemed elitist or niche or whatever. But I think because that's only the background. I mean, any job is niche or different, or not everyone is in every job. They don't get it. But it was just the background for it, And I think it was basically about the mother-daughter relationship.
The generational divide is universal, isn't it?
and having this other ghastly person come in to sort of drag Adina away all the time.
Yes.
And I think Adina's quite lovable in a way, because she does actually feel some guilt. She does know what she should be
And
doing.
she'd like to get on
but
with her daughter.
But she just can't, because she wants to have too much fun. And I think that's relatable.
In the Morocco episode where Adina says to Safi, I am your mother, you can't expect me to be the person who's responsible for you.
Does she say that? Yes.
Yeah, it was a wonderful sort of bit of
Would
reversal.
it be fair to say Adina has grown up in a generation in which parents are quite straight-laced and the kids are a bit wilder, and therefore it comes as an enormous shock to her to find that she's somehow produced a daughter who's infinitely more sensible and conservative than she is?
Well, it's why a lot of people who have been wild grow up when they have kids, because someone has to be responsible. Someone ultimately does. Otherwise, it's just annihilation and chaos, and no one picks up the pieces. No one gets home. If everyone's drunk, who's hailing the cab? You know, I mean, someone's got to be sensible.
Although I remember, do you remember the first episode, the first appearance of June Whitfield?
You see, she wasn't entirely sane.
No, she wasn't. No. I mean, I was going to say that's a marvellous twist.
No, there's
that
a
you
glint
don't
in
make
her eye.
There was a glint in her eye, and as time went on, she became slightly more of a kleptomaniac.
She was quite
Which
mad.
episode is that scene in which it's a flashback and your father you've come back from a concert?
You've come back from a concert.
Oh, that's the pilot.
It's the pilot.
Was it the Rolling Who?
Here she is. Where was the concert this time, dear? Eel Pie Island again, was it? And who was it? Anyone we should have heard of? The Beatles, the Stones, the Rolling Who? Is he, dear? Are you okay? Is that cider I can smell on your hands?
June Whitfield, who was a wonderful asset to the programme. And I noticed that her Times obit began, "It was once said of June Whitfield that she had supported more actors than the Department of Social Security had." I'm sure that's true. She absolutely knew her business and was wonderful and brilliant at it, and would spend most of the rehearsals trying to say less, so that she managed to cut her lines down to only the ones that she knew she could play brilliantly and get a wonderful laugh off.
Yeah, she was very clever at that. June could often be seen approaching Bob at his worst to say, Bob, do I really need to be saying this? And I'd be going, oh no, she's cutting her lines again.
But that's a mark of a kind of proper actress, isn't it? She knows I can do much more.
She knew I wouldn't cut them, so she'd go to Bob and he'd go, yeah, whatever you like, love. Whatever you like. Go on, off you go. Off you go, dear. Just go cut your lines.
Yeah, absolutely.
And she would hone it, and then she'd play a character who was completely deaf to what anyone else was saying in the scene, and just concentrate on her lines, which was perfect.
Yeah. Whenever we went abroad, she didn't go, and I always felt rather sorry I know. Don't trust me.
God, we got complaints.
Yes.
It was basically budget. I used to have to feel so sorry. But the one time we took Julia.
Yes. Where did we take Julia?
France.
Oh, yes.
No, only us two could
Bumble.
go to New York because it was just too expensive.
I know. Yeah, I'm sorry, I was the person saying it.
Morocco, we could take Julia.
But listen, overhearing this, it was a huge hit. It was a flagship sitcom of the BBC.
Doesn't mean to say the BBC give you more money.
Well, that's what I'm getting at. It was an in-house production. It wasn't.
Yeah.
So what was the consequence if you said, I'm terribly sorry, we've overspent by £100,000 or something?
I think, again, back in the very early days of it, there was a man called Tony James who worked with Jim Moore, and Tony's job
was he a dick
was
on the table sort of a guy?
No. Well, no, not really, but a very good balancer. He was very capable of saying to the BBC One, I tell you what, for the next series of Generation Game, I will need, 200,000 an episode. He knew it was only going to cost 150,000.
Yeah.
He also knew that French and Saunders or Ab Fab was likely to overspend by 50,000. So the books were balanced.
So he'd raid the Gen Game budget to pay for Ab Fab. Because, obviously the famous Billy Wilder phrase, nobody ever went to see a movie saying, I hear it came in under budget. once you're up and running and you're a huge success, just listening to the two of you, you sound as if you were terribly well behaved in saying we can't take Bubble to New York or whatever.
There were realities.
Sod it, we're going to take it to New York. We're
it wasn't like
yeah,
that.
but it's often then you have to then write why, and then it doesn't quite. I mean, it is quite hard finding excuses to put people in scenes sometimes.
Oh, no, that's a different thing, and that I get. And
I
there's
think we would take them if it was a party.
Yeah.
I mean, the
Or a launch.
relationship, a show that is funny if it costs £150,000 an episode isn't twice as funny if it costs
But also
£300,000.
you're very limited
We
on
all know that.
time and all that, and
Yeah.
we'd have to. It was. And
But
we always
we
knew
had
we could balance it because I always knew I had to do one show that was maybe on 2 sets. So we'd have the ones where the front door jams or something and they're just stuck in the house, or it can only be in the bedroom or in the panic room or something like that, to balance out the fact that we could then go to New York or something.
Yeah.
So
you didn't find that later on you thought, well, I wish we'd been able to take such and such a character to New York, or in other words, you were
no, because I'd have to think of something to do with them.
Yeah, you're comfortable with pushing up against the constraints of a BBC budget.
Well,
rather
the
than...
joy of a BBC budget is it sort of ties you down, doesn't it? It says there is this money, we can spend it. We're not going to spend much
and
more.
also, you've only got 29 minutes or something to fit it all into, and that's your biggest constraint.
Yeah.
So going abroad, you have to be really careful how many people can say something in a scene, because it take up another 20 minutes, and why are they there, and give them. Also, you've got to give them jokes. You can't just have someone trolling along. You've got to be a purpose to it, and that's
we had Whoopi
quite
Goldberg,
hard.
didn't we? We had
the marriage.
Yeah, we had Whoopi.
But I'm guessing that if Whoopi Goldberg says, I'd like to be in this show, it's because she loved the show.
Yes,
it's
exactly.
not because you were dangling a massive check in front of her.
I'm not sure we ever dangled any check.
You must have. Well, whatever.
No, I'm sure
she
we
didn't. Whoopi Goldberg
but
cannot
she did
have done it for the money.
completely write her own lines.
Yes, thank God.
Did she charge you?
Presented with
charge
lines.
you a writer's fee.
And then we would sit there and we'd give our lines, and then realise she'd gone off sort of 6 miles away in dialogue.
But that was
and then,
her, wasn't
That was
it?
just great.
Yes.
It was great.
Did you ever? Were you never tempted by the sort of American model of writing a hit sitcom, which is get the series established with the audience, then bring in a whole team of writers to keep it going?
Not really, because I think the danger in that, is that people miss the heart of it. And I think they made a French film of it, and they took sort of various ideas from various episodes, because Absolument Fabuleux, and it wasn't terrible, but they missed who they actually are, and they missed the sadness of them and the relationship with Sam. They just sort of missed it. It became far too fashiony.
So all these years later, having lived with the characters for so long, and them being such a central part of your life, do you ever watch the odd episode now?
I do watch some now.
Are you surprised?
I watch bits. I'm surprised that we didn't sharpen up some of them a bit more. There's moments when I think, I cringe a bit.
I'm always fascinated by how comedy, which in a sense is a snapshot of the moment it was made, how it slowly changes over time. And some comedies get less funny, actually, as time goes by. So I'm of a generation, for instance, who thought that Monty Python was the funniest thing ever made.
Yes.
And Dad's Army, which we've mentioned already, was a bit of a naff thing that your parents watched. And I would argue in the last 50 years, Dad's Army's got funnier and funnier.
Yes.
And Monty Python's got patchier and patchier. It's
Completely.
still got wonderful things in it.
Yes.
But it also at
How does
times...
that bad play?
Well,
Somebody who wasn't.
for somebody who's obviously loved it at the time, and because I knew we were having this conversation, has watched it recently, it's absolutely as funny as it was in the 1990s. It's fabulous.
May I be allowed to say that it was an indication of the difference between Smith and Jones, for example, as a sketch show, and French and Saunders as a sketch show, that the number of items in a Smith and Jones show was sometimes well over 20. The number of items in a French and Saunders show was very rarely over 10. And
That's a very interesting point.
It just to do with the length of a sketch,
yes,
and what you think you can play. And I remember Griff saying, "Why are these people allowed to be silly?"
Yes,
and there's something in, and it's there.
That's
in it,
because we grew up as a double act. We went to college together. We formed as a double act, and we learnt in a club being silly on stage, and that's what always made us laugh, you know. So being silly was how we learnt to be funny. So it's a very different way of
Mel and Griff
starting.
emerged because they weren't a double act until they were on telly together, and not the 9 o'clock
They
news.
were
And not the 9 o'clock
marriage.
news was a very sharply edited
Yes.
show.
Yeah.
And I remember working, because it's to your point entirely, John, Griff was always going about quickies. I mean, quickies in the such of very short sketches with
That have a
one
joke.
quick joke.
But I think quickies, that's a good idea. We used to try and do quickies. We had the little dancing things, and we used to do
Yes,
quickies.
but they were different. They were sort of character-based, weren't they? They weren't joke-based. They were, won't it be funny if we do this dance? Won't it be funny if Dawn comes on as a ballerina and you come on as a flamenco dancer, or whatever it was? They were sort of character things rather than it's based on this joke.
Well, I think there's another difference. Not that we're here to compare French and Saunders and Smith and Jones.
But let's do that.
But let's do it anyway. And you're in the room and Griff isn't. But I would say, if you said, and as people might have said, do you like French and Saunders? And yeah, I like French and Saunders. Did you mean I like French and Saunders the show, or do you mean I like Dawn French and Jennifer Saunders? Almost indistinguishable in a sense. And watching French and Saunders, you felt you were watching you and your relationship with Dawn.
Yeah.
Smith and Jones, more always in character, and their most famous characters, the head-to-head characters where they sit in the white shirts opposite each other, no resemblance to them as personalities at all. So I guess I'm saying, and I'm making this up as I go along, it might not even be true, that you're, to the audience, French and Saunders and your comedy is more informed by your own personalities in some ways. You feel you're watching you, whereas Mel and Griff are more purely comic actors. Do you think that's true, John?
Yes, I
Or
think
am
it is.
I mean,
but I think the idea that Mel and Griff would ever have been in the same room for any reason other than to do a sketch show is closer. Whereas you and Dawn, I think, might have well been in the same room if you hadn't lived in different bits of the country.
Yes, I mean, we would still, to be honest, we'd still get together in a room and be silly just for the fun of it anyway, because it is fun.
Early on, I remember Joanna finding it quite tricky to be Dawn French. You know, in other words, I think the relationship which you had with Dawn about, as it were, bouncing lines off each other, she thought early on, I'm an actress, I want a script. Whereas Dawn never thought that.
But I would
she was
say...
an actress.
I'm sorry.
With that in mind, I suppose the fact that you can watch Ab Fab and not feel that you're missing Dawn French is testament to the affection in which we hold all the characters.
Though she did, of course, pop up early in the series playing a sort of Lorraine Kelly-esque TV host. And Patsy made a disastrous appearance on her breakfast TV show.
From Ella magazine, Patsy Stone. Patsy, hello.
Yeah, cheers, thanks a lot.
Patsy, am I right in thinking that you've changed the fashion spot into a sort of makeover spot this week? Is that right? How did you get on?
Yeah, really well. Well.
I see. Am I right in thinking that you took two ordinary members of the public and made their dreams come true?
Yeah, that's right.
I see. Could we, perhaps take a look at a photograph of our two makeover spotters, perhaps? No, that's a photograph of my new son. Isn't he sweet? Have we got a photograph? Yes, we have. I see. I thought it would be done there, I'd say, Patsy, wouldn't you?
Yeah, cheers, thanks a lot.
So that was basically that French and Saunders used to do a breakfast TV thing, so I just sort of nicked Dawn as that character. And honestly, that's one of my favourite Patsy things. And Joanna does it so brilliantly that it completely becomes catatonic the second anything is actually expected of her. And I thought that was so funny. And the cheers, thanks a lot, is really weird. But Alison Moyet, who's a good friend of Dawn's and mine, and on stage, she used to, at the end of a show, the audience would, applause, and she'd just go to the microphone and go, yeah, cheers, thanks a lot. And I used to think it was just brilliant, that thank you very much, thanks for applauding, yes, I've been brilliant, blah, 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 but yeah, cheers, thanks a lot. And I just nicked it for Patsy, and it became her sort of thing.
Obviously, we're used to seeing a different side of Patsy, really. Did you ever feel constrained by the fact that you'd write something funny, but then find yourself thinking, But would the character really behave like that?
I think the thing with a show that you really enjoyed doing is that you don't think about it too much. No one's ever going to say, but we didn't remember the episode where they didn't do that and they didn't like that. You think, forget the last episode. Every episode you virtually start with a new head and you go, wouldn't it be great if we pretended that once they'd been to such and such, and then so every episode you can reinvent them in a way.
Jen, you talk of it with enormous affection, and
I
rightly
enjoyed it so much.
And I can see where this is going. I'm going to ask you a rather obvious question. I mean, your characters they would have had a long. I know you've done the movie in relatively recent years, but is there a moment every now and then when you think, well, actually, we could come back with Ab Fab as a teleseries?
Yes. I mean, I would never rule it out. I mean, it would make me quite happy, to be honest. I mean, but is it... I don't know. And we are quite old now, and I just wonder... We can't quite got the... I don't know if it would be the same. That's my biggest worry is that it wouldn't be the same and we'd regret it. I enjoyed it, doing it so much that I do miss that enjoyment. I miss the rehearsals and the fallings over and the silliness and Patsy used to make me laugh so much.
And we were blessed with Patsy because she knew that world.
Yes.
I remember her in breaks with the audience. The great thing she used to do was tell the audience how to get in and out of a mini without showing your fanny, which was something she learned at the...
You see, that's the thing with the studio. If you're going to do a studio, make sure you don't have many gaps. And if you have got gaps, make sure there's one of the cast or somebody out there still relating to the audience. So they always feel... involved and they understand what the process is when you're stopped and someone comes up and goes, oh, we need to do that line again because the camera didn't get you. You understand that you're then telling the audience that I fucked up, we're going to go again, sorry, I think that's the way to keep audiences going.
Well, it's been a great treat to have you with us.
Yes, thank you very much.
My pleasure.
And thank you for listening. We hope that we've gone at least some way to answering the question, what's funny about Absolutely Fabulous?
And can I say thank you for Absolutely Fabulous?
Well, thank you.
What's Funny About was an expectation production for BBC Radio 4 Extra. The producer was Owen Braben.
Hello and welcome to What's Funny About on Radio 4 Extra, hosted by me, Peter Fincham.
And me, John Plowman. This is a show all about television comedy. We talk to the writers, producers and performers behind some of Britain's biggest TV comedy hits. And we hear the inside story of how they brought their shows to the screen.
Today we're delighted to welcome our first ever Knight of the Realm into the What's Funny About shed. We're joined by the great Sir Tony Robinson and legendary common producer and all-round TV behemoth John Lloyd.
Did you say legendary common producer?
I said legendary comedy producer. For whom a long overdue knighthood will surely be forthcoming after his appearance on our programme.
When he first read the Blackadder pilot, Sir Tony's reaction was, it's fair to say, equivocal. Baldrick's only got 8 lines, he said, and none of them were funny. Luckily for him and for the rest of us, the lines did get funnier. Much funnier.
Blackadder went on to dominate the comedy landscape throughout the 1980s and remains the gold standard against which every sitcom that's come since has measured itself. To misquote Hugh Laurie's Prince George, any conversation about British comedy that didn't include Blackadder would be like a broken pencil. Pointless. We're thrilled that Tony and John are here with us today to allow us to ask the question, what's funny about Blackadder?
So, kicking off, John Lloyd, let's go back to the beginning. Where did it come from? Because you've done Not the 9 O'Clock News with Rowan. Did it come from there or did it come from somewhere else?
I think by the end of Not the 9 O'Clock News, we're all sort of sick of the sight of each other, really, because you spend so much intense time in each other's company. I remember after Not the 9, Sean Hardy, the other producer, and I decided, right, we're going to create our next big hit. And bizarrely, we went to Saint-Tropez for a week on our own and stayed in a lovely little hotel, which is not our style at all. And we could not think of a single thing to say to each other. No, so the point was that Richard and Rowan went away to write this sitcom, because I think Rowan was slightly modelled himself on John Cleese, and he'd done his Monty Python, and now he wanted to do his Fawlty Towers. I think that was his game plan. And so they went away, I think, to France and spent a few weeks writing stuff and sent me this script, which the first draft of which I remember was called Prince Edmund and His Two Friends. I thought, no, really not.
It was a ridiculous premise to arrive at. These are a couple of people who really love history, so they choose to do a comedy pilot about a period of history which nobody knows anything about. But not only did they do that, they parody it so that things actually don't work out the same way that they did in history. It's so obscure.
The thing about the pilot was it was set in an indeterminate period of history, like a sort of Tony Curtis, The Black Knight of Falworth, where people sort of had suits of armour, but they didn't. And yeah, sort of a parody of history. And I said, you need to root it in real events. That was my thought. And I think that when Ben Elton came, perhaps we're jumping the gun, when Ben came on in the second series, and he said, but the Middle Ages, everyone hates the Middle Ages. It's flies and plague and poo everywhere and donkeys and stuff. And what about something a bit more fun, like Elizabethan England, swashbuckling and, ruffs and tights and all that? You're quite right about it.
Yeah. Let's go back to the first series, because the first series, you could say in some ways, is the odd one out of the run of Blackadder, because the methodology of making it was different. It's shot on film, it's shot single camera, on location, it's quite expensive to look at. Am I right in thinking it's then played into an audience in a way that you probably wouldn't today? It has a laughter track on it, but it's not what you would have even then, or not what you have then called a conventional sitcom.
Well, okay, so we could probably talk about this stuff for a week and not draw breath, because it was, it was a long time in the making, every 2 years and so on. In the first series, listen, we all came out of Not the 9 O'Clock News. We were cocky. We were young. We won a couple of BAFTAs. We thought we knew what we were doing. And that thing that young or relatively young comedians and comic writers do, I don't want an audience because I'm better than that. And then we set out to do this, and a lot of it was on film. And the first disastrous mistake was that essentially Rowan was a stage comedian. And so he needs the editor of an audience laugh to get his timing right. He'd never done film before, hardly to speak of. So that was very, very
But he'd done
tricky.
film in Not the 9 O'Clock News.
But tiny little bits,
Yeah.
Do you know that story about in the first series when it's actually the first day of filming in Northumberland, freezing cold, snow on the ground. Rowan had just learned to ride a horse, and he was sitting on his horse, massive, great thing, and his nose was running because it was so cold, and this awful haircut. He was shivering. And this was actually, as so often in filming, it was shot in the wrong order. So we were shooting the last episode first for logistical reasons. And Rowan leant down off his horse and said to me, "What voice shall I use?" And I thought, oh no.
Yes, how interesting.
We just hadn't thought. You think, it's on film, you don't need to rehearse, because on Not the 9 O'Clock News, film was never rehearsed. It's such a simple thing. It's a shot where Rowan gets into a Mini and drives down the road. That's all it is. You don't need to rehearse it. And, of course, we desperately needed to. And I feel ashamed. It's toe-curling. But I do want to say this thing to anybody who's starting out in their career in comedy or anything else is, if you don't make mistakes, you won't make anything. And it's a good thing to remember that Blackadder's now, I suppose, part of the comedy pantheon, and everyone says, it's all marvellous. It wasn't easy to get there. It wasn't, and none of us are geniuses.
I think the real problem was nobody knew how to make it. But by the time we started, I think everybody had an inkling after the first week of rehearsals, the direction it should be going in. But a situation comedy is like a juggernaut, isn't it? You've already booked all the actors, you've set up where you're going to do the filming, you've booked the 743 witches and knights that were required, etc., etc., etc.
And the horses.
And the horses. There was a limit to how much anybody could change it, and by God, Jon in particular was really kind of wrestling with this kind of monstrous thing. But I think all of us would have loved the luxury of just kind of chucking it away and starting again. In a way, looking back on it, it seems to me that first series was like one long pilot.
Can I posit a theory here? I don't know whether either of you agree with this at all. I sometimes think of the first series of Blackadder as a distant relative of Monty Python and the Holy Grail, because you're in the medieval period with a lot of mud and a lot of... But here's what I find the weird way round. Today, I find Monty Python and the Holy Grail a funnier thing to watch than their studio-based ordinary episodes. And the reverse is true with Blackadder. When you go into the studio from series 2 onwards, I find it funnier than Blackadder.
I think that's very acute piece.
Why is that?
Well, I don't know. I went to see the cast and crew of Holy Grail. Absolutely hilarious film, and I think today it still stands up.
Yeah.
And Blackadder, you just see you see the sort of jewels poking through the mud here and there. You see a glint, don't you? But
and you've got Peter Cook, and you've got Brian Blessed, and you've got Elsa.
I haven't got the jokes. I don't think this is original from me.
What's funny about Blackadder? One, not very much.
I think John said once that a page of the first Blackadder series, there's a lot of signposts that say "to the joke." But when you follow the path, it's not there.
But I also think you haven't got the sharply defined characters, and we've already mentioned this, that Baldrick gets funnier as he gets thicker, and we can come to that. The Blackadder of series 2, 3 and 4 are more sharply defined. In your minds, do you think of it as neglected classic or necessary learning experience?
Well, the first series?
Yeah.
No, I think that... I want to say something about creativity briefly, which is, the thing is... Nobody really knows what creativity is, but when you make something that wasn't there before, if you don't make mistakes, somebody said, you won't make anything. It is making mistakes is a necessary part of getting better at things. You don't learn anything from success, only from failure. And we learned a lot, and we learned fast.
Haven't we skipped over the fact that the first series was sort of cancelled after the...
Well, let's say that. So the joke in the days when the pound was worth twice as much as $1. Remember those happy days?
Happy days.
The joke in the BBC bar was the series that looked $1 million and cost £1 million. That was the gag. And Michael Grade came in as managing director of BBC Television and looked at the figures and looked at the costs and was horrified because we basically overspent the budget twice, I think. And it was 5 months in editing. It was... That was a ghastly experience. And he said, look, it's got some things in it, but it's just not worth the money. And so we'd already, I think Ben had come on board, brilliant decision by Richard. I think they'd already written 4 scripts, and they were marvellous. They were absolutely great.
They weren't film scripts, they were studio scripts, were they?
Well, no, they still had film in them.
Oh, right.
So I rang them up and said, guys, we've got to get together here and we've got to somehow strip out any amount of cost in this.
At the time, it felt like we'd had our testicles cut off, but it just meant that all you focused on was the word.
But your character changed more than anybody else's.
I think I'm right in saying that was Ben's idea. More than anyone else's. I mean, what Ben has always said to me was that what he felt was wrong with the first series essentially was that there was no dynamic, that if you look at something like Hancock's Half Hour, you've got someone who's thwarted in their room, surrounded by complete prats, and he bursts out in order to prove to the Pratts what a wonderful person he is. And the idea was that if Percy and Baldrick were really, really stupid and that Blackadder was the strutting cock in that room and he could then go in to see the Queen believing that he would be wonderful and then he gets thwarted, that would be a good energy for the series.
I'm also kind of interested in, Tony, I don't know what your thoughts are about this, that Baldrick has a consistent curve from Blackadder 1 to Blackadder 4. He's sort of the same character, but is it fair to say he's getting thicker as each series goes by?
Yes, and maybe in retrospect we overdid it a bit in series 4.
Oh, no, I'm going to take issue with that. I think he's wonderfully...
Boom!
Well, it's wonderful. Whereas Blackadder jumps from simpering to swaggering, then to butler Blackadder, and then... Do you know what I mean? It's an altogether different sort of journey, the Blackadder character.
Well, he's going the other direction, isn't he? That he starts confident, and then he goes down a few rungs, and by the end he's a kind of guy in despair.
My character was very much defined by Baldrick's relationship with Blackadder and my relationship with Rowan. I wasn't one of the insiders, at least not at the beginning. I kind of had a love affair with them all in the first week. It was I always knew that if I could somehow be in what I thought of as Oxbridge comedy, that I might have a role to play in it. But it was like a dream that first week. They got me, I got them, and suddenly I was in it. But I was in it because Rowan and I knew how to talk to each other without words, if you know what I mean. We understood each other's timing absolutely from the beginning. And whenever we see each other now, there is that... You know, when neither of us are the kind of buddy-buddy sort of people, but there is an intensity about our relationship just because we know the territory. And I think Baldrick he was allowed to change because Rowan allowed him to change. In a way, there's a great humility about Rowe in that he will accept anything if he thinks it works. He won't tolerate anything.
One of the joys of working with Rowe as a performer, he has no ego. He's actually interested in the right answer, isn't he?
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
He looks at his work very objectively, saying, I didn't do that right, I need to do this better.
He's an engineer by training, isn't he? And then he looks
right.
at it like an engineer would.
Is it also fair to say that it becomes to an unusual degree about language and the sheer felicitous nature of memorable phrases, and there's a competitive thing which I imagine must have gone on in the rehearsal rooms of how can we turn this phrase into the most perfectly worded simile or metaphor? That's it. But Blackadder rings with these.
And I would say that when I say ego, I mean everybody's got an ego. It's just nobody behaved like a pompous ass or anything. It's just we'd all been used. I was running Spitting Image. I'm used to people doing what I asked. And, Stephen and Hugh got famous, and Ben was a world-famous novelist, and Richard started Comic Relief. And then all of us were used to having command in our private life and saying things. And people say, yeah, absolutely. And suddenly you've got people say, I don't agree. And they're your peers. It's peer-to-peer discussion. And so you would get these situations like, famously in the third series, Stephen Fry, playing the Duke of Wellington, says to the Prince Regent, he gets this line saying, Sir, the King, your father, is mad. And Stephen says, I'm not going to say that, because they're competitive, I'm not. If Hugh Laurie has just had some marvellous line like, look, Blackadder, I may be as thick as a whale omelette, and, get a huge laugh. And Stephen is not going to have a duff line. So he said, instead of saying, the King, your father, is mad, could I say instead, Sir, the King, your father, now believes himself to be a small village in Lincolnshire with spectacular views of the Nene Valley. And, of course, we all exploded with laughter. Well, just completely improvised by Stephen. It had to go in.
Now, one thing that isn't characteristic of Blackadder is catchphrases. But there is one famous catchphrase in Blackadder that's entered the English language, and I think we got the clip of the first ever mention of this catchphrase in response to the inadvertent burning of Dr. Johnson's dictionary.
Well, in that case, something must be done.
I have a cunning plan, sir.
Hurrah! Well, that's that then.
I wouldn't get overexcited, sir. I have a horrid suspicion that Baldrick's plan will be the stupidest thing we've heard since Lord Nelson's famous signal at the Battle of the Nile. England knows Lady Hamilton is a virgin. Poke my eye out and cut off my arm if I'm wrong.
Let's hear it then.
It's brilliant. You take the string, that's still not completely burnt. You scrape off the soot and you shove the pages in again.
Which pages?
Well, not the same ones, of course.
Yes, I think I'm on the point of spotting the flaw in this plan. But do go on. Which pages are they?
Well, this is the brilliant bit. You write some new ones.
Some new ones? You mean rewrite the dictionary? I sit down tonight and rewrite the dictionary that took Dr. Johnson 10 years.
Yep.
Baldrick, that is by far and away, and without a shadow of doubt, the worst and most contemptible plan in the history of the universe.
The question I want to ask you is, at that moment, did you realise you'd hit upon, in a sense, a catchphrase that would live and enter the English language? Or did that, was it just another funny line?
The line originally was, I have a plan. And I said, could I say I have a cunning plan? As an actor, there's something about that word cunning that you can really sit on. It makes it 10 times more ridiculous, but also you're really proud of you've got something to invest your pride in, and it has got a lovely rhythm to it. And I remember thinking at that time, do you know, that could be a catchphrase. But actually, we don't like catchphrases, do we? But it worked so well that...
It's a genius, because the one thing Baldrick is not cunning.
Yeah.
That's what's so lovely. It's immediately ironic.
And Jon, as the producer, would you have... Had you thought that Tony had stumbled upon and invented a great catchphrase, would you have said, sorry, as a producer of Blackadder, we don't do catchphrases? That's the sort of thing a different sort of sitcom does.
Well, no, because we didn't know it was a catchphrase at the time.
You never do.
No.
Catchphrases are made by the audience.
I mean, I'm who was it? Roy Hyde used to call me the mirth miser. I mean, anything that is funny, I will have. Thank you very much.
In the third series, and indeed slightly in the second series, you've got a Machiavel in Rowan, in Blackadder, surrounded by idiots. You've got 2 idiots and 1 intelligent person, which is, I mean, normally you'd be happy with 1 idiot, but you've got 2, and indeed in Blackadder 3 you've also got 2.
Were you glad of that because you thought, well, we can wallow in our dim-wittedness, or were you thinking, well, actually... the dim-witted characters' lines are funny, and I like them all to myself.
There are 2 different responses to that, really. When I was working with Tim McInerney, when he was Percy, it was very rhythmic, the way we would put in our comments. And so we were working together, as it were. We were rather like in, do you remember Sergeant Bilko?
Yeah.
He had 2 idiot friends, and it was the same thing. He would go bum, 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 and they would go ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And that was how it all worked. With Hugh, it was very different. Hugh and I never spoke to each other. I mean, we did as friends, but I mean, as characters, we never addressed each other. So we were in different worlds of idiocy. So I never felt that I was either undermining or being undermined by his comedy. It just didn't work like that.
You mean Baldrick's relationship is almost all with Blackadder?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think virtually all with Blackadder. He hardly even speaks to Mrs. Miggins, let alone anybody else. It's a very private world he has.
I love that. Another thing that interests me, it's funny that even at this distance you're still discovering what Blackadder is actually about and why it works, because of course they're good jokes and everything, but all great programmes, they have a thing at the heart of them which is something to do with core human nature and human experience. And I think one of the things about Blackadder just coming out of this conversation is it speaks to all of us, Blackadder, partly because I think Tony in many ways is the hero of Blackadder, because he's the guy who says the simple thing and he gets shouted down and told he's an idiot, and then often his plan gets adopted at the end. But more than that, the thing is, what Rowan is a character, he's a modern man set in history, and he is the most intelligent person nearly always in the room. He's surrounded by complete clots and idiots and buffoons. He has very good ideas and none of them work. And it speaks to all of us, doesn't it? When you look at the way the world is now, we all think, I may not be perfect, but I'm at least a normal, reasonable person. Who's running the world? Who's in charge? It's all going wrong, and your life goes wrong. You work so hard, and it doesn't come straight. And I think there's a really core philosophical nugget in there.
You could argue that the ladder of idiocy has no top and no bottom. So in series 3...
it's philosophically profound.
It's a philosophical point. In series 3, Baldrick is at the bottom of the heap and he's very thick. But the other really thick character is at the very top of the heap. He's royalty. Yeah. And there's a very astute observation there. And I feel one of the things that Blackadder, because it's certainly not just the Prince Regent, it's Percy, it's a whole series of other characters, that Blackadder delights in idiocy. I think we have a clip that would be good to hear to show this, because we also get a bit of how idiocy is mixed with history and education when Prince George learns what a rotten borough is, and Blackadder's handling of him here is so brilliant, but we're also learning something as the audience, because the truth is most of us don't know what a rotten borough is.
We must move at once.
In which direction?
Sir Talbot represented the constituency of Dunny-on-the-Wold, and by an extraordinary stroke of luck, it is a rotten borough.
Really? Is it? Well, lucky us. lucky luck. Luck.
You don't know what a rotten borough is, do you, sir? No. So what was the chicken impression in Adolf?
Well, I just didn't want to hurt your feelings. So, what is a robber button?
A rotten borough. A rotten borough, sir, is a constituency where the owner of the land corruptly controls both the voters and the MP.
Good. Yes. And a robber button is?
Could we leave that for a moment?
I love that, because I've actually learned something at the end of that. But I also love the fact that in this script, as we've talked about, of elaborate and almost sort of rococo language, in that Hugh Laurie just sort of goes for a duck impression to get himself out of a hole. I beg your pardon, a chicken impression to get himself out of a hole.
No, I tell you something.
How was that written? That's so weird.
I'll tell you exactly how it was written. So we got to that point in rehearsal on a Wednesday or whatever it was, and in the original script it just says, by an extraordinary stroke of luck, it's a rotten borough. And he goes, great, well let's get on with it. And then they go on and do what they did. And I said to Richard, you know, when the rehearsal had stopped, you've got to explain what a rotten borough is, because most people won't know. And he goes, well, how could you explain that in a funny way? I said, well, you've got to do it, otherwise the whole script will be meaningless, because if people don't know what a rotten borough is. And he got, you know, at that point, things were a bit sticky across the board, really, in terms of, because of the way the writing had often been changed in rehearsal in the third series. That was the most difficult one in some ways. So Richard sort of said, I don't think it's necessary and I don't want to do it. So I went home that night and I wrote that. That's the only bit of Blackadder, all four series, that I actually wrote, the scene where it gets from what is a rotten borough to where the scene ends. And I'm very proud of it, I have to say. It was a workmanlike job, just to mix the chicken impressions and a small hen in its late 40s and all that kind of thing. And it took me all night. And I remember Richard was I think he was rather miffed about it, really, that he sort of said, I suppose you want a writing credit. I said, no, of course not, it's my job, but I just want to help. But again, I think it's like, it's not just the jokes.
But go back a sec. Go back to Series 2 is a hit. It does better than Series 1. Did you ever think, we'll write a Series 2 of Series 2?
Yeah,
Did you always know you were going to change periods?
Well, Ben but Ben said, oh, well, that's great, we should do another one of those. And I said, no, we've done the potato joke, the rough joke, you know, the Sir Walter Raleigh joke. We've run out of Elizabethan jokes.
That doesn't usually hold the sitcoms back.
No, but I mean, anyway, and I also felt there was something about, we'd done the medieval period and then we got Elizabethan, somehow...
You should go forward.
Yeah.
Did you ever think of doing other periods of history rather than just jumping straight from there to the First World War? Did you ever think of doing, I don't know, the Victorian era?
I don't think that came up. We've, over the years, had ideas floating around of what other series we might have done, or still, sometimes the papers get hold of it and say, is there going to be another series? But I don't think there was ever a Victorian one. There was definitely one set in the 1960s called The Blackadder 5, which is about a rock band with Bald Rick, the drummer.
Indian Mutiny you liked at one time.
Oh, yeah, and there was one set in the dawn of history called Homo Blackadder, which is, at that point, Baldrick is king of the monkeys, and out of the jungle comes the first true human, Homo Blackadder, and then takes over, and Baldrick's goose is cooked for the rest of eternity. Yeah, and there was a really nice one. Rowan and I liked the idea of setting one in the Second World War, which was a mixture of Dad's Army and Colditz, so that by the time we'd all got so old, well, we are so old now, that they were a platoon on the south coast, and a German submarine comes and captures the whole platoon and takes them to Colditz, and they all have to escape. I thought that was a very funny idea.
Do it.
I can remember we've referred to it as the Ladybird book philosophy.
Yeah.
That a Ladybird book on a period of history has 6 chapters.
Yeah.
When you've done those, you then move on to another book.
It was actually based by a weird coincidence. Richard and I found out years later that we'd both, aged 9, been given a child's history book called Looking at History by R.J. Unstead, which had, line drawings of nuns and knights in armour and things. In the Middle Ages, nuns wore wimples and monks had, cowls or codpieces or whatever.
I just want to press on another theme there, and see if you agree with this, that Baldric's partly about idiocy, but is he also partly about a word that you may not have used back then, but we often use today, relatability? He's more relatable to the audience as the common man.
I totally agree with that. Yeah.
And as the series goes through, that becomes more and more important. And in the 4th series, when Baldric, to a greater degree than ever before, becomes the hero of the series, is that because he's the one character who you sort of think the ancestors of Hugh Laurie and Stephen Fry would have been officers in the First World War. They are the donkeys who led the lions, and Baldric, in a sense, does that make sense?
It does.
That's why his appeal becomes so strong.
In Europe, there was a very, very popular book around about the First World War called The Good Soldier Schweik, and it was about a soldier who's in the Austro-Hungarian Empire's forces, which are so huge that there is nothing that he could possibly do about anything. So he becomes an idiot. And you don't know throughout the whole book whether he really is an idiot or whether this is just his way of getting through life. And in a way, I think that was true of Baldric. I never played him as an idiot. I never played him as a wise man. It was just how you dealt with that particular moment in order to avoid being hit.
Did you ever feel you wanted to get your own back on Blackadder?
No, it's funny, a lot of people ask that.
He doesn't get his own back, but he bests Blackadder at times. We have a clip of the famous scene of Blackadder asking for a cup of coffee in the trenches, and you could say Baldric wins this scene.
Baldric, fix us some coffee, will you? And try to make it taste slightly less like mud this time.
Not easy, I'm afraid, Captain.
Why is this?
Because it is mud. We ran out of coffee 13 months ago.
So every time I've drunk your coffee since, I have in fact been drinking hot mud.
With sugar.
Which, of course, makes all the difference.
Well, it would do if we had any sugar, but unfortunately we ran out New Year's Eve 1915. Since when, I've been using sugar substitute.
Which is?
Dandruff.
Brilliant.
Still, I could add some milk this time. Well, saliva.
No, thank you, Baldric. Call me Mr. Picky, but I think I'll cancel it.
Would it be fair to say Baldric knows exactly what he's doing in that scene? He's getting the better of Blackadder, and by the way it's performed is so perfect from both of you. Just the pronunciations of whether it's
a good test, isn't it?
Beautiful piece.
I've seen that for years, but the fact I'm helpless with laughter. That's what I try to do as a producer: is sit in the room until I can't stop giggling. And when it's that good, you think it's like it's better than I could do. It's better than we could do. It's like it's pin perfect.
There's so many things going on in that scene. We could have done the whole discussion just about that scene. That was written by committee. I can remember there's a bit that you didn't use in that clip. I can remember we were nearly there.
Make it a milky one, Baldric.
And that was Tim McInerney, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Tim, who, rather like me, contributed much less than the people who saw themselves as writers, because I think we just weren't as confident, apart from anything else. But Tim suddenly came in with that cappuccino. It was just glorious. So there was that going on. There's actually the writing is so rhythmic. I mean, you say it's played well. It's played well because we've got something wonderful to play. The different paces that Baldric and Blackadder adopt, the way their delivery is so different, the spareness of what Rowan is doing compared with the sort of overarching thing that I'm doing. I'm sorry, I'm being terribly pretentious about this.
No, but there's nothing's wasted, is it?
The way you say sugar substitute is artful. You're teeing up the fact that you're going to say dandruff. You're leering Blackadder into a trap.
Right.
This is the opposite of you saying a cunning plan that he swats like a fly. You're leading this.
I think that's true. The difference is I'm not sure that he is trying to get his own back. I think he's just absolutely really proud of what he's managed to devise. So the reason that he's teasing Blackadder is because he just wants to show him.
Well,
and there's
saliva.
another thing that I've discovered.
We perhaps haven't said enough about Tim McInerney and how brilliant he was in Blackadder.
Yeah.
Whose idea was it to call him darling?
Well, that was a typical thing. It was the first episode of the last series, and Tim, who I totally agree is a mainstay of the Adder, but Tim had, like Tony had in the pilot, only 3 lines: yes sir, no sir, and I'll do it straight away sir. And he'd been persuaded to come back. He wasn't in the 3rd series apart from in one ep, and Richard had persuaded him back and then not bothered to write any lines for him. And Tim was really cross. I mean, really cross. And he also said, it's just, this is just, what's the point? You could get anyone for this. And he was on the point, I think, of quitting, actually. And everyone was very, no, please, Tim, please, Tim. And Stephen weighed in. He said, also, Captain Cartwright, that's a bit of a pathetic name, isn't it? Can you think of something better? And Richard was really prickly about this. He's now getting it from 2 sides. Yeah. Doesn't normally get it from Tim, because Tim's, a good actor and is trying to do what the writer wants. But him and Stephen were not getting on so well at that point, and so Richard Brisley said, well, all very well, when Stephen said, why don't you call him something like Darling, Captain, hello, Darling, and Richard said, everyone laughed, of course, and Richard said, well, that'd be funny once. It'd be funny once, it wouldn't be funny. And of course, again, it's one of those things, every time.
Yeah.
Don't slouch, darling. Come on, darling, we're leaving.
And helped by Tim McInerney sort of wince at his own name.
Yes, absolutely.
And the wonderful scene when Melchett is rehearsing what he will say to his real darling, and darling, Tim McInerney constantly thinks he's talking to him when he's not doing so at all.
Talking to a girlfriend.
How do I look, darling?
Girl bait, sir. Pure bloody girl bait.
Moustache? Bushy enough?
Like a privet head, sir.
Good, because I want to catch a particularly beautiful creature in this bush tonight.
So you'll be combing women out of your moustache for weeks, sir.
God, it's a spankingly beautiful world, and tonight's my night. I know exactly what I'll say to her. Darling.
Yes, sir? I don't know, sir.
Well, don't butt in. I want to make you happy, darling.
Well, that's very kind of you, sir.
Will you kindly stop interrupting? If you don't listen, how can you tell me what you think? I want to make you happy, darling. I want to build a nest for your 10 tiny toes. I want to cover every inch of your gorgeous body in pepper and then sneeze all over you.
Really, sir? I must protest.
What is the matter with you, darling?
Well, it's just all so sudden, sir.
Is it fair to say that Series 4 complies with the sort of rule about great sitcoms, which is that there's about a set of people trapped?
Yeah, it does and it doesn't. That was the selling point when Richard and Ben came along and said, we've got a great idea where to set the 4th series. I said, great, what is it going to be? They said, the First World War in the trenches. I said, that's a terrible idea. How would that ever be funny? That's the least funny thing I've ever heard. And they said, no, but it's a brilliant idea because there's basically 2 sets, the trenches and the sort of headquarters back, 20 miles behind the lines. And it's a great dynamic and it's cheap, And then the first 3 scripts came in. One was set as a war artist and no man's land. One was a concert party somewhere else. And what was the 3rd one? I can't remember. So they broke their own rule. But it's much more like a classic sitcom, really.
You, John, were the real advocate of saying, if we do a 4th series, it would be great if it was just the actors, the characters we already know, and like nobody else at all. And of course we weren't quite able to do that, but nevertheless it does have that imperative throughout that series.
If you'd only changed the setting, it would be a lesser thing. I think there's something going on in character.
Oh, there's definitely.
I don't think Baldrick of series 2 or 3 would have instituted a conversation.
No, and also
like
I want
that.
to say something that I thought a lot about since, QI is another thing which educates sort of by stealth or by accident. And the thing about QI is it's not about stupidity, it's about ignorance. Everybody's ignorant. Actually, everyone is smart in different ways, and everyone is ignorant. And that goes for the entire, the ladder of stupidity from top of. And that's the thing. Baldric doesn't know very much. He hasn't read any books. He doesn't know how to spell Austro-Hungary, but he's not stupid.
Given the right education, he's probably cleverer than Hugh Laurie.
Hugh is definitely he is. He plays a stupid person because he's had all the opportunities and he hasn't bothered to do. But if you think of the way that Baldric uses the available materials to make coffee that is good enough to pass muster. It's not very good coffee, but somebody's drinking mud, dandruff, and saliva and going, it's a bit hotter. And that's very intelligent.
And has curiosity.
He's doing something. He's solving problems all the time, maybe in a sort of funny way. If you think of Melchett, he's actively ruining everything. General Melchett or the Prince Regent. He's a complete idiot. These are people with power not using it well, and Baldric is calmly working behind the scenes, trying to solve problems that aren't of his making.
What I remember is that all the people in that rehearsal room were very similar kind of socio-politically, if you know what I mean, that everybody in that room wanted to make the world a better place. And an awful lot of them were involved in things, comic relief in a sense came out of that group of people who were involved in Blackadder. So that the whole desire to inform was underpinning what we were all doing. I remember at one time that The Sun printed a list of 20 people in show business who are bent on undermining the country. 5 out of the 20 were in Blackadder. I was so proud of that.
We should talk about the very end of Series 4, though, because underlying Series 4 there is obviously tragedy. And in a way, the series is about people keeping their spirits up to a certain extent, apart from Blackadder, who actually wants to just desert.
Again, I think I was going to say the maturity that perhaps at the time we didn't realise we were growing. We were sort of often arguing a lot, and it's quite tense, some of the fourth series. But the last episode was almost going right back to the first episode of Series 2, is that was, there was obviously primping and tweaking, but really it left as it arrived. It was an absolutely extraordinary piece of writing, particularly the way everyone starts rather bullish and optimistic, and the colour and the comedy drains out of the script, and it gets sadder and more frightening. It's genuinely quite... I remember going into the set, because producers don't often go down onto the studio floor, and standing, actually for the first time, in the trench set, and going cold all over, saying, this feels so real.
Did you feel you'd earned the right to darken the tone and take the audience somewhere that a kind of sitcom doesn't normally do? You'd expect to end on the funniest scene, and you end up on the most tragic scene.
Yeah, I didn't see it at that time as the right. I saw it as an obligation. And right from the beginning, we had all been saying we must make it very clear that we're not taking the piss out of the people who died. We're taking the piss out of the madness that led to them dying. And we need somewhere to make an absolute statement about that, and the most appropriate place seemed to be at the end of the final episode.
Yes, it's absolutely true. And my great uncle was a general in the First World War, one of the people who started the tank corps. I'm from a service family. My dad was in the Navy for 40 years. The idea that you would be, that you're some sort of conscientious objector, or any of us were sort of unpatriotic, as Michael Gove came out when he was Secretary of State for Education. He said Blackadder shouldn't be taught in schools because it's anti-British. This is so not true. Blackadder's fantastically popular in the armed services. During the first Gulf War, the good Gulf War, as it were, they used to name all the lines and emplacements after characters in Blackadder. So the Blackadder lines, the Melchett lines, and until recently, more than half the regimental goats in the British Army are called Baldric. The services absolutely took it to their heart. We shot the opening titles in Colchester Barracks with real squaddies dressed up in First World War uniforms.
We have found in conversations in this series, I think so far no exceptions to the rule, that however savagely you portray the idiocy of a particular world and the people in it love you for it. So the Vicar of Dibley is widely loved by the church.
Fab is loved by fashion PRs.
The thick of it by politicians, even though they're shown as hard.
Oh yes, and
hard
Yes
swearing.
Minister too.
Yes, Minister. Yes, and it sounds, as I said, the same with Blackadder. That it's not as if the First World War officers come out very well from Blackadder goes forth, but the military love it.
Yeah, as Tony said, we're looking at the madness of the situation, and it portrays all the kinds of characters that there were. You know, idiot senior officers, idiot junior officers, cowards, and very brave people, across the whole spectrum, really.
Well, why don't let's play the clip of the famous scene we've been talking about, which is how Blackadder, after 4 highly successful series, comes to an end.
Listen, our guns have stopped.
You don't think? Maybe the war's over. Maybe it's peace.
Oh, hurrah! The big knobs have got round the table and yanked the iron out of the fire.
Thank God. We lived through it. The Great War, 1914 to 1917.
Hip, hip, hooray!
I'm afraid not. The guns have stopped because we're about to attack. Not even our generals are mad enough to shell their own men. They think it's far more sporting to let the Germans do it.
So we are, in fact, going over. This is, as they say, it.
I'm afraid so. Unless I can think of something very quickly.
Company, 1 pace forward.
Oh, there's a nasty splinter on that ladder, sir. A bloke could hurt himself on that.
Stand ready.
I have a plan, sir.
Really, Baldrick? A cunning and subtle one?
Yes, sir.
As cunning as a fox who's just been appointed Professor of Cunning at Oxford University?
Yes, sir.
On the signal, company will advance.
Well, I'm afraid it'll have to wait. Whatever it was, I'm sure it was better than my plan to get out of this by pretending to be mad. I mean, who would have noticed another madman around here? Good luck, everyone.
Extraordinary.
It is extraordinary. And is it fair to say that, Tony, that the relationship here between Blackadder and Baldrick has reached a point where there's a sort of equality to it? For once, Blackadder hasn't got a better plan than Baldrick, and he admits it.
I think that's true, but I also think that's true of the other characters in that scene. I think the positioning, the blocking of that scene is absolutely right. Everybody is absolutely equal when faced with death. And people say there were no laughs at the end. Now, looking at it then, people were laughing, but I suspect they were laughing more out of duty, more out of a feeling that it's a comedy and they probably just said something funny.
Against fear.
And is it fair to say you all instinctively don't work the laughs? You actually undersell the funny lines because you know that that's right for the mood of the ending.
I overworked that line about the splinter, and seeing it then, I died a little.
Is it the only sitcom that's killed its main characters at the end
of each series? I think so, yeah. I was just... Perhaps it's a well-worn story, but just on the theme of disaster as a gift, a brilliant recording. I mean, really moving and sad and so on. And then the audience absolutely rapt to the very end. And then we had to shoot the last scene where they go over the top and run through no man's land. And we built an entire set in a different studio. It was a huge set covered with fuller's earth, artificial soil and all that kind of stuff. And so on. We sent the actors there with a PA with a walkie-talkie, and it was 10 minutes before the end of the recording, so we had just time to do a couple of takes, and we hadn't had time to rehearse it because of the thing we talked about earlier. We were so busy trying to fix the words that actually the actual physical rehearsal, there wasn't time. So everybody went there as you see them at the end, and then the director calls, okay, action, and off they go, start climbing the ladders. And nobody told them there were going to be real explosions, and the lights went out, and suddenly pyrotechnics going off. They're stumbling, they hurt their knees, banging into things, and you can hear them on the original soundtrack go, oh, God, Jesus, this is terrible. Oh, what the fuck? And so it's a terrible take because they were stumbling across the ground. They weren't running, and they were cursing each other and not looking like they were acting. And we just got time, 5 minutes. We've got 5 minutes before they pull the plugs. And so I say, the director says, can we have another take? And Rowan grabs the walkie-talkie off the PA's shoulder and says, John, that was a disgrace. We could have been killed here. I'm sorry, we're going on strike. And we got to the edit with this one awful take, this brilliantly shot, brilliantly acted, brilliantly written episode, and this terrible scene at the end with people, obviously, some actors, complaining, walking at about half a mile an hour. And that scene was made in the edit. And let's not forget, it's the bit that has no words that is the moving bit. Something, your heart goes out to them. It seems more real than if we'd had any number of people dying or whatever. Yeah. It's just completely abstract. And we're all crammed in there because it's the very last episode, all the production team. And the editor says, lovely Chris Wadsworth, why don't we just slow it down, John? What about, since it's slow anyway, let's go the other way. Let's make it much slower. Slower. And then the assistant says, what about slowing down the music as well? Because that, Howard Goodall...
Well, I was going to say we should put a word in for... Because like all great theme tunes, it can set almost any mood.
Yes,
and
absolutely,
there it sets an
elastic.
unbelievably
Howard's idea to play that as solo piano in a school gymnasium, but it was twice as fast, and they slowed the sound down. You get that otherworldly, ghostly feeling about it.
And it's so much at the front of the mix, isn't it? That's what's so audacious about it. It's about that piece of music in a way.
And it's so odd that it looks so meant, and it was so accidental, and we were... Anyway... The next thing that happens is that my PA, Jenny, says, I've got a great idea, John. I know where there's a picture of some poppies. So between they do this incredibly slow, 10-second mix or something like that, where they fade out the actors, they fade to sepia, and they fade in the poppies. And it looks like poppies are magically growing over, 6 years out of this dead soil. And we stood in that edit suite, and everyone was completely silent. We thought, we've touched the numinous in some way. We've done something it was almost forbidden. It's like something it was almost religious, that we've done something unbelievable and we don't really deserve it. We didn't expect this to happen. Nobody set out to do that thing. It wasn't in the script. And they go over the top and that's the end.
There was one other grace note, which is that normally at the end of the series, you have tons of credits because everyone wants to be recognised for what they've contributed throughout all that time. There were no credits. There was just this kind of silence, stillness, and then the words, the end, which kind of weren't...
It says Blackadder, 1485 to 1917. That's all it says. Yeah. And I've said that was my one contribution. That's when you were the greatest television team anywhere. Is those people made that. The editors, the PAs, the production people. I just sat back and watched them do it. And my one contribution was we're not having credits on this. That's all I said, which I think was the right thing to do. And it's part that somehow it's like it's bigger than you. This is like. Anyway, after it went out, Rowan particularly had hundreds of letters from little old ladies whose husbands and fiancés had been killed in the First World War, so just saying thank you.
You referred just obliquely, and you've done it once or twice, to... Things were getting tense by that stage.
No, we got on marvellously.
We got on marvellously. But what I'm interested to know, I don't want to go into were you all throwing punches at each other in studio or whatever. But when you now look back 30 years later, does that all evaporate and you just remember the sort of wonderful creative atmosphere of knowing you were making something brilliant? Do you see what I mean?
John only ever remembers the hurt.
Well, I'm trying to lead John to a place of fond remembrance.
But I think, that I don't think anyone feels hurt about it. Now, we patched this up 10 years ago, certainly, at least. I remember Richard and Tony and I did a platform thing. Where was that? Cheltenham?
Cheltenham, yeah.
And we all had a big hug afterwards. We've come back to where we started. We're all very good friends, but it's ridiculous to say that it was easy. A lot of it was very difficult, and actually certainly by the end of the fourth series several people weren't speaking to each other. But that's what it takes. I'm sorry, if you want to do something well, there's going to be pain and difficulty. That is axiomatic of life.
We talked with Richard and Dawn French about The Vicar of Dibley, another highly successful series, wonderful series. And there was none of that at all. They said it was a dream from beginning to end. And I don't know whether this proves anything. John's just made a sign that implies otherwise. that what you're saying, which is thoroughly understandable and may be true, only out of struggle and conflict comes something as strong. And
It's my life experience.
But is that always the case?
Well,
Can it
the thing
also
is,
be a happy
I would
thing?
suggest probably that Dibley was probably made much like Only Fools and Horses, which you don't dicker around with Richard Curtis's writing. You did the script and you interpreted it, as if we'd had a different cast. If it had been Tony and Tim McInerney, I'm sure we'd have made the best, and I wasn't producing it. I think everything's different. It's just my life experience. I've never done anything that's really good that's been easy.
So can I ask what may sound a stupid question, but Blackadder is definitely one of the greats. Is it pain that makes it great? Is it the fact that it was hard to do? Is it the fact that it's a huge number of good writers in one room?
I think it goes, what I feel, and I look at, I'm not doing that sort of thing anymore. I look at a lot of stuff. Some stuff goes the distance, I just gave a prize to the Lisa McGee, who wrote Derry Girls.
Wonderful.
Something I really loved.
Yeah.
I properly love that show. I fall off my chair laughing about it. And it's got that density of Blackadder, is you can look at any character, they're working hard. There's a lot of people in that room, they're all working hard. The lines are marvellous. The invention is marvellous. And you can watch it a lot. And I think it's a different thing to a more traditional kind of, sitcom where you just love the characters and you go along. And, of course, there's a couple of very, very funny characters in it. But it's more, working out a story, I think.
But it doesn't seem, to my eye, to be something where you're thinking, this is what mainstream audiences want, and therefore we will give it to them. It seems to be something that the audience has to come to it on its own terms.
Well, I think you've run channels, Peter, and you've run departments, certainly, John, and empires and things, and I've never done that. And I think that, if, for example, a series that I didn't produce, like The Royal Family, I used to know Carolina Heard very well. I shot a commercial with her. She asked me if I'd do The Royal Family. I thought right from the off, this is going to be huge. And, of course, they did. The authorities didn't, did they? Where did they hide it to begin with? BBC 3 or something like that? And then it
I think.
And it became a huge hit on One, because this is what the theme, sub-theme of today is Baldrick is not stupid. He is ignorant. He doesn't know very much, but he's very intelligent in the sense that, he could have been and that's the case of the mainstream audience. If you think the audience is stupid and don't have very good taste, you really are an idiot. That the audience will like great stuff. They will see it. They will find it. It's the mediocre's the difficult thing, when we don't know whether it's good enough or not. Cue music.
Can I say it's been an entire joy to have the backbone of Blackadder, as I think it should be described. On my right, Baldrick, Sir Tony Robinson. On my left, its producer and genius, Sir John Lloyd. Thank you both.
And if people haven't noticed, we're both still very proud of it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Rightly so.
What's Funny About was an expectation production for BBC Radio 4 Extra. The producer was Owen Braben.
Hello and welcome to What's Funny About, hosted by me, Peter Fincham.
And me, John Plowman.
This is a show all about television comedy. We talk to the writers, producers and performers behind some of Britain's biggest TV comedy hits and hear the inside story of how they brought their shows to the screen.
I happened to be head of comedy at the BBC when, on an otherwise unremarkable Tuesday in 1995, a young producer stuck his head into my office and asked the not unreasonable question, why isn't there an Asian sketch show on TV? I had no idea. Why wasn't there?
Well, it wouldn't be long before there was, and in a big way. Goodness Gracious Me broke new ground in British television and redrew the map of what a sketch show could be. It received critical acclaim and popular affection in a combination reserved only for the rarest of TV successes.
So that's why we're delighted to welcome the creator and star of Goodness Gracious Me, comedian, writer, playwright, actress, singer, producer, and, dare I say it, national treasure, the soon-to-be Dame Mira Sayal.
This is the end of my career, right?
To the What's Funny About Shed. And I'm particularly pleased also that alongside Mira we're joined by Anil Gupta, the now not quite so young producer of Goodness Gracious Me, the man who 25 years ago, on an otherwise unremarkable Tuesday, stuck his head into my office and started us all off on this journey.
So Mira, Anil, thanks very much for being here. And we'll start with the question we ask all of our guests. What's funny about Goodness Gracious Me?
It was a truly original voice.
It was.
I think nothing else like it has been before. There's not been much else since in the same vein. But I think because we were a new generation coming to flower, sort of first generation of Asian kids born in Britain, the bridging generation between our parents. Our comic influences were mainly from the West, but we had Indian family, Asian family situations. That was a fantastic collision, really, of two cultures and lots of different comedy influences.
And I think also it had a slightly naughty thing. You know, it was one of those. It's one of those areas, still one of those areas, race, where people go, "Can you say that? Is that okay?" And so, and I think in comedy that's great, isn't it, to have that slight frisson about it.
It was always naughty but nice.
Naughty but nice.
There was a sort of warmth about it.
I think the affection came from the fact that such a lot of the stuff was family-based.
Yeah.
When we first sat down as a group to talk about the kind of material we wanted to do, it honestly felt like group therapy. It's a mixture of group therapy and suddenly finding my tribe. Because for years, lots of us have been doing these comedy characters in our bedrooms, you know, to uncomprehending relatives, sniggering at things and looking around the room and going, why is no one else finding this really funny? Is it just me? And I just felt when I got into the room around that table with all those other people, this huge weight lifted off my shoulder. It was like, I'm not mad. This stuff is funny. I have shorthand with you in a way that I haven't ever had in my life with anybody else. And that freshness and that sort of joy of finding each other, I think, was shot right through the show.
Anil, you put on a show, I think at the Riverside Studios, called Peter Sellers is Dead, which is a reference to a kind of English comedian putting on an Indian accent.
Yes.
Was now something that by this time in the late 1990s, people were seeing that in a different light. And I'm interested to know, was your attitude to that, that's outdated and offensive, we're going to do this as a real thing?
I think that's right. I think we felt that kind of comic trope of the Indian waiter, the Indian doctor doing the accent with the wobbly head was a stick that we'd all been hit with, you know, kind of growing up in, certainly from, I think you would have felt it, that was you're Indian, everyone does the thing. They do the voice, they do the, and that's it. And we thought, can we not get past that now?
I dare say, as a viewer, to me, in your very first episode, that sketch going for an English is a moment when, or you know, if you're not from an Indian background, you think, oh, you've opened up a seam here that's going to be a colossally enjoyable seam, because we immediately get it. We get the inversion of it, and it's beautifully done and beautifully performed. And so I think we shared that feeling of, yes, of course. Why wouldn't this be there? Why wouldn't this be out there?
Damn it, yeah. Bombay is the restaurant capital of India. So how come every Friday night we end up here, eh?
Because that's what you do, huh? You go out, you get tanked up on lassis, and you go for an English. I mean, it wouldn't be a Friday night if we didn't go for an English, innit?
Anyway, I love English food, yeah.
Get off. You just fancy the waiters, innit?
All right, mate. We're ready to order now.
I think sir is feeling unwell.
No, don't worry about him. He's fine. He's all right. He's never sick.
Yeah, what's your problem, Sonny, eh? We come here every week and spend lots of money, eh? You should be grateful. You should be grateful.
Shut up. Leave it. He's all right, he's waiter, you know. He's a mate.
I say, James, you're my mate, aren't you, James? James is my mate, you know.
It's James.
Jams, yeah, that's what I said, damn it. Hey, hasn't he got lovely pale skin here? It's really nice and pasty, you know? Yeah, but you know what they say about white men, don't you?
All right. What are we having now?
Okay, jams. Right, first up we'll have 10...
Not bad.
12 bread rolls. And bring some of that fancy stuff. Kya hota hai?
Butter.
Ah, butter, yeah. Okay, main course, what's everyone having, huh?
What's the blandest thing on the menu?
Scampi is particularly bland.
I'll have that. And bring a fork and knife.
Can I go back a sec to the tryout at the Riverside Studios? As an outsider, as it were, the great thing I thought was hearing an audience discover so much. I mean, it felt like laughter I'd never heard before, because it was the sort of laughter that said, "Oh, other people do that. Oh, there are other, other Asians have that problem." Whatever it was, and it was wonderful. It was a wonderful laughter of recognition,
and
recognition,
subversion.
But I think that's what Mira was saying about when because I went into your office and said, "Can we do an Asian sketch show?" And that was sort of came about because I'd worked on a sketch show called The Real McCoy. As a script editor, which Mira was on, and Mira used to come over and say, "We're the token Asians on this show. What are we doing on this show?"
It was a weird show. It should be said it was an Afro-Caribbean comedy plus Asians, and it felt like everybody had been put in a bin.
Well, that was partly my fault because I'd heard that there was a new black sketch show happening, and I saw Charlie Hanson in the foyer of Radio 4, and I literally threw myself and held onto his knees and said, "Please, please, please, can I do something on the show?" Because there was no other platform. There was nowhere I could do those characters. And in fact, I started off really just writing for them and then gradually wormed my way in. And I was really interested in the crossover areas because there were some where we could just talk about being people of colour in Britain. And I could write that stuff. And then gradually, I got drafted in as semi-regular. So,
and it all seemed odd that there was a show that had Asians and African.
Yeah. Well, I'm very interested in the audience. In the company that I'm now part of, we make the Big Nasty Show for Channel 4. The audience is unlike any other audience I've ever been familiar with for a television show, partly because it's so oversubscribed to go and watch it. You get queues of people wanting to come and watch it. And the sense that the live audience in the studio owns this show, that this is something that's saying something about them and their community. They're colossally enthusiastic audience. And we've all, dare I say it, worked with live television audiences on shows where you had
the same could not be said.
You had the bus them in and they've been looking and saying, "What are we doing here this evening?" And I always think when I watch Goodness Gracious Me, I get that same sense that the audience owns the show.
Absolutely.
Is that fair to say?
I think so, but I think that's, I think that thing was that sort of a British Asian culture wasn't really a thing, was it? I felt like, there was kind of black culture, Afro-Caribbean, and in the entertainment world, or, if you include sort of television, music, film, that's what minority culture was in Britain. It was black culture.
Yeah.
And Asians were doctors and, professionals.
People didn't think we had a sense of humour.
There was no sense of, that we don't talk about ourselves really publicly.
Yeah,
it was all very much and so then when after you'd said, "Well, good, what is it?" I think you said, "Okay, what would it be?" And I said, "I've got absolutely no idea, but it should be there." So we all got together in a pub and started talking, and it was that thing that you said of going, your parents did that. My parents did you take the piss out of your dad? Like,
have you got suitcases on top of the wardrobe?
All of that.
Is your remote control
and
covered in cling film? Oh my God.
When we did that at the Riverside, people all went in a way that the community hadn't really spoke to itself about those things.
But I'm struck by those tropes that you were observing are immediately recognisable if you're not part of that community. So if you take characters like the Coopers, who kind of want to be more English than the English and go to church and wear ludicrous sort of golf club clothes and so on, I don't think that's only recognisable if you are from that background, or maybe that's just a hallmark of good comedy observation and good, making really great characters and great sketches, we all kind of recognise that, I think.
I think what became clear, fairly clear fairly quickly, was that whilst we were saying, oh, this is all us, there was the reason why it was sort of funny was because there was a universality to it, and that everybody had a dad who said, oh, the everything comes from India, who was sort of my dad, and then it turns out everybody's dad. And then anybody's, anybody who's got a dad who's from Yorkshire goes, well, that's what he says about Yorkshire.
But I think that just shows you sometimes to reach the universal, you do have to be really specific.
Yes, I think that's
And I think
really
that's when it works. It was so authentic, I think, what we were doing.
Yes.
And the great thing is that we didn't worry who would get it. We wrote with a real sense of abandon. We had nothing to lose. No one knew who the hell we were. We might just disappear into obscurity again. And I wish I could be that brave now. I think remembering that bravery when you write something and you're not thinking who's going to get it, what are the audience figures going to be. We didn't do that. We just went, what is the stuff that makes us laugh? And Anil was really good at that, because probably, I was the one that mostly wanted to sometimes push the sort of politics of pieces, and Anil would always go, is it funny?
Yeah.
Politically it's great, but is it funny?
Yes. It was just funny.
That was the bottom line.
Yeah, it was funny, and anything else was sort of subtextual or underneath. And I thought it was a time when there were a lot of sketch shows around, and I said we want to be playing on their playing field.
Yeah.
That's what, because I think when after we'd done the Riverside thing, and then for various reasons we did a radio pilot. That wasn't the intention at the start. We ended up doing a radio pilot.
They didn't want to let us on telly too early.
They didn't want to. No, the truth is, John had said, all right, I'll give you a bit of money, put on a show. Basically, we had a week. I said, I'll put on a show next Saturday. You can come and see it. It was a bit Cliff Richard, I'll do the show right here. And we wrote the thing and we rehearsed it and then put it on in the Riverside Studios. And the idea was John would come, we'd get our friends and family and anyone we could get.
And we go, John, this is Asian comedy. You were asking, well, we think this is it.
But also, we would be recorded on one of these newfangled digital cameras that had just emerged, and someone from the BBC was going to come down and record it so that you could then take it up to Mark Thompson, I think, was the head of BBC, and say, look, what about this? And the guy turned up from the BBC and he sat in the front and I said, are you right here? And he said, yeah. And then literally we're about to go on and he went, oh, the battery's flat.
You are kidding me. I didn't even know that had happened.
He said, there's no battery. And I went, well, have you got a spare one? He said, no. And I said... So there was no record of that show.
That is so typical.
And so then John said, well, OK, I can go, but this was like June or something. He said, I can go to Mark, but there's no money this financial year, so it'll be next April. And I went, well, that might as well be 50 years. So I said, we need something tangible that he can have. Why don't you give me a little bit more money? Because, it's all just little bits, a little bit more out of your development pot, and I'll make a radio pilot because that'll cost like 10 grand rather than.
And radio at the time were more in league with television maybe than
they were. Actually, I think I said do a radio pilot, and you said all right, and then we had the thing, and then of course it got put about on radio, and they went, oh, well, it's quite good.
Well, I think that was the turning point. I really do, because I think. We were given sort of slightly the graveyard slot on radio, to be fair. Weekending was on its break over the summer, and we were given that 10:30 Friday slot when, in those days, the summer was, people went away on holiday and you didn't know who was going to listen to it. It's when that got a huge reaction, and we went, hang on a minute, Asians aren't listening to Radio 4 at 10:30 p.m. This means that white Middle England is getting this stuff. And that's when, I think, people went...
And that's key to it, because it became a big... popular success, and that must include people outside the community.
Then it would cross
I think,
over.
Anil, you were mentioning that this was an era with a lot of sketch shows. I think it was. I think this is a rich era. This, goodness gracious me, is roughly the same era as Smack the Pony, as Big Train. It's probably roughly about the same time as Brass Eye and so on.
Yeah.
There were lots of things going on, but I think one thing that was changing, which clearly is part of the goodness gracious me story, is the notion of radio being a sort of nursery slope, a forcing ground for what became television comedy. And that's true. I mean, it's true, say, of the Day to Day, which was previously On the Hour, the radio show. True of Radioactive turning into KYTV. That's it all in this era. But it was ceasing to be the case. Not true of the world of Ali G and all that. Didn't come out of radio at all. And I wonder whether... around this time, goodness gracious me, might be about the last series, sketch show series, that did a few series or a couple of runs on radio and then, as it were, graduated to television. And I wonder whether that's one of the reasons that you don't see as many sketch shows around today. I mean, there may be many other reasons, but gangs of people coming together and saying, we want to make a sketch show, we've got a new take on the world, we want to observe things and everybody else. There's much less of that.
Yeah,
now.
I think that it's a good point, because I mean, League of Gentlemen were also did the thing.
Yes.
Before that, Mary Whitehouse had started on Radio 1, I think. One of the problems sketch shows have on TV is they're incredibly expensive to make, right? Because you have to over-record. You get a half-hour show. In an ideal world for a sketch show, you'd make an hour's worth of sketch and be able to throw away half of it, because it wouldn't work or it wasn't funny enough or whatever, or you cut them all the sketches down. So that makes, for every half an hour, you're making an hour's worth of telly, plus you've got to, have all the different sets, all the different costumes, da-da-da-da. It's not a cheap process, or at least in theory it wasn't. We managed to make it pretty cheap.
And you didn't want it. I mean, there's a lot of production value, and goodness gracious me. And one of the things that you did, which in a sense is traditional in the sketch show, is musical numbers. And there's a great, and it'd be nice to hear a bit of I'm a Punjabi Girl, which is a perfect example of that.
Were those music numbers there because of you, Mira?
I really
Almost
pushed the answer. My favourite thing.
You look as if you're enjoying yourself.
My favourite thing, and I wrote quite a lot of them as well. But
I think we've already talked about a bit. It's part of a thing about this show. There's a joyfulness to it. It's not, although you may be wanting to correct misconceptions about racial stereotypes or whatever, it's not an angry show at all. And one of its attractions is that you're drawn into this and the sheer kind of joy of it. And I think, I'm a Punjabi Girl's a great example of that.
I'm a Punjabi girl in a Punjabi world. I'm still single and I'm bilingual. I've never cut my hair or worn cheap underwear. My qualifications good and well with Asians.
Come on, Binder, let's go Bhangra.
I've never ventured further than Heston. I can sew and clean it, vegetarian cuisine. Do what I order, 'cause I'm a good daughter. My boyfriend, 23, drives a big Ford Capri. He's so cute and he's also romantic.
You're my babe, you're my bird. Let's go seen and not heard. Hurry up, now strip off, mind my gear stick.
But keep it clean. All my brothers will split your spleen. I'm a Punjabi girl.
So what was the reaction in the Asian community when the show first was on television? Was it the same thing of discovery, that they all thought, wow, somebody else has noticed the same things we have, or was it, how dare they?
it was a little bit of both at the beginning, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I think the instinctive reaction was, oh my God, I so get that. This is our voice. But I think people were a bit nervous about endorsing it.
Yeah, because of that thing of the community didn't talk about itself openly. There was a sense of should we let people know about this? There was I felt like there were people saying this is true and funny and we all get it, but should we show this to people?
Exactly. Are we not? Yeah, it's that whole
washing our linen.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah, and in fact, of course, particularly in British culture, the opposite is true. Is that in order to gain acceptance as a community and to be welcome, people want that, and that's a sign of a maturity and a confidence and all those things, I think.
Because I seem to remember it got good reviews when it started.
That sounds so surprised.
It's actually in John's career is quite unusual. To be honest. He's quite pleased with hindsight. Finally, got some good reviews.
Yeah.
But I mean, it wasn't. The Asian community couldn't think they've done this badly. They must have thought they're doing this well.
Yeah, and probably there was a generational divide. I think very much the younger generation, people our age and younger, were going absolutely, and it was some of the mums and dads and grandparents that went, I'm not sure about this.
I am like that, but I don't want to think I'm like that.
Yeah,
because
exactly.
There's such a thing in goodness gracious me, the generations and how you play your own generation, but you also love playing your parents' generation.
Yeah.
And their
And
kind
sometimes
of
their parents.
Yes.
And now we are that generation.
Not funny anymore.
No, it really isn't, is it? Look, God. But what I do love is that even now, because of course the show's just keeps going because of YouTube. All the time, I don't know if you get told, Anna, but all the time I get people coming out going, we sit down as a family and watch the show, and it's still brilliant. And
great.
It's so great to hear that. So I think we've way past that awkwardness now that generations do watch it together.
We're talking about the Indian background of it and the Asian background of it, but you play variously Hindus, Muslims, and Sikhs, and create sketches around all those worlds. How was that, and did that have sensitivities that concerned you?
Actually, we didn't really get any. Well, between us, we are Sikh, Hindu, and Parsi, and we did have Muslim writers on it at some point, but. Actually, I think the reason that didn't happen is because, in goodness gracious me, we never made fun of religion itself. We only made fun of religious hypocrisy.
Yeah, that was exactly. That was very important, I thought, for me when we were doing stuff about religion, or it was about culture.
Am I right in thinking that you were censored once? And ironically, it was about the Christian religion.
Yes, the story is, it was series 3 of the show. The first episode contained a sketch featuring the Coopers and the Rabindranaths, or the Robinsons, and we'd done them throughout the 2 series. They were fairly well-established characters, and the gag was they each think of themselves as more English than the other and try to outdo each other.
And they're quite ashamed that they're Indian.
And this week, the sketch was the Coopers go to church. Of course, what could be more English than to go to Church of England, all of that. Did lots of jokes about...
They think they need to bribe their way in.
Think they need to, the vicar on the door, yes, table not too near the front, that was table for 4, please. And
putting a tip in the collection box.
Yes, and yes. Haven't you read your King James Bible? Yes, nearly finished. Don't tell me what happened at the end. That was all. So it was, it's fine. And
making fun of their ignorance, basically.
Exactly. But it was apparent from the beginning they had absolutely no idea how this worked.
So then they go and take.
So then they go into church and they sit down, and then the vicar's at the front, and he calls up for people for communion, and they go to receive communion. He says blood of Christ, and I think Mira's character has a slurp and says, very nice, we'll have 2 bottles. And then he says body of Christ, and she says, what? Haven't you got anything nicer or something? Haven't you got any snack? And then Kulvinder takes it and puts a bit of chutney on and says, delicious. I remember that part of that sketch, having a conversation with you, John, where you said, well, we can do it, but there'll be complaints.
Yeah.
And
there were.
And I said, because we had, justification was the joke of this sketch is on them. But also, there's an element of travel shows would go to funny foreign countries and go, look what they do with their weird customs, right?
Absolutely.
And actually, part of what Goodness Gracious Me did was turn the lens around and say, well, look at yourself. So there was an element of that. But we were very sure to make clear that it's the Church of England, right? This is not literally the blood, this has been quite a big thing theologically, right? Over the last few hundred years. We made that very clear. So it went out, and I got a phone call on the Saturday morning from you saying, right,
I've had Peter Salmon on.
You have to come in and cut that, because it was going to be repeated on the Sunday.
Maybe it was the Sundiness.
Well, there was a certain, you need to come in and cut that bit out, not the whole sketch, but that bit of the sketch out before the Sunday repeat. And I said, why? Can we not? Is there not some kind of, do we not get to sit in a room and argue about it? And you said no.
Well, I said no, probably partly because it was the weekend.
It was the weekend.
Had it been a normal day, you would have got to sit in a room and argue about it.
Yes.
All kind of censorship stories look weird in hindsight. It doesn't seem that controversial now. Go back to Goodness Gracious Me as an era of a lot of sketch shows. So one that I was involved in was Brass Eye, Channel 4. And that had one piece of censorship, and I'll tell you what that censorship was. There was an item about a statue of the Virgin Mary in Ireland that appeared to be weeping blood. There was obviously a rational explanation, acquired an awful lot of kind of notoriety, and the presenter, played by Chris Morris, summed it up at the end of his fictional kind of package to television, saying basically it's just a statue, with bits of red paint. But he said, try explaining that to these bog-brain Murphys, you'd be as likely to get a blowjob from the Pope. And Channel 4 insisted that line was taken out. They had no problem with the line bog-brain Murphys, which is extremely racist, and you would have a problem with, but they didn't like having a blowjob from the Pope, even though from what we've learned of the Catholic Church in the last 20 years, not impossible.
Yeah.
So how was the show written?
Well, we had Mira obviously wrote, because it had written for Real McCoy, done sketches. Sanjeev wrote, and then there was Sheraton Richard and me, and that was the main writing team.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, that was the writing team.
The writing
we call
team.
It.
Although we did have other visiting writers here and there, didn't we?
Yeah,
People
Sanjeev
used to
Kohli.
send in stuff,
Yeah. But yeah, so really, from that first meeting in that pub, it became clear that these are the people who are going to do the writing. And we would then, at the beginning of series, all sit around and say, who's got you know what it's like? Got any ideas? Anyone got anything? Something sit in a pub? Yeah, so it was, we would do that thing of coming up with, my dad does this, does that ring a bell? And then, there's a character there. Then the characters would develop. And then, but then they're also going for an English, that was pretty much that first pub meeting in that pub. We said that sketch basically came out. And the thing that going for an English unlocked for us was the way to do the political stuff. How can we talk about this issue? Bingo, we'll do it like that.
And you talk of political, you cover the conflict over Kashmir, but you do it as Teletubbies, which kind of is so clever, because
of course.
you think, wow, that's dark stuff, but Teletubbies...
Teletubbies.
Teletubbies, of course.
Reversals were the quickest way into things like that.
Did any of it feel like revenge, as it were? In other words, did it... Mira should be said it's naughty.
Yeah, well, catharsis might be a better word, but
okay,
absolutely. It was. We were never short of material, particularly for the first series. We didn't have enough time to do all the stuff we wanted to do because we'd never had this voice before. We'd never had this platform. There were stories and characters that we'd been saving up for years, waiting for a chance to share them. So they came pouring out. So it was often a question of what do we pick first? And how do we structure it?
At the very beginning of it, I remember that BBC Two under Mark Thompson sort of thought of the show as a minorities show. It's a sort of a funny version of East is East. And it was only when it started going out, or I think when he saw the first episode before it was gone out, that he suddenly thought, this could be a hit.
John said, well, okay, so you've got the commission, this is what you've got. And I sat down, and that was the other two things. I'd never produced a TV show before.
Don't you admit that now?
Yeah, and well, I knew then, because then John said, okay, it's commissioned. Next question is, who are we going to get to produce it? And I said, that'll be me, I'll be producing it. So he eventually was persuaded that he'd give me a go. And then it was like, okay, well, how much money have we got? And it was not very much money at all. And I think at the time, it was something like, in a normal sketch show would cost you around $250,000 to $300,000 per half hour.
Yeah.
And we had 125.
But you spent your money very well, because you managed to get great production value into it. And one of my favourite sketches, which I think is in the first series, is Briefly Encounter.
It's one of my favourites.
Which is in a way, one of the things around to love it, there's a sort of surreal randomness about it. Why on earth remake Brief Encounter from an Indian point of view? But it also looks rather gorgeous in black and white, and it features two fantastic performances from you and Sanjeev doing your, Trevor Howard and Celia
and
Johnson.
Do you know how long we've been waiting to do that?
I
It was
can imagine.
also the chance for us to go, we don't just do Indian accents, we can play everything.
Exactly. My darling, this is goodbye, unless...
Don't say it, my darling. Don't say it. Don't utter another word.
You could still change your mind, you know.
No, my heart, it was never meant to be. Just a brief sojourn at Romance's summer cottage.
Fancy cup of tea, sir?
No, thank you. Please come with me, darling. We could live elsewhere, where we wouldn't be dogged by scandal or parlour-made gossip.
I've got biscuit.
No, I told you. Why, darling? Why?
Oh, how can I explain it to you, my love? I have responsibilities.
You and I, my sweet. There is no one else.
Gotta go big!
Good heavens.
Gotta go big!
Do you mind awfully?
How many golgappe you want?
We don't want any.
Oh, go on, don't change your mind. We didn't want any in the first place. But you stopped me.
You're shouting in my ear.
Sorry. Look, here's a 20. Now, shove off.
All right, mate. I got more dignity as well, you know.
Are there any things you regret? Are there any things you take out and think, oh, God, people are watching that now?
Probably.
I regret some of my wigs. that's the only budget we had.
We were quite, woke in many ways, but equally, I'm sure there would have been some stuff that you go, we need a punchline. They're terrible. Well, how do we get out of this sketch? And I'm sure there will have been some lazy jokes that we stuck in at the end that you think, couldn't we have done better than that?
Goodness gracious me is a BBC half hour, isn't it?
Yeah.
And we've all made sketch shows for a BBC half hour.
Mm.
It's quite a long time. It's hardly quite a long time. It's not the 9 o'clock news, which obviously a kind of landmark sketch of its time. John Lloyd, who made that, always likes to point out it wasn't that long. Because in those days, the 9 o'clock news was 25 minutes long. So
really?
therefore, not the 9 o'clock news was, say, 24 minutes.
Okay.
Which, in many ways, I would argue for sketch shows are really a good
time.
length,
Yeah.
happy length. And,
Yeah.
And half hour is needs a lot of material.
It really-
which is
yeah.
why
Ace
you
up
need
material.
songs and you need repeated characters. And
Exactly.
if you're trying to reinvent the wheel literally with every sketch.
People liked their favourites coming back. I mean,
Yes,
we also, and we were so aware of that when we did the tour. We did a fantastic tour and played really big venues. And when we heard what size venues are being booked, we went, oh my God, we're going to be playing to 3 people. They were packed. And to hear people baying for their favourite sketches and then saying them word perfect along with you, that's when we got a sense of, wow, this actually does mean something to people.
Well, it might be nice to hear a clip of one of my favourite characters, and played by you, of course, Smita Smitten, because she's she's very much of the age, the sort of kind of entertainment, showbizy correspondent on television. But but let's be honest, equivalents of her exist today.
Totally inspired by there was a very famous Indian film magazine called Filmfare, I think, and they had a column which was full of Bollywood gossip, still a huge thing, called Neetu's Natter. And there was a picture of a pussycat smoking a cigarette on a long cigarette holder. And I think that's where she was. But it was Sanjeev Gurley maybe that wrote the first of those, I think.
She was called, she was called something. I think she was originally called Madhuri Melon Liqueur or something.
Something like
Meow, pussycats. Yeah, it's me, Smita Smitten, showbiz kitten, spraying hot gossip into your faces and lighting up your dull little lives with a little splash of spangly starlight. So, guess which humble little #1 confidant of the rich and famous has been invited to the fabulous new premiere of the hottest new Bollywood flick in town? Yeah, me. All the stars will be glittering here tonight. Salma, Akshay, Jackie, Salma. And here we are. Let's go in. It's showtime, pussycats.
You booked?
Oh, meow. You know, female jealousy follows Smita wherever she goes.
You haven't got any tickets left, then?
Could it be that Salman Khan has heard that I've been stepping out with Jackie Shroff and in a fit of pique has barred Smita from the party?
We've got tickets for tomorrow night if you want to book, or you could come back.
Art Malik. For the...
I'm growing into her. That's frightening. That was a vision of the future 20 years ago.
What effect, sort of socially, did the show have, do you think?
Wow, massive, actually. I mean, I do remember being chased down Wanstead High Street by a group of school kids going, "Kiss my chaddies, kiss my chaddies," you know, mixed white and brown. And then there's a rather magical moment where one of the white boys turned to the little Asian kid and said, "What does chaddies mean?" And then the boy had to explain it to him. And I thought, that's really quite a big moment. Somebody is, you know, asking somebody else about their culture, a culture that might have been alien to them. And also the sort of pride on the little kid's face, that there was something that was very much theirs.
Yeah. Just watching the briefly encountered thing, and you guys doing that, and now, you know, we've got Armando's David Copperfield with Dev Patel and all, you know, integrated casting and all, and that's unthinkable that you could do that 20 years ago. I mean, you wouldn't.
And I remember a leader in the Times saying that you'd had a huge effect on society, and a good effect.
In a good way, yes.
Mary, your story about being chased down Wanstead High Street, to me, that's also a story about something that is, I think, kind of unique to sketch shows, how they permeate popular culture and catchphrases and characters. And you know, if you're of a certain generation, which I guess sadly I am, we as school children, you know, we'd sit around and recite Monty Python sketches to each other, and we'd know them word for word. And I'm sure you get that. I think rather you get that more in sketch shows than you do in sitcoms, more than you do in television drama. More than that's a role they play in people's lives to recognise characters. Again, at roughly the same time, this is a very strange story, but I'll tell it anyway. The company I ran during the 90s was called Talkback, and we made a lot of the comedy that we've been talking about. And we made the Ali G show. And in 2000, we sold Talkback. And the guy who made the crucial decision to buy Talkback, who was a senior executive at this big international company, the story was told that he went out to an Indian restaurant. So this is like something out of goodness gracious me. And his teenage son, as a joke, not a very good joke, said to the waiter he wanted to order the chicken punani, which of course is a mythical, non-existent, because punani was an Ali G term, in case nobody knows, for the female genitals as well. And his father thought, what's he saying? An offensive thing to say. But then he thought, oh, this must be trendy. This must be trendy. My son is kind of on, you know, he's got the finger on the pulse of what is cool among kids. And that's what led them to buying Talkback. That's a really bizarre story. Dare I say it, we wouldn't be sitting in this show if that moment hadn't happened. But it just reflects, like your story about being chased down Wanstead High Street, of this way that catchphrases, characters, attitudes permeate popular culture from sketch shows. And I guess I'm coming around a very long-winded way of saying there's not enough of it about today. There's not enough sketches about today. Anil, you were saying, you look back at it now and you think, oh, there are things that are sexist or that you do differently. But another, you know, very popular, one of my favourite things in it is Check Please, which is essentially how many ways can we think of an Indian man on a date, you know, making a mess of it and alienating it so much that his date leaves the room. Yes. And that joke is always on him. It's always on Sanjeev. It is. And again, I guess you tell me, it may be something particular to the Indian community and how you go on dates, but it's totally universal. It's totally understandable to any of us who said the wrong thing. Let's listen to one of those.
I know it's really old-fashioned, but I think it's really important to get to know a girl's family and that when you're starting a relationship.
Oh, that's so sweet.
Yeah, that's why I'm sleeping with your sister, innit? Check, please.
If you were an animal, what sort of animal would you be?
I'd be a tiger.
What about me?
You'd be a bird of paradise.
Oh, why is that?
Because you've got a hooky nose like a beak, and your voice is all squeaky. Feathery stuff on your lip, and then your feet like this, and then you've got a wobbly fat ass, and it was... Check, please.
Credit there to Sanjeev's moustache and his hideous combination of suit, and obviously can't be heard on the radio, of suit and shirt, all adds to something rather.
No, Peter, those are his own clothes. Sorry about that.
Where does that come from? Because men get a hard time in Goodness Gracious Me generally. I mean, Indian men are seen as, sort of terrible lovers and tiny.
Wait, what? Careful.
Flatulence.
Yes.
Yeah, and flatulence and.
Well, I would say the women too. I mean, the competitive mothers, Smita. I mean, there's a fair amount of the in it girls.
Yeah. But it's it's a comedy show, so everybody's
everybody's fair game.
It's no fun if everybody's nice.
But we did sort of strongly feel that, Asian women, out of everyone, certainly at that point, were the most silent minority of all. Absolutely misunderstood. You're the doe-eyed, repressed creatures that walk 5 paces behind your husbands, and so, I think that it wasn't a conscious, we must work very hard to get rid of this terrible cliche, but certainly Nina and I were very aware that we wanted to redress that huge cliche about us, and so there was a definite push towards creating some really strong female characters because they hadn't been seen.
No.
And Check Please Check Please, but one of the reasons for his existence was because we were making a sketch show, and as you both know, you're just desperate for what we call quickies, right?
Yeah.
Because it's like, we just need to keep the pace going.
Yes.
We need to, and we need, and you need as many as you can get. And so when we talked about this character, I think born out of some of our collective experiences, possibly. I can possibly comment, but certainly Sharat and Sanj were like, and we came up with this idea, and it was great because you were just in one location. From a producer's point of view, we were like, right, we set up. We go in here. We usually went in with about 5 or 6.
I think we shot about 30 one day, didn't we?
Well, because people just kept going, I've got one.
It was great.
And the crew would come, I've got one, and we could have a little conflab. Yeah, write that down. Right, okay, where you go. So we could knock off a whole load, and then you could run them.
And is it to do with truth telling? Is it that Indian men, particularly during dates, are horrible to their partners?
I think it's just men.
You married him. So
Would it be harder to do the show now because you've had a good effect?
Do you think? Could we just have a little
you
poll
did the
of how
reunion
many?
show 5 years ago.
Yeah.
And that's a really good show, and it seemed to me. Were you tempted then to think, well, hang on, let's do the show again now?
And when we are asked on a regular basis to do something.
Yeah.
Well, we did a reunion, then we did another one, a re-reunion.
Yeah.
Because there was an Indian month or something.
It was India season or something.
Yes.
Can I go back to, because this is a subject for some reason.
Because there has to be a reason, obviously, for us to be on.
Yeah.
In fact, it's the longevity of sketch shows.
Yeah.
And some great sketch shows last a long time, but many don't last very long at all, particularly with a group of people, and it's hard to keep together. So at an extreme, I was the executive producer of the Day to Day. There only ever was one series of the Day to Day. And then you get a group of sketch shows, and goodness gracious me is in this group, where it's about 3 series. And then, but you hadn't run out of observations, you hadn't run out of funny characters. No. So what's the story of that? Why did it end? I'll give you some statistics. The 2 Ronnies, there were 92 episodes over 12 series. Morecambe and Wise, 104 over 30. You could take away from that it's easier to keep double acts together because you've only got 2 people to say yes. But I don't know if that is the reason with goodness gracious.
I wonder what the reason could be, Anil. Racking my brain.
Well, it was. I mean, it wasn't. There is an element of sketch show groups, right, where it's a bit like bands in music.
Yes, musical differences.
Because what quite often happens is with bands, they've been together for quite a long time before they become famous. Then they become famous. Then there's all that pressure, and then after 2 or 3 albums, they're like, I can't stand the sight of you anymore.
Well, that's what musical differences normally means.
Yes.
We can't stand the sight of each other.
And I think with sketch show, with goodness gracious me, like a lot of these things, there were tensions within the group, but also there was a change of leadership. There was a new controller came in, Jane Root, I think, and it was like, she wasn't that.
It was quite abrupt, though. We didn't see that coming, did we?
We did. Well, and John, you correct me if I remembered this wrongly, but my memory was that I was thinking, purely selfishly, I was thinking, this is another series of this. Okay, it's going to be quite hard work, and I had a couple of meetings with people, but you'd asked, can we put together another series? And I said, okay. So I'd done all of that, done all my due diligence, and said, yeah, okay, we can. And we went up for the meeting. But one of the things was, because, as I alluded to earlier, we originally made the show for pretty much nothing.
Yes.
Nobody got paid. It was incredibly hard work. We were all, having nervous breakdowns left, right, and centre. So I said, we went up, and it was like, we can do another series, but we do really need some proper money this time. And then at some point, she said, I mean, do we want another series though? And I thought, what? Okay, and so that's
controllers wanting their own new
kind of killing the Cubs, isn't it? Yeah.
But we've talked about this before in different conversations in this series, and it's a very British thing, arguably, if we compare it with the American machine, where you have a sitcom like Friends, and the sheer clout of financial power or whatever,
and you'd all be signed up for 7 years.
Well, I mean, The Office is a good example of this. Ricky's original Office is 12 episodes and a Christmas special.
Yeah.
In America, 100 episodes. It becomes like a great industrial machine. And I think a lot of us, who spend our time in British television, wouldn't want it to turn into that American kind of mechanized kind of churning out
because
things.
Oh boy, would you hate each other at the end of it.
You'd hate each other however well you were paid.
We'd hate each other from our massive houses made of gold.
But arguably at the same time, there's a tendency to kill the golden goose too early in the UK. So what I'm sort of getting at is, 20 years later, do you think, well, why do we stop after 3 series?
Well, I think we could have gone on. I don't think we were valued. I don't think they really knew what they had. There has been nothing else like it. It brought so much kudos and all those awards to the BBC and this sense of originality, and only the BBC would have done a show like this. And I think we looked around at the other equivalent sketch shows that were going on at the same time and how those people were valued and asked to come back again and develop other things. And we weren't. And that, I think, is what is sad, is that we as a team should have gone, this is an amazing brand. You clearly produce great material together. What else would you like to do? In my head, we should have done something like Inside Number 9. We should have done something, and we still could, where we're together as a team playing lots of different characters with the goodness gracious me sensibility on it. But we were not asked. And here we are 20 years later, and what else has there been? And what is our presence now? It's still really quite invisible.
Kumars.
The Kumars took 3 years to get on, even after the success of Goodness Gracious Me. It was not a shoe-in.
And it was done through Patrick.
It was really hard. It was not. It wasn't. It was like whatever we'd just done didn't count. And I do say this with no bitterness, but I think when people are running around going, where are all the diverse projects? You had one. And you had a bunch of people that were doing it really well, and you didn't ask us to do anything else. And that is maybe why people go elsewhere. Bye, everyone. Thanks very much.
I think there's another thing here, which is both a good and bad thing about the commissioning system in the UK, certainly at that time, was that there was a relatively fast churn of things. There were new things happening all the time, which is why it was a great era for sketch shows. And then I think there was a fault in that, which is undervaluing the things you already had. Yeah. And I wonder whether that's also to do with the fact that we were in a world entirely of linear schedules. You made a programme for 9 o'clock on a Friday night, or 10 o'clock on a Thursday night, or whatever. That's how broadcasters thought, and I was one, you were one around this time, John, and you thought of your schedule for the autumn, let's say, and you thought, what's new in it? I've got to have new things in it. And endlessly having new things meant you had to not go on doing the old things. Yeah. They were harsh choices.
I do think there's an element of, if you have white English people and running channels and commissioning, then they have an affinity with certain things that they don't have with other things. These things feel like theirs, and other things feel like perfectly good things, but not. They don't. You don't have that same visceral
That's
connection.
what was so remarkable that we did GGM, because actually, this wasn't your world, John, and maybe there is something different about the time then, is that you were able to go, I don't really get this. This isn't my world, but you go off and do it and show me. I don't know if that would happen now either.
Well, it was partly the laughter. It was partly that I'd never heard laughter like it, and you think, well, I'd be a fool to ignore that.
But also, I think what definitely wouldn't happen now was, John said, right, all right, we've got the commission, off you go and make it, and I'm here if you need me.
Yeah.
And I said, great, thanks. And then I think you came to one of the studios and said, is it all going all right? And I said, I think so. And he said, great, okay, how are you going to cut it? And I said, I thought I'd just cut from sketch to sketch. And you went, all right then. And then this is the first series, and then I remember we'd cut everything, and I went into your office with a pile of VHSs, and I said, this is it. It goes out next week if you want to watch it. And you said...
No, don't worry. I won't.
You basically said, is it any good? And I said, I think it is. And you went, all right, very good. Now, that definitely would not happen now.
So it sounds to me like John wasn't really doing his job.
Yes,
properly.
exactly.
He wasn't paying
That's
much
what it sounds
attention.
like.
No, he was doing his job perfectly.
He was doing his job exactly as he should be doing
that's the thing,
it.
and that's what's changed in television. That in the old days, producers were given their budgets to do with what they will, because the reason they were hired is that people love their taste, and you were allowed. And that's how you get Boys from the Black Stuff and Edge of Darkness and all those sort of classic pennies from heaven that would never go through 7 levels of management and be passed. They wouldn't do it.
I come back to, should I offer a new series of Goodness Gracious Me to the BBC?
Have you got the power to do that?
No, but...
You should offer something with us as a team, like Inside Number 9.
Are you all still speaking?
Yeah, you know what? You can creatively love people. If you
But
don't
it was interesting,
have dinner
those
with them all the
reunions
time.
were great, actually. And there was a little bit of a, ooh, how's this going to go?
Yeah.
And actually it
And it
went
went
really well.
great.
And there was, and that I think, that sense that Peter, you alluded to, of that kind of joyfulness. And, I always think successful sketch shows, you should, as a viewer, you should imagine that all these people live in the same house together.
Yes.
Right? That thing that
Yes.
if you're in a sketch show, people always come to you and go, where are your mates? And you go, well, we don't hang out together. But you feel like they do. And that was still there.
I'm slightly worried that this has turned from a radio programme about Goodness Gracious Me into a meeting in which we discuss it.
Excellent. This is the only reason I'm here,
The listeners
frankly.
are eavesdropping on this. And apparently, I think we've got time to play in one more clip. I'd love to play in one more clip. That's a great favourite of mine. Mr. Everything Comes from India.
Trooping of the colour. Great. The Queen looks nice, doesn't she?
Nice? Of course nice. Because she's Indian.
Not the Queen.
All of them, the whole royal family Indian.
What are you talking about?
Oh, think about it, yaar. Descended from Queen Victoria, Empress of India, so Indian.
Rubbish.
Not rubbish, look at them. They all live in the same family house together, Indian. All work in the family business, Indian. All have arranged marriages, Indian. They all have sons. Daughters no good, Indian. Children live with their parents until they are married, Indian.
Dad!
What more do you want? You want them to put on turbans and charm snakes out of baskets?
But Dad! Harry, Wills, Fergie!
They're all Indian. All except Prince Charles. He's African.
What?
If he was Indian, he'd have smaller ears.
But that was my dad. Again, it's a sort of one of those observation that people go, yeah, I've got my dad, my uncle's like that. But also, there was a certain there was elements of truth in it. That stuff, those are sort of observations he's making that seem absurd, but actually go, yeah, actually, that's right. The royal family is quite, all these things that are used as that weird, Indians are weird. Yeah, but hang on.
But I love that moment when he says Prince Charles, he's African. And momentarily think, what? Where's
this going?
Where's he going with this?
Yeah.
This could get a bit uncomfortable.
Yeah.
And then the line about the size of his ears.
Yeah.
It's like a genius kind of. It's like a sort of escape, Houdini-like
Exactly,
escape from a potentially awkward moment.
Yeah, that freestyle is great, and that's again a line that we love to walk on. It was just to play with that. They're going, are they going to? Oh, is it? No, it's all right. It's all right. The release.
Yeah.
But yeah, my dad, he would say everything. He would, of course we had that in India, and you'd think, and then the annoying thing was, more than half the time he was right, and you'd go, oh, shit, really? So it'd be, of course, this is Punch. Well, Punch was one of the things he, was the summer drink. And he'd go, well, it's because it's an Indian thing. I go, well, no. And he's like, it's called Punch because you originally had 5 ingredients, and the Hindi word for 5 is Panch, and that's why it's called Punch. And I'd be like, this is absolute nonsense. Then you go and look it up and go,
oh he's right.
Well, it's been fantastically good fun and a great privilege to talk to Mira and to Anil about Goodness Gracious Me. So from me and Jon, thank you very much for coming along. And I hope we've answered the question that we began with, what's funny about Goodness Gracious Me? And I hope it's come across very clearly. It was funny then, it's funny now. It's a landmark sketch show. And indeed, it is all available to watch on BBC iPlayer.
So thank you, Mira Sayal and Al Gupta.
Thank
you for having us.
What's Funny About was an expectation production for BBC Radio 4 Extra. The producer was Owen Braben.
Hello and welcome to What's Funny About on Radio 4 Extra, hosted by me, Peter Fincham.
And me, Jon Plowman. This is a show all about television comedy. We talk to the writers, producers and performers behind some of Britain's biggest TV comedy hits, and we hear the inside story of how they brought their shows to the screen.
On this week's episode, I'm delighted to say we're joined by bona fide TV royalty, star of stage and screens big and small, Hugh Bonneville. And alongside Hugh by BAFTA-winning writer and director John Morton to talk about all things W1A, their pitch-perfect satire of life inside the BBC.
When the entirely fictional, it should be pointed out, post of the director of Better at the BBC was advertised on the BBC's internal jobs website as a W1A-themed April Fool joke, hardly anyone noticed there was anything amiss. This, despite the fact that the job specification demanded that candidates be capable of analysing and summarising large volumes of innovation and possess the ability to manage a wide range of incompatible priorities whilst remaining calm and, where necessary, in Salford.
I think I might have actually had that job for a while. Anyway, we're delighted to have Hugh and Jon here with us today. We very much hope they can pool their strategic insights, help us identify what we do best, and then help us find more ways of doing less of it better. So Hugh, Jon, thank you very much for joining us, and we're going to start with the question we ask of all our guests, perhaps first directed at you, Jon. What's funny about W1A?
I'm so the wrong person to ask about.
You wrote and directed it.
I know,
you must have some idea.
Honestly, how do you know what's funny about it? I mean, I suppose what it's supposed to be about is a bunch of people who are fallible, trying their best to sort of get things right, and some of them, in so doing, further their career. But that's partly, I suppose it's about politics with a small p. It's about the BBC, obviously, and that was its hook. But actually, I think it's about how people are around power, really.
And so do you think you could have set it in any organisation?
Yeah, I think so. But except the added thing about the BBC is that it's a publicly funded organisation, and with that comes a whole raft of hopefully comedy, but of responsibilities. So that not only are they trying to be successful and out, more successful than other broadcasters, but they must be trying to do the right thing. And that's the problem for them and the challenge for them, because if the BBC gets something wrong because we pay for it and we sort of own it, there's a kind of how dare they get that wrong?
Well, I'd love to come back to that, because both Jon and I worked at the BBC. Jon, you spent many more years working there than I did, but I worked there for a relatively brief period of time. But you in W1A capture qualities of it that I absolutely recognised. A sort of well-intentioned instinct, a sort of constant looking over your shoulder to say, are we doing the right thing? I'm intrigued. How did you recognise? Dare I say, you've never actually worked at the BBC.
No, I haven't.
And
no,
yet
no.
you sort of captured it all.
No, I haven't. I mean, I don't know the answer to that really. I mean, because I'm involved in the production side of things as well as the writing. So, when something goes into production, you are, and because it was a BBC show, then you are in the building, or what was the building then, for 4 or 5 months on and off. And so you absorb quite a lot of stuff going on around you.
And may I say, I took you around various bits of the BBC and got tired old hands to talk to you, and after a while you got bored.
Well, no, not at all. Really, it was fascinating. But there's a this is not to do with the BBC, but there's a thing with when you're known to be thinking about an idea or researching, in quotation marks, people, oh, you're going to love this, you're going to love this story. And part of my gut brain goes, right, I can just relax for the next 90 seconds, because hardly ever does a story that someone tells you, or me anyway, end up in the thing. And they think it's funny and hilarious and memorable, and it kind of is, but it's not going to. But what might end up is their verbal tick or something else they were doing.
It should be said that the one person who, when he found out about it, said, "You've got to come and talk to me about it," was Lord Burt, who had been, what was he, chairman?
Director General for about 8 years. Yeah.
What did you make of the BBC, Hugh?
I don't know. I've worked on and off at the BBC over the years, and I think since it's moved to New Broadcasting House, I think its eccentricities were sort of accentuated by that move, because of course there are now 2 front doors to Broadcasting House, and the mileage in real life, the comic mileage in which Broadcasting House you go to, and which doors you're allowed to go through with which lanyards, and of course the commissionaires have now probably multiplied their bread, and the commissionaires are legendary for their "you can't come in here" sort of attitude, and so all that sort of red tapiness seems to have has blossomed in the years that New Broadcasting House, and the confusion of where you are and what you're allowed to do and which doors lead where, which John again capitalised on, with us getting lost within the building and not being able to get through doors, etc. And I think that sense of going back to the, if you like, the growth of management speak and the growth of layers of complexity, when actually, the number of times one would see, since multi-desking, or whatever you call it, and open plan and all that, you would hot desking, thank you, not multi-desking. But that's a good concept.
If you wished.
But I remember the number of times seeing producers trying to do deals in stairwells, because it was the only place they could get any degree of privacy and talk about their clients or projects or whatever it was, rather than. And then this whole thing of coming into your desk area, and of course people putting their gonks or their cactuses on to try and claim territory, where of course next day it could be completely swept aside. But the more ownership and trainers under the desk, or wellies, or your Brompton bikes, to try and stake out a bit of territory so that you do have a regular place of work, was, despite the management structure trying to do away with all that and all these crazy sofas and hay bales or whatever, that John pushed always just slightly. Sheep, yes. John always loved, with the design team to slightly push the envelope, but it was all basically credible. I mean, it was all there.
The sheep was actually real. I mean, not a real sheep, but
sheep,
it was real. It was in the BBC somewhere.
Yes, the bales of hay would have been a health and safety issue.
No, we brought those in, but unbelievably, I'm coming back from the loo past a sheep, and I thought, can we? Can you gently have a conversation with its owner and see if we can borrow that? So that was a real BBC sheep.
Words and acronyms and jargons fly around all the time, like a sort of whirlwind, and yet moments in which characters say what they actually mean, whether about the BBC or about each other, are very few and far between.
No, I don't. I'm really fascinated. I mean, I've not spent a lot of my life in meetings, but enough to know that there's the apparent subject of the meeting, the reason for the meeting. But what I'm much more interested in is one layer down. Why is that person flying that flag? Why, what's in it for them? And is the what if you draw a map of the sort of electricity in the room, where are the strongest lines of attraction or discord, or and if you dig just one there, and that was what W1A was about, really, not what they were saying on the surface, which is nonsense, really. But it's trying to invite an audience to sort of tune out of that and tune into the layer underneath. But you need actors who can do that.
Can do it.
That's so difficult.
Let's go to the very beginning. Let's listen to Ian Fletcher's first day and his arrival and when he meets the intern Will.
Hi, Izzy, it's Ian. Hi. So I'm Ian Fletcher. Yes, hi. So I'm actually in reception and... Oh, right, OK. Well, not so far. I mean, I've been here 5 minutes. No, that's fine. Could you? That'd be great. OK. No, don't worry, that's fine. OK, thanks, bye. There's something about the place as soon as you come in. You're aware that you're at the centre of something genuinely important. And the really exciting thing is to think that part of my job is going to be trying to establish where that centre is and also exactly what it's in the middle of.
Hello? Yeah, hi, Izzy. Hi, how are you? Yeah, I am. No, I mean not. No, I haven't. No, actually. All right, cool. Okay, cool. Yeah, good idea. Yeah, say again? Yeah, no worries. I've got it. You sent it to me. Yeah, okay, cool. Okay, bye.
Hello?
Yeah, hi, is that Ian Fletcher?
Yes, it is, yes.
Cool, yeah, so I'm Will. I'm meeting you?
Yes.
So, like, where actually are you? Because I'm basically here?
Yes.
So I'm talking on the phone, I'm looking around, still talking, I'm looking.
Hi.
No way.
Hello, Ian Fletcher.
Yeah, hi, I'm Will. Except I've actually been here all the time.
Yes, so have I.
But that's just like mental.
Yes.
Yeah, because I'm actually like an intern.
Oh, right, I see.
Yeah.
What does that involve exactly?
Yeah. Say again?
You want to end up working in this area eventually?
What, you mean like as a job?
Well, yes.
Well, yeah, cool.
Yes.
6th floor. What I'm doing is I have to take you to Izzy.
Right, and who's Izzy?
Well, I mean, it's not like...
Aha! Oh, hi, yes, Simon.
All hail the mighty Fletcher.
Well, no.
Welcome to the madhouse.
Simon Harwood is the BBC's Director of Strategic Governance, and underneath it all is probably one of the corporation's most strategic directors.
Arrived. It's a good bike, by the way.
Yes, thanks.
Yeah, cool. So, yeah, we're going to see Izzy.
Oh, no, that's okay.
No, but I have to take him to Izzy.
Oh, no, that's fine. I think Izzy was bringing him to me anyway.
Oh, okay.
That's great. Well, I'll take it from here.
Yeah, cool, no worries.
John's going to have to shut his ears here, but I mean, watching it again, it really is a model in writing and direction, really, because you've got visual comedy, which of course our radio listeners won't be able to pick up on, but the visual comedy, the way he shot me and Will, sitting next to each other, or on a phone to each other while being in the same frame, is beautifully put together. But also you've got character comedy. You know immediately that Will has got a thing about Izzy, but he can't admit it, and he's obviously way out of his depth and all that. You immediately establish Jason Watkins' character Simon Harwood and his mealy-mouthed, Weasley presence in the building. Ian is a new boy in this school, and then the status game's being played and being played out. Who's in charge of who? And Simon absolutely determined that he's going to maintain his position on the in the building. And visual touches like everything from bicycle clips to folding bikes to going up in squished lifts and trying to shoot the breeze and establishing a sense of place. I think it's a very economical and very very wittily put together little moment of a good example of what the show's about.
John, you're looking thoroughly uncomfortable.
Well, no,
you're not somebody who wants to be sit and be praised.
It's a weird
and
thing.
but I do want to sort of say this to our listeners: you didn't watch the clip.
No, well,
you sat looking at your fingernails while the clip was playing, even though it was, as Hugh is saying, a sort of fantastic example of your work as a director and a writer.
I mean, it's partly that because I know this is an audio show, so I was trying to sort of listen to it, as the audience would be. But also, there's something with probably need therapy, but I think generally comedy doesn't last very well. I may be wrong about this, but I think it goes off faster than other things in the larder, as it were. And secondly, with my stuff that I've been involved in, I find you get intensely loyal to it when you're trying to do it. I mean, unbelievably, it takes over your whole life. But then I haven't watched a frame of W1A since it went out, and I don't know why. I find I get sort of embarrassed isn't the right word, but something like that quite quickly about stuff that I've done. And so I think, like looking at old letters that you wrote or emails or, old student essays, you think, oh God, no, what was I, so there's something, I don't know whether that's what other people who've been involved in stuff feel or...
We'll arrange a separate session of therapy.
Yes, thank you very much. Could it be a podcast?
I feel you're writing a satire, but you sort of want to write a romantic comedy as well.
You're absolutely right.
And so in that very first scene, and just in the way he says, I'll call Izzy, Will gives it away. He's got a thing about Izzy. And go back to this thing of words. People can spout jargon till they're blue in the face, but can they bring themselves to say what they really think about each other? Absolutely not.
No.
And was that deliberate, if you like?
Yes, very deliberate and very painstaking in a way. But also the satire about the BBC, if that's what it was the hook. But I was kind of on a different mission, really. I mean, always... I'm not a natural satirist.
I remember at one point you said to me, I want to write what is essentially a sort of love letter to the BBC.
Did I?
Yes, you did.
Well, I certainly didn't. I certainly didn't want to damage it. It felt like a very, very difficult tightrope walk because, on the one hand, mistakes one could end up having made unintentionally. One big mistake would be to do something which, is a coruscating, destructive, to celebrate and enjoy that, which is what a proper satire would have done. And the other mistake, equally bad, would be to end up, making what would have been a sort of incredibly expensive corporate video about aren't we great? So that was a very difficult. I really didn't want to do either of those two things.
How would you define satire? Because, as you say, I feel the thick of it is more pointedly satirical, whereas this is, I suppose, satirical about management speak, and that, as you say, that could be, it could have been in the NHS, it could have been the Olympics, whatever. So I don't think it's not satirising the BBC. How does satire inevitably have an element of dislike in it, do you think? Or
maybe of anger,
anger.
Political satire is almost like in a Swiftian tradition.
Yes.
Is actually want to say, I'm cross about the way the government runs. I don't feel, and correct me if I'm wrong, that you're cross about the BBC at all.
No.
Yeah, Are you cross about Siobhan Sharp?
I'm not cross, but I'm sad about elements of what the show was about.
Let me just pick up on Siobhan Sharp, because we should explain to anybody who doesn't know, Siobhan Sharp is played by Jessica Hines and runs a company called Perfect Curve. And because I think W1A is first and foremost known as a satire of the BBC, but of course it's also a satire of a completely different sort of organisation, which is the kind of, again, jargon-filled, slightly wanky view of the world of the what is Perfect Curve? Is it a design agency?
Start-up PR, isn't it?
Yeah,
sort of territory.
Communications, all singing, all dancing company.
Well, let's listen to a clip if we can of in which Siobhan Sharp pitches a concept called BBC Me, and I think this perfectly shows what a lot of nonsense the likes of Siobhan Sharp talk, but also your role in it, Hugh, Ian's role, because you eventually have to point out she's basically pitching YouTube. But again, this is down to your writing, John. It's so polite and patient how he waits for the moment to say this has been around for 10 years and is a global success and you really don't need to invent it all over again.
So coming back to the present for a minute.
Sure.
Which I'm sorry is where I am most of the time.
Yes, me too, Neil.
Brilliant. What would this BBC Me actually look like?
Sure, no, okay.
And how would it actually work?
Okay. So you're into body image, okay?
Okay.
Body image? Sure. Yes, exactly.
I'm not being funny or anything, but I don't think that's going to work for Neil.
I don't know, you say that, Tracy.
Okay. So say you're into bipolar, right?
Into bipolar.
Sure.
All right, okay, here we go.
Okay, so you've got issues around low self-esteem, whatever.
Yeah, have I?
Yes.
So you upload stuff to BBC Me, bada bang, you've got a voice.
Right.
Okay, and it's your voice, okay, but it's also the voice of the BBC, which is like super cool.
Brilliant.
Pretty soon you've got a community. Before you know it, you've got a range of memes.
Right, okay.
Memes.
Oh. I mean, we're in interesting territory here, aren't we?
Are we?
Yes, exactly.
No, glorious, really. Although it's not a completely new idea, is it?
Okay, it totally is, okay?
I mean, what we're talking about here, essentially it's a version of YouTube, isn't it?
Excuse me?
I mean,
suddenly you're like mainlining 17-year-olds here.
Well, what?
Like, duh.
Now, meetings are hard to write because it's usually people interrupting one another.
Yeah.
And it's each person having their own point of view and trying to push their own point of view. Is that very hard to do?
Well, from a technical point of view, I'd say yes. Because of the way Jon shot, and I'd love you to enlarge on this, we'd rarely do just tiny little bits or just a close up on someone and just run a few lines. We would generally do the entire scene all the time. And I always say that, on most film sets, between setups, as the cameras and lights are moving around, you sort of sit and do the crossword or have a cup of coffee, whatever. We would all get around and just run the lines and run the lines and run the lines, because the pace at which you see the final version is pretty much the pace at which we always shot it. And most films, you sort of leave gaps for other people's lines, because you don't want the sound mixer having to sort of fight with overlapping lines in the edit. Jon never did that. Jon just said, keep talking and overlapping, and the timing and the drop-ins of each of those tiny little words. Yep, sure, it's all musical. And we were very, very conscious as actors that if we didn't hit those beats at the right moment, it all sort of slumped and fell apart.
Did Jon write every little and is there an element of improvisation?
No, this is where I think we have a key difference. And sorry, Jon, you must talk because it's your show. Yeah. The key difference between us and the thick of it, and from what I understand, was the thick of it. Armando and co would have a script, and they'd shoot that, and then they'd sort of throw that away and improvise, so that you'd get a blend of these worlds, as I understand it. Not the case with Jon. Jon literally did. I mean, there is a difference between a ... in a John Morton script and a dash. And the word no, yes and no in that sequence can mean so many different things, but they are significantly different. So you have Sarah Parish's trope of yes, exactly yes, or no, exactly no, or no, I don't want that.
You have a character who basically says hurrah occasionally.
Yes.
Very little else.
Yes, you have Ben and Jerry, who are the sort of strange morphing
Rosencrantz
and Guildensterns of. Who I think live in a basket in Jason Watkins' office. So they just chip in with whichever mood music they feel is appropriate. But all these they're like little tings on a triangle.
How many cameras did you have on that?
2 cameras most of the time.
Only two cameras.
2 cameras. So
right.
we'd run. Sometimes we would run. Some of them are too long to run all the way through too many times. So we'd run half of it.
To go into your close-ups, you've got to, if you have to run the whole scene.
No. Those are sort of 3 or 4 hour monsters for the actors, and I can't. I've said it before, but I'm very pleased to say it again. I can't at the time and afterwards. I couldn't believe how hard they worked.
There's another BBC quality that again that you've captured. And I sort of don't know how you've captured it, not having been in all those meetings. When it comes to talking about what, the collective term of talent, these executives get all a bit scared. They're a bit scared of talent. They do, because talent have a power, I suppose, that transcends them. They speak to the audience, and actually they're the only people that the audience see. The audience never see Ian Fletcher. They never see all the characters in your meetings. And I think this is brilliantly observed in a scene which we can maybe listen to, which is the extraordinary meeting of the Damage Limitation Group, where they've double booked, unless I've got this wrong, Claire Balding and Carol Vorderman, and they've somehow get themselves out of this hole by delivering to one of these people the message, "I'm really sorry, we didn't need you after all." And I think in this you see that weird fear of the outside world, and in particular of the very people who are on the screen, which is the only reason people listen to watch the BBC.
So listen, from the outside, as someone who hasn't been involved with this at all, and look, I'll back you guys whatever you decide to do, okay? Just take that as read. I'm not quite sure how thrilled Tony will be with the idea that we've got Claire Balding, so that's Dame Claire Balding, okay, so keen to do a BBC show that she's had the ITV schedule bent out of shape in order to do it, and we're saying to her, you know what, Claire, thanks, but we're going to go with someone else.
Yeah, I don't think she's actually like a dame.
Yes,
she's like some other,
Yeah. I mean, what the hell do I know? But I guess for what it's worth, all I'm really saying is that if you do have to make a choice deciding between one or the other, then it probably has to be Claire.
Yes.
Right, fine.
I mean, doesn't it?
The fact is, it's appointment to view television. Fine. I've said that all along.
Cool.
Okay, can I say right now, I'm not telling Carol, okay?
Yeah, lovely Carol.
I'm sorry, there's absolutely no way I'm going to do that.
Oh, no, sure.
It's not fair to her, and it's... Given what's happened, I really think this should come from someone at a senior level.
Oh, no, absolutely, Lucy. I mean, that is absolutely up to you guys.
I've already said what I think.
Yeah, lovely Claire.
Good.
I've got to say, on a personal level, I recognise that scene because I worked at the BBC for a few years and as a controller of BBC One, and then got caught up in a BBC scandal when about a photo shoot with Annie Leibovitz and the Queen, and the speed with which people behaved as Jason Watkins' character Simon
distancing
Harmon
themselves.
I'm behind you all the way, but 100 yards behind you.
The idea of doing a programme about the BBC is a bit extraordinary. So how on earth did it start? We started with 2012, which was obviously about the Olympics, and I remember ringing you and saying, would you write a thing about the Olympics, because you were the only writer I knew who'd ever played sport.
I wasn't an Olympic athlete.
No, I know, but you did five-a-side football.
Oh, yeah.
Very useful player.
Very
I played with him
very
myself.
similar things.
Now, but the idea of taking the 2012 somehow from the Olympic site across London to the BBC, how did that happen?
Quite early on, I had said with 2012, it had a definite stop date, which is the Olympic
2012.
Games, because initially, with 2012, there was a moment, you might remember this, John, where it wasn't particularly well liked in the BBC. There was a real bump with it. And then when it got out, and when it sort of got on air and sort of did okay, there was the mood music changed, and there was, we must have more of this marvellous thing. And I kept saying, well, that's fine, but you can't have more, because once the Olympic Games have happened, even I don't want to see anymore. That's it. And so it finished, and then I think you did call me and say, we have to come and have lunch and talk about it. And I remember thinking, well, I'll have lunch, but I haven't got any, I haven't. So I'm cycling on a fold-up bike that I bought from the set, Emilia Bourmore's fold-up bike, across town, thinking this is absolutely the reverse of a kind of LA pitch where I'd be arriving, bristling with a pitch.
Yeah.
I'm cycling, thinking I haven't got any bloody clue. I haven't got anything to bring to this lunch. So we had lunch, and I do remember saying, if you're trying to think of there might be an idea of taking Hugh's character out of that world and dropping him somewhere else.
As I remember, you said, well, of course, the place I'd quite like to take in is, but I'm sure I wouldn't be allowed to, is the BBC.
Yeah.
And everybody else around the table, and there were only about three or four of us, said, oh yes, please come and satirize.
But did you feel the way I could imagine it might have been logical to think, if it's going to be about the BBC, it shouldn't be on the BBC. It should be on Channel 4 or whatever, because it's unusual for a satire to be hosted by the object of the satire.
Well, all I can say is that, unlike any other programme I've had anything to do with, I don't ever remember pitching this programme to anybody to say yes or no. It was just assumed that it would be okay. But
I think you're back with the same issue, that to the BBC, the most interesting issue is the BBC.
Yeah.
So therefore they love it. Can I ask you this, Hugh, that you during this period, by my memory, you were leading a double life, because in another, and so was I, leading a different life. I was at ITV, and we were making Downton Abbey, which of course was a global phenomenon, a huge hit. And you were you were the Earl of Crawley for sort of half the year, and then you turned into Ian Fletcher. Was that an enormous gear change, or sort of? Is it fair to say the two characters have some things in common? They could almost, to my mind, Ian Fletcher could be the sort of grandson of the Earl of Crawley. he's now no longer got a big big estate in the country. That's all gone and everything. He needs to have a job and a purpose in the world. But in both cases, they're earnestly looking for how to make the world a better place.
I think
anything in there?
Yeah, I think there's definitely something in that. Yes, Robert Crawley, Earl of Grantham, and
Sorry,
Ian Fletcher.
I've got his title wrong.
Had to
It's
gently
the Earl of
correct you there.
Grantham, Robert Crawley. You're quite right.
And in fact, it wasn't just.
I hope Julian Fellows doesn't hear this. My God, I'll be in trouble for saying that.
It wasn't just different parts of the year. It was actually different parts of the week. I can remember the scheduling nightmare of trying to pull the two Johns trying to dovetail the Downton shooting schedule and the W1A schedule. So I was literally going up and down the M4 occasionally between the jobs. So in terms of I suppose just the technical point of view, from an acting point of view, they couldn't be more different in terms of Downton being this, if you like, stately galleon that because of all the frocks and the big scenery and all that took ages to turn around. And this sort of nippy little jet ski, W1A, buzzing around, first Canary Wharf and then Broadcasting House, trying to get it, weave in and out of the obstacles. And the sense of pace and pressure was very different. Of course, there was a big pressure on the Downton schedule, but you really felt it on something as small scale, because as we around this table know, traditionally comedy is given half the budget or even less than the same amount of minutes on drama. I'd love one of you to explain why that is.
All I can say is it's history.
Yeah.
Comedy is apparently done in 2 sets in front of an audience, and so you don't need the same money as you would if you went out with a film camera, which of course we now do every time.
Yeah. Well, I can remember when we were on BBC 4, and there were 2 things that really I remember is first of all when you. Because obviously, the pace of Jon's scripts, the pace you need to deliver them at, belie the rule of thumb, which is a minute per page. And so Jon would deliver these scripts as sort of 50 pages to BBC 4, and they'd say, "But this is too long, you've got to cut it." And Jon would say, "Trust me, this will be 30 or 29 minutes." And they simply, I can't remember the commissioner, but he really didn't get it, did he?
No,
And,
I remember he famously said, "But surely the Olympics wouldn't be run by these incompetent sort of people." And he was right.
Everyone from Danny Boyle, outwards and downwards and sideways, said, "Were you in our meetings?" Because Jon's accuracy on skewering the idiocies of that set of management speak was absolutely spot on. The other thing I'd say about the channel, the BBC 4 years of 2012, was I remember when it was an incredibly pressurised way of shooting, and we'd all get changed in virtually the sort of gents loo, and lunch was a sandwich if you could find one, and it was. And I remember saying to you, "I've had enough. I can't do it anymore. I can't do it anymore." And so I remember we sat down and said, "Well, what sort of things would make it work?" And by this stage, I think we'd gone on to BBC 2, but with the same budget. And I said, "We've got to have dressing rooms for the cast. We've got to be able to have a decent lunch break. We've got to do that." And so gradually all that happened.
I remember Hugh saying to me, and this is so Hugh in the best possible sense. "Look, just so you know, I'm going to say that I'm not going to do the next series. I will do it, but I'm going to say to you, just so you know." And it was super practical and super thoughtful, actually, because I remember you saying words, along the lines of, at the moment, because of Downton and so on, who knows, I may have more purchase than I realise, or I may be able to be useful to us. So I'm going to say I'm not going to do it.
You can't afford me.
And as a result of that, we got, Lose That Flushed and
I mean, is it fair to say that there's a scale of ludicrousness, but there are no baddies? They're all well-intentioned. But Jason, and in fact we heard that in that clip of him basically saying, "I've got nothing to do with this problem." Yes,
which is what he said about all problems.
Yes.
Now you'll know how you
all right,
want
let me
to
put it
deal with
another way. If these were real people and we were working at the BBC now, Jason would be the worst colleague. I think he'd an untrustworthy character.
Yeah, so they're not evil, as you say, but I think he's so self-interested, really. But he's got this hail fellow, well-met presenting style.
That might be worth actually listening to a clip here that has exactly this, and this is when Ian's character finds himself, and I can identify with this, at the centre of a media storm. Suddenly, and if you work at the BBC, you might one day pick up the Daily Mail and see a mugshot of yourself and some hideous story. So Ian Fletcher's salary gets revealed, and also some potentially dodgy stuff about your private life. And we see here Jason Watkins' character Simon Harwood deploying the Tony reference absolutely like a sort of pure political play.
Hi. The man of the moment.
Sorry I'm late.
No, come on in.
It took a bit longer to get in through the front door than usual.
Yes, no, brilliant.
Thanks. Well, would you be able to put that somewhere?
Yeah, okay, cool.
Thanks, great.
What's the like?
No, just somewhere that isn't here.
Okay, cool, yeah, no worries, yeah, cool.
With Ian's arrival, the meeting can address the main item on this morning's agenda. Ian.
I mean, the salary is one thing. I can live with that.
Yes, I should hope so, Ian.
But the private stuff...
I know.
No, that is a problem.
I mean, it's unforgivable. No, that really is very irksome.
Overnight, a media story about the size of Ian's BBC salary has developed. Several papers are now alleging that not only did he misuse public funds at the Olympic Deliverance Commission by asking his personal assistant to arrange a private holiday for him in Italy in 2012, but also that he deliberately took her with him in order to enjoy it.
I mean, for what it's worth, I had a quick muffin with Tony this morning. And
A muffin?
yes, he's very chipper about the whole thing, isn't he?
Yeah, just cutting the crap for a second.
Brilliant.
Just so we don't end up with the usual fuck-up in news.
Right. Yes, no, very good.
So the personal stuff.
Right, yes.
You know, so the PA, the whole Umbrian doodah, you know, that stuff.
Right.
I mean...
Love nest. Umbrian love nest.
Yeah, well...
Brilliant.
Right, OK. I mean, it's a free country, and I mean, I should be so lucky who doesn't like Umbria, but just for the sake of clarity and for the avoidance of doubt, whatever the fuck that means, that's just the usual bollocks, is it?
Right, yes.
I mean, it's all made up, it's not true.
I mean, for God's sake, I paid for it myself. I couldn't stop her arranging it.
Right.
Brilliant.
Okay.
Great.
Righty-ho.
It should be said that Sally makes an appearance. That Oscar-winning actress
Olivia Colman,
does appear in what is one of quite a few serious moments in the script. I mean, there's Izzy and Will, and there's Will's internship running out.
No, well, I mean, I love those. I mean, as a punter watching other stuff, I love those moments are more weirdly more important than the comedy. And I remember it's nice to say this with you here as well. That I remember back in the days of 2012, with little scenes with you and Olivia. You know, where Olivia was playing a PA who obviously was completely in love but could never say that. You know, and her part wasn't particularly funny. But there was I can't remember what the scene was, but it was late on in the shoot. We were all, you know, exhausted, and I was exhausted, you know, and I was looking at the monitor, and it might have been a Sunday morning. God, you know. And the scene wasn't supposed to, it was a short scene, it wasn't one of those big, you know, meeting room scenes, it was just the two of them, and I can't remember what the scene was about. But I remember the hairs on the back of my neck going up, standing at the monitor. And I remember thinking, this is where the good stuff is. Comedy's fine, but this is what's really much more important. And it just, through the fog of, you know, fatigue and anxiety that, you know, is the daily grind of trying to direct something, that was a very clear moment for me. And you know, I would have smuggled more of those moments into this supposed satire if I could have. But I got as many as I could into it.
There's a wonderful moment at the very end of the entire thing where Ophelia Lovibond slaps the guy who's been sitting next to her and making out like Jonathan Bailey's character. Because he says he refers to Will as Forrest Gump. And it's you sort of feel she's been waiting to do that since episode 1, series 1.
In different shows that we've done in this series, we've focused on the character, and I don't want to define Will entirely in this way, who's quite dim, whether it's Baldric in Blackadder or whatever.
He is one of those characters.
He is one of those characters, and of course we love him. And there's a wonderful scene where Ian Fletcher, your character Hugh, sort of tries to fire him because his internship is coming to an end. And it's, again, this is what all great comedy scenes are about. It's about the subject itself. It's about character. So in Ian Fletcher's armoury is not the ability to actually deliver a direct message and say you're out, go and find another job. And of course in Will's armoury is an inability to hear what Ian Fletcher is actually trying to say, and therefore to complete misinterpreting it. And I honestly think it's a kind of masterclass of writing and performing.
As I say, I think things have probably come to the point where I mean, I don't know if you've had any thoughts about the sort of thing you might want to do next.
Yeah, I have, yeah.
Because, I mean, you have?
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's great, Will.
Yeah, I know, yeah, it's pretty cool.
So what sort of thing are you thinking of going for?
Yeah, because I was going to ask you about it.
Well, of course. I mean, obviously, I'd love to help if I can.
Yeah, cool, yeah. Because, you know, like, Izzy is, like, a PA, like Simon Harwood.
Yes, right.
Like, she feeds his fish for him and stuff.
Yes, I mean, she what?
Yeah, so, like, I was thinking...
His fish?
So I was thinking, like, I do your coffee and, like, your bike and stuff.
Right.
So, I mean, could I, like, be PA to you?
PA to me?
Yeah, I mean, like, a real one. Like, a real job. Like, I could do other stuff, too. Because that'd be so cool.
Right, okay.
Yeah, okay, no.
Well, no, Will.
Yeah, no worries. You know you're crap.
No, it's just, as I say, I'd like to help.
Well, yeah, me too.
But it's just, I mean, for that to happen, okay, for a start, I'd have to work out a formal job description of some kind.
Cool, yeah.
No, but you'd have to apply for it formally.
Okay.
I'd probably have to give you a reference.
Cool.
Which would be, well, I'd have to think about how to do that.
Yeah.
This whole thing would have to go through the BBC HR department.
Whoa.
And ultimately, you'd need to be able to put together a really top-quality, impressive CV.
Okay.
What?
Let's go for it.
Well, no.
It's like sometimes you have to believe in yourself because no one else does either.
The what?
Yeah, cool, yeah, let's do it.
Right, okay.
That's wonderful. We haven't so far spoken about, we should speak about the voiceover and David Tennant's brilliant voiceover and in a way his own way of mangling the language and stating things in ever so slightly off ways that make a seemingly straight line a very funny line.
And as far as I remember, he was almost never in the building.
Very rarely, no.
He was usually somewhere else in the world.
Albuquerque, he was in once. No, I mean, he's, yet again another unsung hero of this, because he was endlessly, he'd come in on, he was filming something and, he'd say, no, I'll come in on Sunday morning to this remote studio in Albuquerque and, and I'll do it. And again, like all the actors in Vision and everybody else involved in the show, he had internalized the thing. I'd sometimes say, just all I have to say after a take is, were you enjoying that a bit too much? Was there a sense? Oh, got it. And he'd do another take, and he'd
make it straighter.
Yeah. But so he's doing a very, very subtle thing, making it look really easy, and
through in your voiceover, you write for him the sort of jokes that they're very slight jokes in a way. I mean, one of my favourite is the Department of Culture, Media, and also Sport.
I mean, and David, sort of locked onto that dynamic very brilliantly and relentlessly. He was, and under a lot of, sometimes doing it, and he never saw the show.
But one of the things I remember you having to do with the other cast members was, as it were, act while a voiceover is happening.
Well, it was really it was a variety of improvisation in character, and usually grilling Simon Harwood on his home life. We decided that he had this appalling home life where this poor wife who was up in Norfolk while he was doing whatever he was doing every evening in London, and we just grill him, or we'd riff on the scene. But often what we'd be doing, when knowing that everything we were doing would be mute because it was just picking up shots of glasses or drinking or scribbling or whatever, and a few non-sync facial shots, we'd try and run the lines for the next scene. But going back to the delivery of David Tennant, which, as you say, was absolutely immaculate, and this is really a keynote for Jon's direction. I'd love to know to expand on it. Was your constant note to all of us as actors, but also particularly to visiting artists who would come on, for a day, which is often the hardest gig to do, and they'd come in with a performance, and your note was always to everyone: do less, don't smile, and go faster. Can you pick up on that theme?
It's just a personal. I personally think that, certainly with this style of comedy, the less the actor does, the funnier it is. The more is because the less obvious it is, the more an audience has got to do. If I'm watching it, the more I think, oh, I see what's going on here. Like in the scene that we were listening to a moment ago between you and the other Hugh Skinner, where you're trying to fire him, neither of you are saying much. Really, neither of you are saying what's the scene is about. It's all hidden. And I think also so that's one thing. It's very hard to do because particularly people who come in for a day to a machine that's already going at 90 miles an hour where everybody knows you. That's very hard to do, and people are anxious and they want to give you their best for a day, and often that means they're too big. So you have to say, well, that's great that you can do that, but please don't. And going faster is a shorthand way under pressure of stopping that happening or encouraging it not to happen. And also, it's hard to be objective, but I'm aware that with this sort of dialogue, and below a certain pace, the pauses don't play. It's like Formula One tyres don't warm up until you go over a certain speed. This dialogue doesn't really function properly until it's going over a certain speed, and so that's another thing which is I'm not fully in control of.
You had an extraordinary array of guest performances, from Alan Yentob to Salman Rushdie, Jeremy Paxman, Hugh Grant, Lenny Henry, Mary Beard. Bearing that in mind, what you've just said, John, that there is a very particular way of performing your material, was that quite a challenge to get them to feel the kind of music of W1A?
Yes.
Go on, tell us some stories then.
No, I can't really.
Who was the most difficult?
They were very short scenes, and I did it, for that reason. It's very hard. People playing themselves, it's really hard to do. You think it'd be the easiest thing possible, but people just asked to play themselves often give you a ridiculously sort of overblown version of themselves. You think, well, that's not. I was just talking to you a minute ago before we turned over, and now you're doing some kind of baroque version of yourself.
And I do remember one particular guest artist who was very keen to give a lot of himself. And he'd said, I can only give you 10 minutes because I've got to get a plane to Australia. And then he turned up and then said, I think it would be funny if I then did a phone call to Tony Hall. And of course, you can't say no, to stop it, go away, go and get your plane. He said, no, I think so. You have to say fine. So you shoot this terrible improvised phone call for him, doing and knowing that it won't ever be used, but it did at least indulge his presence.
Yes,
we'll just have to guess. You're not giving anything away there, are you?
Except
I can read out names and try to read, with your eyebrows go up.
The Salman Rushdie thing is a classic, one of those television, because I'd written. It was a scene where Hugh was had a very difficult person to try. He was trying to find a room to meet this. In other words, a room to have a private conversation with this person who was from the Cornish. Anyway, I can't believe it. Yeah, it was. He was angry, and Hugh
West Country issues.
Yes, and Hugh's character wanted to find a meeting room just to have a conversation with him because he'd come in to see Ian Fletcher personally. And of course, it being Newport Broadcasting House, couldn't find a room, and I'd written a scene where he goes along opening a series of doors and finding meetings going. And I've written a scene where, and I think in the script it said something like, he opens a door and you see Alan Yentob doing something you can't believe with someone you can't believe you've just seen. Because I knew that there's no point in saying who that would be because it would be anybody we could get. And Alan Yentob said, "Oh, that's great. Yes, I'd love to do that. And also I can help you with that other person because he didn't, words that mean I know lots of famous people." So that's great. So then cut to a series of, it was going to be Kylie Minogue at one point, and somebody else. And so I think it was going to be Kylie was the last, and then we're filming, funnily enough, the scene with Carol Vorderman in the morning, and on the way, like at about 6:45 on the way to work, I get a call from Paul Session, the producer, saying it's not going to be Kylie Minogue. And we're filming that scene later that day. Okay, I think, okay, well, who's it going to be? We don't know. All right, okay. So we're working on that. So we're filming with Karen Vorderman all morning, and then I get a call. I wouldn't call it a break, but when I looked at my phone, and a call, and it's Paul saying, okay, so how would Salman Rushdie be? And I said, well, what? How does that? And apparently it was 20 years since the fatwa, when Alan Yentob
what a way to celebrate,
was the person. I think it was 20 years, and Alan Yentob had been the person that basically, looked after Salman Rushdie for a while, and they were commemorating that. And I think Annie Leibovitz was doing a photo shoot with the two of them, and Alan Yentob had said that morning, "I'm doing this thing, so I don't suppose you fancy," and Salman Rushdie said, "Yeah, okay." And so then I'm thinking, whilst filming the scene with Borden, what the hell are those two people doing in that room? Because it's just a reveal. Hugh opens the door, and when we shot it, they weren't there, so Hugh had to do a number of reactions, brilliant. And I came up in the end with arm wrestling, and they were doing arm wrestling. And the thing that, and again, the kind of accident of it all, the thing that gave me the most joy, really, that in the edit we were looking at that and thinking, that's really funny. It's really funny. And then I was thinking, is there any? What about and we ended up putting some operatic. There was an opera aria going on as well in there. So you open the door and you get like 10 seconds or less of Salman Rushdie arm wrestling with Alan Yentov and an operatic aria, which then gets closed, shut up again when you close the door. And putting the opera on it, just thought, oh God, how do we get to that?
Maybe the only time ever that Kylie Minogue dropped out of something and been replaced by Salman Rushdie.
Yes.
It's not normally the second person on the list when Kylie's not available.
It had soap elements, didn't it? It had story elements that run across 3 series.
Yes, it did. And that was not initially just something that I wanted to try to do, really, because, to develop these underlying, for instance, the underlying relationship stories that we were talking about earlier. So you had to have undercurrents that, you picked up in...
Was that helpful to you, Hugh? I mean, that you knew you were going somewhere?
Yes and no, because... As Julian Fellows always said to one of our actors in Downton, whenever she said, "I need to know whether that character comes back. Am I going to, still be in love with him in 4 episodes' time?" And Julian said, "You don't even, none of us know what was going to happen after dinner. So how can you possibly know?" So in a way, yes and no. I mean, it was, obviously structurally, one was aware that there was a thread, and therefore, the sort of nuances between, say, me and Nina or me and Sarah Parish's character were there to play. And for Ian to register and wonder where this is going, but the delight was to see how it was going to turn out and the twists and turns and everything from one of my favourite scenes was when Sarah sort of has this, she locks herself in the loo and there's this really clumsy sort of kiss and lurch and then her sort of catatonia when we go to a meeting. Anyway, it's all these little flavours along the way, and this undercurrent, which was again played out with Olivia's character in 2012 of this very slow burning love, and is it or isn't it, and what will the future bring? But because underneath it all, John is a big romantic, and that's it's beautifully pitched.
In order to free yourself up to do that, of course, you have to have characters where you fundamentally don't know about their home lives, because would Ian Fletcher not be a perfectly happily married man with 3 children, as it were, and would not all your characters not have partners and so on? But is it the nature of a show like this that you have to put them into the workplace unencumbered by almost anything in the outside world?
Yeah, there's a bit of a cheat going on there, really.
Yeah.
I mean, we do know that Ian Fletcher is divorced. I mean, you wouldn't know if you just watched W1A. But for the real aficionados, you could say
going back to
we know
2012,
that he's divorced. But the others, I mean, that is, you're right in a way. By concentrating on the workplace, it's a sort of little microclimate, and you can knock their personal lives into out of focus a bit. Although, I'd like to have got more of that in, but there wasn't time, there wasn't space. So it was very elliptical. So we know, I think, at some point that Nina's character Lucy is
she's going through a separation.
So we know that, and with Sarah Parish's character, I think my theory, she was single.
Yes,
and we get a sense, as we've just heard, that Will had something going on at school that meant his.
Well, yes, I think that was just. I think that was just failure. I think it was just terrible car crash family, failure.
Let me just ask, as we get to the end of the series and we can see these swirling currents of unrequited love and so on. And I don't know whether there ever was talk of doing another series or whether it felt it came natural end. But where are these characters heading? Or perhaps particularly Ian Fletcher. So he's done 2012, and that's been a glorious success, and that's led to his wonderful job at the BBC. What trajectory is Ian on in your mind, Hugh? Is it, I say this because at the moment the BBC is looking for a new Director General. would his hat be in the ring now in 2020?
But I always think about that last episode, and I found that the speech that Ian Fletcher gives at the launch of BBC Me which is when Tony Hall gets locked in the TARDIS. When I read it, I found it very, very moving, because I know it is what John and what I think many of us believe about the BBC, which is it is part of our lives. Public service broadcasting is essential. Yes, it needs to change and adapt with the times, but we would lose it at our peril. And I found I found it very, very heartfelt doing it, and I got quite emotional on the first couple of takes. And John inevitably said, "Stop being emotional, just say the words."
Not sure I said that.
But as always, his note is, take the emotion out, let the audience do the emotion, and you just say it clearly. So I think Ian Fletcher's and indeed my heart is with the BBC. But I don't think he'd be a very good Director General, because gosh, the amount of brickbats you have to bat off. John, I did say to John, surely there's another life. I personally think that the NHS could be done, certainly because, let's face it, and I come from a medical family who, my dad worked in the NHS, and the thing that tore his heart apart was the rise of the management in the 70s, and leading to a lot of perhaps the problems that it has today. And so I think it is a ripe territory. Any of these, as you said, public-funded areas, working within Whitehall in the Ministry of Defence or whatever, or having to oversee army cuts, and you can see things there. John, you're the person to ask. Where would your lens go next?
Before you do that, of course, it occurs to me you could come back to the BBC with Ian as the Director General. That would be an equivalent of Yes Minister segueing into Yes Prime Minister. He gets the top job eventually.
Yeah. I mean, that's.
Can you accept a commission on that?
That's the most logical.
Yeah.
I mean, just thinking about the alternative universe that it lives in. I suppose that's the most logical.
Am I right in saying the only time the BBC had any editorial interference was over the pixelation of Jeremy Clarkson?
Well, John Plowman will be able to give you the sort of official answer to this. But one of the most extraordinary things about this show for me is that I didn't get a single note from anybody about the script. I mean, you would think if ever there was going to be,
not even from John.
Well, to be grateful to John and to Paul, the producer, they kind of let me get on with it as much as possible. But also beyond them, if there is a beyond you, John, you would think if ever there was a show that was going to get either
run past committees, as it were.
I wasn't aware of any of that going on, and I don't know why that. To this day, I don't know why that happened.
I think I like to think it's because they're afraid of me.
Yes, well, that's obviously,
or
they trust you.
Part of my job is to bat those things away.
Yes,
and not bother you with them because you're trying to make a program.
But the only one I remember coming through to us was there was right when we were filming, there was that issue. There was an issue with Jeremy Clarkson and Top Gear, and we had a storyline. I mean, a very minor one that featured him, and there was some issue about whether to.
Well, the joke was that every time his name was mentioned, it was bleeped, and every time you saw anything to do with Top Gear, it was pixelated.
Yes.
And the message came through, could you unpixelate and unbleep? Because otherwise it sounds like we're censoring.
Yes, okay, yes.
And that was the joke.
Yes.
Well, look, it's been a great pleasure to talk to Hugh Bonneville and to John Morton, and hopefully to address and answer the question, what's funny about W1A? So from me, Peter Fincham, and
from me, John Plowman.
Many thanks.
What's Funny About was an expectation production for BBC Radio 4 Extra. The producer was Owen Braben.